under the heavy gray skies choking the entire human world on this earth. Exactly 10 years ago, a devastating horde of zombies suddenly appeared out of nowhere, triggering an endless post-apocalyptic era filled with absolute chaos and terrifying nightmares, from which there was no escape. Amidst that chaotic madness, relentless slaughter played out in every single dark, gloomy corner of the world. Sometimes, people fought and killed simply to grab desperately scarce supplies in absolute desperation. Other times, it was a savage struggle for brutal, blood-stained power and control, leaving every single place looking chillingly identical, filled with nothing but ruined, desolate debris and mangled, torn human corpses scattered everywhere in a truly heartbreaking sight. On the gloomy, death-filled Dongli Road, a few rotting corpses even hung from a dusty, rusty street sign, while the spine-chilling air was so thick with the stench of death that it would give anyone goosebumps. This was the sick handiwork of ruthless, wicked scumbags who had lost all humanity. They tortured and slaughtered people purely for insane, twisted pleasure, leaving gruesome piles of lifeless bodies strewn all over the place. Some bodies were slumped over moldy, decaying walls covered in thick green moss. Others hung limply, swaying in the wind in a deeply disturbing way. And up on the bridge, wrecked, abandoned cars were piled high in a chaotic mess, painting a tragic picture of utter desolation and despair. Suddenly, right in the middle of this unending nightmare, a motorcycle roared past, tearing through the heavy wind like a rocket. Its powerful engine echoed through the ruins. Riding it was a young, black-haired guy, his short hair whipped back wildly by the rushing wind. He introduced himself clearly and firmly, his voice oozing raw confidence and relentless determination. "My name is Zhen, 20 years old. 1 year ago, I obtained an apocalyptic item upgrade system." A futuristic, semi-transparent status screen suddenly flashed right before Zhen's eyes. Level 20, Zhen. New quest. Eliminate Tier 3 Bandits. Difficulty: Normal. Quest reward: 1 custom upgrade point. Total upgrade points used: 45. Right below those details, his experience bar was flashing, sitting incredibly close to being completely filled up. He could use these system reward points to upgrade absolutely anything he wanted. Just like that, his miserable apocalyptic fate was turned completely upside down. But at this moment, an exhausted Zhen had actually dozed off while riding. Loud, rhythmic snores escaped his mouth, while a funny snot bubble inflated and deflated with every deep breath he took. Suddenly, a strange vibe in the air forced him to snap his eyes open, instantly on high alert. Right in front of his face was an incredibly thin, razor-sharp steel wire trap stretched maliciously across the road, waiting to slice him in half. With zero time to react, both Zhen and his bike slammed violently right into the hidden steel trap. The impact launched both rider and bike flying high into the air, and his helmet visor instantly shattered, flying off into the distance. Gravity took over, sending them crashing down. The bike flipped repeatedly before sliding dozens of meters along the dusty, gravel-filled highway. Zhen did not fare any better, taking a brutal, painful tumble. He dragged face first across the rough asphalt for a long distance, ending up flat on the cold, hard ground, just as a large truck slowly rumbled near with a heavy, groaning engine. A punk with bright, mohawk red hair eagerly poked his head out from the back of the truck. Seeing their prey fall right into the trap, he cheered excitedly. "Boss, we got another one." The boss stepped out slowly, smugly leaning on the red-haired punk's head as he peered over the edge of the truck bed with a lazy smirk. Staring down at Zhen, he let out a cruel, maniacal laugh of pure delight. "Man, pulling this steel wire trap to ambush people never gets old." He jumped off the truck, walking toward Zhen with heavy steps while shouting aggressive and vulgar insults. "My whole crew can barely scrape together decent clothes, yet this punk is wearing a clean, neat suit. He might be some noble from Shuguang City. Search his bike. There must be some good loot." Hearing this, the greedy bandits rushed over, swarming around Zhen's bike to tear it apart. After ransacking it, a ragged thug waved his hands, reporting in disappointment, "Boss, there is absolutely nothing on this bike." The boss's eyebrows knit in fury. He pointed his finger, cursing in absolute rage. "Damn it. Who travels empty-handed in the apocalypse? I wasted half a day waiting here. Chop him into minced meat right now." Hearing the order, the red-haired punk grabbed a broadsword and rushed toward Zhen with clear murderous intent. He raised his blade high into the air with savage force, bringing it down toward Zhen with deadly intent. The sharp blade looked ready to easily slice Zhen clean in half, but instead, it slammed completely in vain against the hard concrete. Debris exploded everywhere, And then, a sudden flash sliced through the air, like a gust of wind, rushing toward the red-haired punk at dizzying speed. Before he could react, his severed arm, still tightly clutching the broadsword, flew cleanly off his body into the air. Meanwhile, his severed, bloody head flew backward, rolling a few times before landing right in the shocked boss's hands. The gang leader stood completely paralyzed, staring down at the rooster-haired thug's head in his hands, before finally spitting out a terrified, panicked curse. Damn it! The thug's headless body stumbled forward on pure reflex, wobbling for a couple of seconds before collapsing flat on its back in a pathetic heap. Every single one of his crew members standing nearby was instantly seized with absolute, paralyzing terror. His jaw dropping, the furious boss pointed directly at Yan Zhen, screaming in pure rage, "Playing dead with me? Huh? Who the hell are you?" But Yan Zhen remained completely calm, standing right in place. His body didn't show even the slightest hint of a scratch, save for a fake smear of dried blood across his face. Yet he remained dead silent, refusing to say a word. Instead, he slowly and casually brushed off his clothes. He then slowly stepped forward with a piercing, icy glare that sent shivers down their spines, while the gang leader remained completely frozen in a state of absolute shock. Cold sweat dripped down his neck, as he desperately tried to figure out what had just happened. How on earth did my lackey just drop dead so suddenly? Yan Zhen broke the silence, his cold voice delivering a calculated question before he made his move. That Dong Li camp nearby. Were you guys the ones who slaughtered them? The gang leader's lips curled into a smug, arrogant smirk as he spoke up with absolute, undisguised pride. Yeah, so what if we did? Every single one of my 12 brothers here got a piece of that action. He gestured toward his men standing behind him. Each and every one of them smirked with pride, snickering as if they had only slaughtered chickens, completely unfazed by their own brutal butchery. The petty thugs crossed their arms, laughing out loud as they continued to brag about their horrific achievements with sheer delight. Heh, we didn't just slaughter the men, we had our way with their women too. Another toad-faced thug chimed in. You guys are crude. Me? I hanged an entire family. Watching their fat kid's head get chopped off in one clean slice was honestly so entertaining. Hearing this, Yan Zhen frowned in sheer disgust. Briefly closing his eyes to compose himself, he spoke in a quiet, chilling tone. Is that so? I actually planned on giving you an easy death. But as his eyes snapped open, they glowed with a cold blue light, radiating an intense, icy aura that forced everyone around him to shiver with primal fear. In a low, chilling voice, devoid of any warmth, he added, "But now, I promise you will die in absolute, excruciating agony." Hearing this, the boss barked back with a highly defiant, irritated sneer. Do you really think you can take on all of us by yourself? Saying that, he barked an order for his entire crew to swarm Yan Zhen and kill him. The thugs drew their guns and fired a barrage at Yan Zhen, laughing like maniacs as they pulled their triggers. They relished the sheer, chaotic madness of the moment, while Yan Zhen simply stood his ground, calmly watching the dense rain of lethal bullets fly right toward him. He slowly raised his right hand, his face completely unchanged, speaking with absolute, unwavering confidence. These petty attacks are completely useless against me. And true enough, although the bullets rained down like a heavy storm, they didn't cause him even a sliver of damage, merely bouncing off his skin. At most, they only shaved off a single point of his health before deflecting away or flattening into completely unrecognizable metal scraps. Witnessing this impossible sight, the gang leader's jaw dropped in absolute disbelief. He desperately wondered how on earth a simple suit could be so insanely bulletproof. Grimacing like a cornered animal, he furiously raised his heavy pistol, aimed it straight at Yan Zhen, and roared with manic rage, "Die!" He aimed straight for the head and fired a clean shot that knocked Yan Zhen completely off his feet, sending him flying backward across the pavement. Still holding his smoking gun, the leader burst into a triumphant laugh, mocking him mercilessly. Your fancy bulletproof suit might be strong, but it can't protect your head, can it? But suddenly, Yan Zhen slammed his foot down, shattering the concrete pavement and leaving a deep crater beneath him. He stood straight back up, a smoking scratch on his forehead, as his system interface flashed a minor 12 HP deduction. At that horrifying sight, the boss and his petty thugs turned completely pale, their eyes popping out in absolute shock as the leader shrieked at the top of his lungs in terror. No way, you took a direct headshot, so how are you still standing? Yan Zhen's eyes flashed with a sharp, icy light as his pupils locked onto them, growling with pure, unadulterated killing intent. My turn. The sword in Yan Zhen's hand began to glow with a magical, vibrant blue light, its hilt adorned with a life simultaneously pulling the trigger of his pistol, activating his flash fire ability. A deafening boom echoed as the bullet tore through the air, ripping straight through the enemy ranks and leaving the entire gang completely stunned. They stood completely frozen in terror, pale as ghosts. Suddenly, Zhen vanished completely from the sight of the thugs. Using his legendary Karma Fire Flash, he dashed through them like a ghost, weaving behind their backs with such extreme speed that absolutely no one in the gang could react. Even their red-haired leader barely blinked before realizing Zhen was no longer standing in front of him. Panicking, the gang boss immediately started screaming in absolute terror. "Where is he?" Nearby, a lackey stammered that their guys in the back were collapsing. Hearing this, the boss spun around, muttering in disbelief at how fast everything was happening. Trying to play it cool, the boss waved his hand and scoffed, mocking Zhen's moves as nothing but flashy showmanship with zero actual damage. But suddenly, the body of his toad-skinned lackey began to glow, as an eerie blue light quickly spread across his entire physical form. Pale with fear, the thug stammered for his boss. The blue sparks raced up to his fingertips and instantly erupted into roaring flames. The scorching fire consumed his entire body, turning into an unbearable heat. Clutching his head, the toad-skinned goon shrieked in absolute agony, his screams making the surrounding air feel suffocatingly heavy. The gang leader stood there, completely unable to comprehend the horrifying scene unfolding right before his eyes. He stared with wide, terror-stricken eyes as his men writhed in excruciating pain, utterly powerless to do anything to save them. It wasn't just the toad-faced goon, either. His entire crew was now engulfed in a raging sea of brilliant blue flames. They shrieked in bone-chilling agony, begging desperately for someone to save them. Utterly broken by the chaotic nightmare, the terrified boss stammered in a shaking, panic-stricken voice, asking what kind of madness this was. But this was far from the end of their horrific nightmare. Right beneath the red-haired leader's feet, a mysterious power erupted from the earth, surging upward to wrap around him with irresistible force. That sinister energy quickly invaded his body, forcing his eyes to roll back in sheer, unadulterated terror. Slowly, the boss felt a devastating, burning sensation ignite deep inside his throat, spreading throughout his entire body in an agonizing, unstoppable wave. Clutching his neck in agony, the leader choked out raspy, desperate words, feeling as if his throat were being incinerated from within. He struggled to scream for help, but he couldn't even form a coherent sentence. With his throat burning from the inside, every single movement felt like his flesh was being brutally torn apart piece by piece. Stripped of his arrogance, he was now a pathetic wreck, begging desperately for mercy and crying out that he finally learned his lesson. No matter how hard he begged, Zhen remained completely unmoved, coldly walking right past him. Without even sparing the boss a glance, he spoke with absolute indifference, telling him to save those words for King Yama in hell. With that, Zhen calmly walked away, his cold eyes completely unwavering. The sword in his hand slowly dissolved into thin air, and his glasses, which had flown off earlier, reappeared and floated right back into his palm. In his mind, the system prompt chimed clearly, announcing that the quest was complete and awarding him 2 upgrade points. Zhen slid his glasses back on and mounted his motorcycle, quickly riding away from the horrific crime scene. Naturally, he didn't forget to upgrade his ride, commanding the system to allocate 1 upgrade point to his motorcycle. Instantly, the motorcycle erupted in a brilliant, glowing light. The system announced that his motorcycle reached fine quality, unlocking the Karma Fire Booster and boosting its max speed by 100 units. After the upgrade, the bike boasted a sleek, polished new frame that radiated raw, menacing power. As Zhen revved the engine, the thunderous roar literally shook the surrounding space. The machine shot forward like a bullet, gliding effortlessly across all types of terrain at an absolutely mind-blowing, unbelievable speed. Even when he had to cross deep, flooded areas at that insane, terrifying velocity, the bike didn't sink. Instead, the water parted right down the middle, carving a perfect path for Zhen to cruise through easily. Exactly 1 year ago, Zhen's life was entirely different. Back then, he was just a dirt-poor, homeless wanderer, dressed in tattered rags with absolutely no roof over his head. The forest where he temporarily stayed had unfortunately become the target of the Fang family, a powerful and ruthless clan. At the time, a group of thugs working for the Fangs cornered and bullied him simply because they caught him picking wild fruit in the woods. Their leader sneered at Zhen, asking where this peasant came from and how he dared steal food on Fang family territory. Zhen was brutally beaten, his face swollen and bruised, with fresh blood streaming down from his forehead. Yet, He dragged himself up to face them, wiping the blood from his lip before speaking up to defend himself. I've been gathering fruit in this forest for years. You guys just got here a few minutes ago, and suddenly claim it belongs to the Fangs? The bully leader scoffed coldly, pulling a special emblem from his pocket and slapping it onto a tree trunk. Glaring at Yan Zhen with total contempt, he made a ruthless declaration. As of right now, this entire forest officially belongs to the Fang family. Refusing to back down, Yan Zhen stood tall to confront them, his voice trembling with pure fury as he asked how they could be so shameless and leave others with nothing. Out of nowhere, a brutal punch slams right into his face. Yan Zhen coughs up blood, crashing hard onto the dirt. The two thugs laugh mockingly, casually turning their backs on him. They walk away in cold blood, leaving him for dead. After a few steps, one thug looks back with a deadly glare. If we ever catch you in this forest again, you're dead. Leaving behind that final threat, they disappear. It takes a long moment before Yan Zhen can drag himself up, leaning against a tree to think. The Fang family has been claiming more of his territory lately. If this keeps up, there won't be any safe place left. Yan Zhen stares blankly at the sky, filled with absolute despair. Out of nowhere, a glowing holographic screen floats directly in front of him. Congratulations. You have unlocked the apocalyptic all things upgrade system. Yan Zhen reads it, completely baffled. Staring at the screen, he asks, "What is this?" The system responds instantly. Level 1. Yan Zhen. Strength 1. Speed 1. Stamina 1. Physical resistance 1. Other resistance 0. Upgrade points available 0. Right below these stats, an experience bar sits completely empty, hovering at the absolute lowest starting point. Out of thin air, 3 strange items drop right at Yan Zhen's feet. A knife, a can of shaving foam, and a razor. The holographic screen shifts, displaying a new notification. Newbie quest, shave and wash up. Please use the provided system items to clean up your appearance. Below are 3 detailed item icons, followed by the final quest reward. Completing this quest grants 1 upgrade point. Yan Zhen stares intently at the strange, mismatched items lying right in front of him. The entire situation is so bizarre and unbelievable that he has to shake his head to make sure he isn't dreaming. But with absolutely no other choices left, he decides to get to work and complete the quest. Yan Zhen gathers the items and walks over to a nearby stream. Although the situation is completely absurd, he has nothing left to lose. Catching his breath, he mutters to himself. It is definitely weird, but he is already at rock bottom. How much worse could it get? He splashes stream water on his face, using the reflection as a mirror to carefully shave his beard and trim his messy hair. Without hesitation, he lifts the knife, chopping off his long, tangled hair. Once the messy grooming is finally done, Yan Zhen looks clean and incredibly handsome, though his tattered, beggar-like clothes stand in hilarious contrast to his newly groomed face. Whispering to the floating system with a mix of curiosity and doubt, he asks, "I'm cleaned up. Now what?" He taps the glowing system screen, and a new notification pops up instantly, confirming that the beginner quest has been successfully completed. 1 upgrade point has been added. The system explains that upgrade points can enhance any person or object, though different targets require different amounts of points to level up. Yan Zhen strokes his chin in deep thought, muttering in pure disbelief. Wait, I can seriously upgrade absolutely anything? Suddenly remembering something, he reaches into his pocket to pull out his last piece of food. But looking down, he only finds a completely crushed, bruised apple sitting in his palm. Sighing in deep disappointment, Yan Zhen looks at the ruined fruit and mutters, "Man, it got totally smashed in that fight." But gripping the ruined apple tightly, he decides to take a wild gamble. Grinning recklessly, he says, "Whatever. Let's just go for it and upgrade this trash." Instantly, a bright surge of energy erupts, wrapping around his hand. When he opens his hand, the apple is completely gone, shocking him to his core. He cries out in utter panic. Where did my food go? But before he can even process the loss, a massive tree erupts right behind him. The single crushed apple has transformed into a towering tree, its heavy branches overflowing with fresh, juicy red apples. Yan Zhen stands frozen, unable to believe his smashed snack just turned into a giant, ancient tree. With just 1 simple upgrade, the tiny seed shot into the sky, creating a massive canopy of cool shade packed with ripe fruit. Finally snapping out of his shock, he yells out in pure excitement, "Holy crap, this upgrade system is absolutely broken." Suddenly, another set of system notifications flashes before Yan Zhen. It is a brand new quest, and this time, the target is much more dangerous. Hunt down 20 zombies. The reward for completion? 1 upgrade point. Underneath, there is a helpful tip. Aside from quest rewards, slaying zombies also grants experience. Once the experience bar is fully leveled up, it yields additional upgrade points. Currently, the bar sits at 0. As night finally falls, he climbs up the massive apple tree to find a thick, comfortable branch to lie back on, resting a pile of ripe apples on his chest. With one hand cushioning his head and the other holding a fresh apple, he lazily stares up at the night sky. Exhaustion from the brutal day weighs heavily on him. He grumbles inwardly. What absolute madness. I can't even get a full meal. And they want me to fight zombies? He closes his eyes, munching on the half-eaten apple, before quickly drifting off to sleep under the cool, dark canopy of the night. But as Zhen deepens into his sleep, strange, brilliant sparks of light suddenly flash nearby. He woke up with a start, his eyes wide as glowing embers drifted through the air. At first, he thought they were fireflies. Zhen looked around, wondering where fireflies would even come from, but the light was far too bright to belong to tiny insects. Looking down, Zhen's eyes widened in sheer shock as he realized a massive, roaring fire was rapidly spreading upward. Underneath his apple tree, the thugs of the Fang family had gathered, lurking silently in the darkness, and now they had hatched a dirty plan to burn his apple tree to the ground. Their leader stood there with his arms crossed, looking up at Zhen and mocking him with a smug sneer. We warned you, idiot. Told you to stay away from here. Ignoring the warnings of the Fang family gets you exactly this. He frowned before bursting into a sadistic laugh that echoed through the quiet night, accompanied by the crackling roar of the flames. Zhen stood frozen for a few seconds. Rage and hatred boiled inside him. He realized that as long as the Fang family existed in this post-apocalyptic world, he would never know peace. His expression darkened as his fingers gripped the bark of the apple tree. He thought, how could I have forgotten? As long as the Fangs are alive in this wasteland, a guy like me will never find peace. With that sudden realization, his eyes turned cold, filled with absolute hatred. He finally made his choice, pushed himself up, and stood straight. Gripping his small blade tight, his eyes flashed in the darkness. Zhen muttered with chilling intent, "You forced my hand." Nearby, 2 of the Fang family goons stood watching, but the smarter one noticed something off. He asked in a worried tone, "Hey, don't you think that's strange? Since when was there a giant branch like that on the tree?" The other thug shrugged it off, completely unbothered. "We probably just missed it earlier. Who cares? It's all burning to ash anyway." Along with that idiot. Suddenly, without a shred of hesitation, Zhen leapt from the high branch, his hand firmly gripping the weapon. He threw his entire weight into a heavy strike, aiming straight for the arrogant leader. The blade sliced downward, tearing his body completely in half as blood splattered everywhere, filling the air with a metallic stench. The remaining thug watched in horror, breaking out in a cold sweat. He scrambled in absolute panic, reaching behind his back to draw his gun as fast as he could. But Zhen was much faster. He spun around, locked eyes with the thug, and lunged forward like a bullet through the air. Moving at terrifying speed, he closed the distance with his razor-sharp blade, ready to strike. Just as the thug pulled the trigger, Zhen grabbed the barrel. The gun went off, but the bullet strayed harmlessly into the dark. Unharmed, he seized the opening and drove his sharp blade deep into the thug's chest. With that single, decisive strike, Zhen finished him off. The goon took a fatal hit and collapsed heavily onto the ground, unable to move or struggle ever again. Zhen looked back at his blazing apple tree, his heart filled with bitter resentment. With a grim expression, he swore vengeance on the Fang family. "Thanks for the reminder. Only when you guys are wiped out can someone like me finally live in peace." Steeled with resolve, he turned and walked away into the dark, never looking back at the blazing inferno. They burned down his tree today, but tomorrow, he would burn down their entire 100-year legacy. Pure hatred surged through his veins, fueling him with a newfound, terrifying power. Every single step he took became a silent oath to brutally destroy everyone who had ever crossed him. Early the next morning, under the dim twilight, Zhen was already out, relentlessly hunting zombies. He slaughtered them one by one, harvesting experience points and steadily growing stronger. As he prepared to level up, the system chimed in. Level 3 reached. Zhen used 2 upgrade points, leaving him with 6 remaining. Looking back, he saw a massive field of slain zombies, alongside all the valuable loot he had gathered after each hard-fought battle. The system notifications kept rolling in. He had acquired a tattered jacket and a pair of tattered sweatpants, acquired tattered sneakers, Acquired 11.43mm handguns. Quantity 35. Reading this, Zhen realized this was his total harvest from a whole morning of hunting. The drop rate was pretty low, but he refused to lose hope. He clenched his fists, reminding himself that getting those upgrade points to jump 2 levels was a win. Fighting ordinary zombies felt way easier and smoother than before. Right then, his status screen showed level 3 Zhen. Strength 3, Speed 3, Stamina 3, Physical Resistance 3, Other Resistance 0. With 6 upgrade points remaining, his experience bar had skyrocketed, filling up over halfway. He tapped the virtual screen. Instantly, the system announced that his tattered jacket, tattered sweatpants, and tattered sneakers were being upgraded. He received a common jacket, common sweatpants, and brand new common sneakers. Zhen walked out of the forest, wearing his upgraded gear. He looked much cleaner and put together than his previous beggar-like self, though his tattered inner t-shirt remained unchanged. Zhen raised the gun close to his face. His eyes locked onto it as he murmured to himself. He still had 3 upgrade points left, and this next upgrade would be the most critical. He paused for a moment, carefully pondering his next step. Standard zombies were bad enough, but berserk ones were even more lethal and harder to kill. On top of that, a rare few even possessed terrifying special abilities. His current arsenal simply wasn't enough to handle them. He quickly calculated that his upgraded pistol would be useless against a berserk zombie, muttering to himself in concern. Without hesitation, Zhen decided to dump all his remaining points into upgrading his primary weapon. He tapped the screen, confirming the prompt to upgrade his firearm. The system immediately consumed 1 point. The pistol transformed into a high-powered weapon, boasting a massive 51% boost in damage output. But he didn't stop there, immediately spending 2 more points for another upgrade. His high-powered pistol evolved into an elite gun, boosting its damage, accuracy, and range by 50%. Every crucial stat was massively improved. The system screen then revealed that the next evolution to an epic gun would cost 3 upgrade points. It offered a massive 250% boost to damage, accuracy, and range. It even unlocked a jump shot skill, allowing him to pull off rapid-fire trick shots in midair. But the requirement for the subsequent tier was brutal: a specific quest completion and 4 more upgrade points. Upgrading from epic to legendary would grant another 250% boost to damage and accuracy. Along with range, it added target locking for guaranteed hits and a blink shot skill to instantly war. He could literally teleport along the bullet's path. Yet, Zhen sighed, looking at his gun with a slight sense of disappointment since its physical appearance hadn't changed at all. He couldn't help but grumble under his breath. What is this? No cosmetic changes at all? Do I seriously have to pay real cash just to unlock a skin? Suddenly, a loud gunshot echoed nearby. The sound was incredibly close, making him freeze in surprise as he whispered. The gunfire came from a group of Fang family mercenaries who had surrounded their target. They were hunting down a frail, ragged man who was desperately running for his life in absolute terror, but he was ruthlessly gunned down, dying with his eyes wide open. One of the Fang family mercenaries, Captain Hu, casually puffed on a cigarette right after taking the life. His voice was dripping with absolute mockery and disgust, chilling the air around them. Why couldn't you just die quietly? You had to run and waste my precious ammo. His subordinate standing right behind him near their pickup truck chimed in, asking a question with cold curiosity. Captain, what should we do with this girl? They were holding a fragile, terrified girl named En Xiaoqi. Huddled in a corner, her clothes torn and her body trembling, she looked at her captors with tear-filled eyes of pure despair. Captain Hu, notoriously ruthless, scoffed at the question before replying in a chillingly cold, sinister tone. What do you mean? She just lost her companion, after all. He turned to her with bloodshot eyes, grinning like a literal demon straight from hell. The bastard then slowly continued speaking with sick, twisted amusement. Naturally, we are going to take good care of her. He then stalked closer to En Xiaoqi, his face twisted with sheer malice, taking a sickening pleasure in watching her squirm in absolute terror. Clutching his upgraded pistol tightly, Zhen hid behind a massive tree trunk, stealthily watching the unfolding situation to see what they would do. With a tense look, Zhen boldly peeked out from behind the tree trunk, closely observing the squad, while running a strategic analysis in his head. 5 men, 4 rifles, 1 pistol, standard tactical vests. He was level 3, and his upgraded gun had insane accuracy. A surprise attack would give him the upper hand. But then, he heard the leader bark a cruel demand at the girl. It was Captain Hu, staring at her with filthy lust and a depraved grin as he issued a sickening command. Are you going to strip yourself? Or do we have to tear those rags off you? His filthy laugh made the air feel heavy, and Xiaoqi bit her lip, clutching her tattered clothes with all the strength she had left. She glared up at the brute, her tear-filled eyes burning with absolute hatred, as if she wished she could tear him apart. Her defiance only excited the leader more, his face twisting with vile anticipation. His eyes glowed with demonic lust, a sickening grin stretching across his face as drool literally dripped from his chin. He reached his filthy hand toward her, muttering in a voice thick with lust. It has been way too long since I had a girl this fresh. Before he could finish his vile sentence, a sudden bullet tore right through his skull, sending a horrific spray of blood painting the nearby ground. His remaining lackeys froze in absolute shock, utterly clueless as to where the fatal shot had even come from. Turning to where the bullet came from, they only see a dark figure standing right in the bushes ahead. Another deadly rain of bullets quickly rains down upon these terrified mercenaries. That shadowy figure is none other than Zhen. He stands there, aiming his gun cold-bloodedly right at them. He was the one who fired that first decisive shot with an icy look on his face. Without giving the mercenaries a second to react, Zhen fires again. Another deafening gunshot echoes loudly through the thick, heavy air of the jungle. Seeing their comrades drop, the mercenaries flee in sheer panic, but none can escape. Zhen systematically hunts them down, landing a bullet in every single target. Gunshots, desperate footsteps, and terrified screams blend together, turning the dark jungle into a scene of pure, chaotic madness. Running out of ammo, Zhen instantly drops the empty mag and, in the blink of an eye, slides a fresh clip in. He calmly walks forward, cold and unyielding. Stepping past the mercenaries' corpses, he ruthlessly fires a bonus bullet into each of them to make absolutely sure they stay down, leaving them dead with eyes wide open. With the wicked mercenary group completely wiped out now, Zhen walks straight over to Xiaoqi, who is trembling in a corner. Crouching down before her, he reaches his hand out toward her face as if about to do something. Xiaoqi flushes, quickly looking away in a panic. Her mind races with utter confusion as she wonders what on earth he is planning to do. Whether it is fear or something else making her blush remains a complete mystery. Turning her head, she rests her chin on her hand, her face growing redder than she ever imagined. Even if you did save me, and even if you are totally handsome, this still isn't okay. As for Zhen, he has absolutely no clue what is running through her head. His focus is entirely locked on the system screen, floating right before her. It turns out his hand was only reaching toward Xiaoqi to open his floating system interface. Once opened, the system panel displays the emergency rescue quest. The reward is 2 upgrade points, but the status is inexplicably marked as incomplete. Zhen frowns in confusion, slowly stroking his chin. He wonders why it still says incomplete when he clearly saved Xiaoqi. The entire mercenary squad sent by the Fang family has already been utterly wiped out by his own hands. He even double-tapped every single corpse. Why is it still unfinished? Suddenly, Zhen gasps, his eyes widening as a truly horrifying realization hits him. Before he can process it, Xiaoqi spots something. Turning pale with terror, she begins to tremble and stammer. She repeatedly points behind Zhen, her face completely pale. Standing right behind his back is a bloody figure whose raspy, deeply unsettling voice suddenly echoes in the quiet air. TSK, TSK, TSK. Zhen grimaces, his nerves instantly winding tight. The thing standing directly behind him is indeed the leader of that mercenary squad. However, his human head has now mutated into a terrifying beast, looking absolutely horrific and unnatural. With 3 fan-like blades sprouting from its head, the monster sneers wickedly. It speaks in an ecstatic voice, saying that having its head blown off actually felt amazingly good. Bearing its razor-sharp claws, the beast gets into a combat stance, mockingly sneering that it was just careless to be blindsided by a mere human before promising to send them both to hell next. Standing right behind him, Xiaoqi stares at the beast, her body trembling with absolute terror. This raw fear only fuels the creature's twisted amusement. It laughs loudly, mockingly asking if she is already scared out of her mind. The real horror has not even begun yet. Staring closely at the monster's hideous, horribly wrinkled face and its rotting, blistered skin oozing with decay, Xiaoqi feels an intense wave of nausea that violently twists her stomach. She covers her mouth, letting out a weak, desperate gag. She tries her best to hold it back, but eventually, she cannot resist the urge anymore. Bending over and vomiting right onto the dirt, wiping her mouth, she stands up but immediately feels dizzy and lightheaded. stumbling until she leans heavily against a nearby military vehicle. Clutching her stomach with one hand, she weakly waves her other hand toward Yan Zhen. She wheezes out weakly, saying she just cannot handle looking at disgusting things like this. And Xiaoqi's miserable state makes Yan Zhen completely speechless, leaving him to shake his head in utter exasperation. He cannot believe that in the middle of a life-or-death crisis, she is actually focusing on that. Unable to wait any longer, the monster crouches like a frog and aggressively leaps forward, launching a savage attack right at them. Enraged by their insults, it roars out a string of furious nonsense, shaking the ground beneath it. Suddenly, a thick cloud of black smoke erupts, kicking up debris and completely blinding Yan Zhen for a brief moment. While Yan Zhen is frowning in confusion trying to see through the haze, the monster's massive fist suddenly materializes directly before his eyes. It misses his face by mere inches, but the sheer force of the punch completely shatters the military vehicle behind him. Believing it has already crushed Yan Zhen, the monster laughs triumphantly. It turns its head to An Xiaoqi with utter contempt, mocking that to zombie soldiers like them, humans are nothing but fragile paper dolls. Right after saying that, it stretches out its long, grotesque arm, aiming directly to crush An Xiaoqi's head as its next target. But suddenly, the beast halts mid-motion, grunting in sheer confusion. Confused, it looks back, only to find its own fist firmly stuck inside the gaping hole it smashed into the military vehicle, causing it to curse angrily. All right, this battered old RV is proving to be a major obstacle. The monster stares into the dark hole it just punched, realizing its hand is not stuck at all. Instead, Yan Zhen is standing there, holding its fist in an iron grip. Terrified, the beast screams, "My fist was stopped? Impossible." Without wasting a single second, Yan Zhen grips its scaly arm and violently yanks the beast forward. Then, he delivers a light kick to its stomach. That simple tap sends the monster flying hundreds of meters, slamming into a distant tree and blowing a massive hole right through the trunk. From that devastating impact, the monster lands on one hand and knee, its head bowed. Bleeding from the mouth, the beast can barely stand, its face completely filled with terror and worry. It wonders how a mere human could possess such terrifying strength. Is he also a corpse soldier? But there is absolutely no scent of corpse energy on him. When the monster finally looks back up, Yan Zhen has completely vanished from sight. There is only a gaping hole left in the vehicle. The beast mutters, "Where did he go?" Nearby, and Xiaoqi also glances over in sheer curiosity to check where he stood. Confused, the monster looks at An Xiaoqi, but she simply shrugs her shoulders. She shakes her head to show she has no clue. Suddenly, a cold click echoes right by the monster's ear. It turns to find Yan Zhen holding a gun, staring down with freezing eyes. He growls coldly, "I will only ask you once. What is a corpse soldier?" Cold sweat pours down the monster as it stares at the gun pointed at its head. Realizing it is at a massive disadvantage, the corpse soldier yields. It explains that corpse soldiers are created by merging violent zombies with humans, genetically engineering them into high-level biological weapons. As the monster obediently answers, it secretly plots. It plans to feed him information to lower his guard, even though it has no idea how this human became so strong. As long as its head is spared, it can easily counterattack. The corpse soldier quietly channels its strength into its claws, waiting for the perfect moment to strike Yan Zhen down. But that simple answer is not enough to satisfy Yan Zhen. He coldly demands to know who created them. As Yan Zhen asks, the monster quickly answers every single question. It names Feng Wengen, the lead scientist of the Feng family's research facility. Yan Zhen frowns, realizing it's the Feng family once again. Noticing Yan Zhen's distraction, the monster smirks inwardly. It believes he is wavering and continues trying to deceive him with more talk. The opportunity for a sneak attack is coming. The beast smugly thinks it has outsmarted the hunter, but unfortunately, the plan fails miserably. Not only did the creature leak crucial information, it is about to receive a bullet straight to the skull. Having obtained the answers he wanted, Yan Zhen pulls the trigger, sending a bullet right through the corpse soldier's head. Shocked by the sudden shot, the corpse soldier curses in disbelief. It collapses to the ground to play dead, smoke rising from its head, while screaming inside its mind, "Damn it, this kid has absolutely no honor. How could he shoot before even finishing his questions?" Furious, yet relieved, the monster thinks to itself, "Thank goodness he missed my core brain. I will just play dead, recover, and bring high-level corpse soldiers to slaughter him." Suddenly, another bullet zips through the air, aimed directly at its skull, leaving it utterly bewildered. But you and I know he has a cheat code. With his system, Yan Zhen knows exactly if the beast is truly dead. So, Instead of letting it slide, he keeps pulling the trigger, pumping more lead into its skull. Zhen relentlessly unloads into the creature's head, showing absolutely no signs of stopping. His face darkens. The more he thinks about the Fang family, who ruined his life, the angrier he gets, unleashing a merciless rain of bullets onto the beast to vent. Furious, he growls every word. The Fang family? Corpse soldiers? Are you kidding me? Gunshots continue to echo as bullets tear into the monster's body. Empty magazines clatter onto the ground one after another as he keeps reloading. It is very clear that Zhen has absolutely no intention of letting this creature off easy. He continues shooting while muttering in pure hatred. The Fang family? Huh? Corpse soldiers? Is that it? Standing nearby, and Xiaoqi watches the entire scene in wide-eyed terror. Her jaw drops as he brutally mutilates the dead monster while endlessly whispering to himself. She thinks to herself that this man is terrifying enough to send shivers down her spine. Zhen only stops after emptying his 5th consecutive magazine. He finally leaves the mangled remains of the corpse soldier. With its head completely turned to mush, there is absolutely no way it can survive this. Once again, the glowing system interface appears right before his eyes. Quest completed. 2 upgrade points added. Experience points are maxed out, giving 1 more upgrade point. Total usable upgrade points now stand at 3. Zhen sighs with relief. Fortunately, these brand new upgrade points are just what he needs to calm his lingering anger. He immediately orders the system to increase his level by 1, keeping the remaining points in reserve. The system immediately complies with his command, and the panel quickly displays his updated stats. Level 4, Zhen. Strength is B, Speed is B, Stamina is B, and Physical Resistance is B. Other resistances, 0. Usable upgrade points, 2. Right below the small experience bar, we can see another line of text appearing. The system announces that Zhen has acquired a new skill, Point Retrieval, which allows him to reclaim upgrade points from previously upgraded targets. The cooldown for retrieving points is now 24 hours. This breakthrough officially pushes Zhen up to level 4. But as he stands there, staring blankly at the empty space in front of him, and Xiaoqi gets curious. She inches closer, mimicking Sun Wukong looking into the distance, trying to see what is going on, and asks him in wonder, "Is there something there? Why do you keep staring?" Zhen merely glances at her, remaining completely silent as usual. Zhen steps forward to scavenge. As he gathers supplies, the system alerts him that he has acquired a pistol, a silencer, a tactical vest, and ammo, securing everything useful in sight. Turning to Xiaoqi, Zhen casually tells her, "You are safe now, so you should leave this place." Blushing with embarrassment, Xiaoqi musters up her courage and firmly asks, "I want to hire you to escort me back to my village." But Zhen looks at her with an icy stare and coldly rejects her offer. "I refuse. I do not have time to act as a bodyguard." Instead, he focuses on his next move, planning to hunt more zombies to farm upgrade points and prepare for the dangerous battles ahead. Without waiting for her reply, Zhen quickly gets up and starts walking away, casually waving over his shoulder to say goodbye to the girl. He softly says, "See you around." He barely takes a few steps before frowning in annoyance. It turns out, Xiaoqi has dashed over and grabbed his leg, crying hysterically, while shamelessly begging him not to leave her behind. "What if I run into bad guys again on my way back? How could a kind hero like you let a pretty girl like me get bullied? And let us not even mention, those terrifying zombies could jump out at any moment. I am way too scared to handle that. Please escort me back. My grandfather is the village chief, and he will reward you handsomely." Right as she says this, a system screen pops up. It is a temporary escort quest, instructing him to safely bring this pink-haired girl back to her village. The reward is a sweet upgrade point. Staring at the system screen, Zhen rubs his chin thoughtfully, realizing that real-world requests can actually trigger official system quests for him. After quickly weighing his options, Zhen does not hesitate to tap the accept button right in front of him. A short while later, Zhen leads Xiaoqi directly into a massive car junkyard filled with rusted, broken down, and completely shattered vehicles of all shapes and sizes. Confused by their detour, Xiaoqi asks him in disbelief, "Wait, this is the exact opposite direction of the village. Why are we here?" Without showing any enthusiasm, Zhen gives a blunt, 2-word reply, "Finding wheels." This leaves Xiaoqi even more puzzled as she questions him with deep suspicion. "What? Every vehicle here has been junked for at least 10 years. What could we possibly use one for?" Zhen ignores her completely, searching until he mutters, "Aha, found it." The two of them walk up to a heavily damaged, ancient car, which is even missing its entire engine. After inspecting the wreckage for a moment, Zhen decides on this one, claiming its overall condition is actually pretty decent. Naturally, and Xiaoqi is baffled as to why he is picking a junker that cannot even start. She dramatically shuts her eyes, waving her hands around to play blind, and mocks him by saying, "Oh my, did I suddenly go blind? Because I cannot see the engine anywhere." Her sarcastic comment leaves him feeling completely helpless. It is almost too ridiculous. Ignoring her, Zhen places his hand on the car hood. Instantly, a mystical jade-green aura erupts and wraps around the entire vehicle. Suddenly, that energy explodes into a brilliant, blinding flash of light, grimacing from the glare, and Xiaoqi shields her eyes with her hands and screams out in sheer panic, "What is happening? I am going blind." Once the intense light finally fades away, and Xiaoqi lowers her hands to inspect the vehicle, looking at what was once a useless pile of scrap metal, her jaw drops in complete disbelief. That broken down, useless wreck has miraculously transformed into a sleek, brand new, and incredibly shiny luxury supercar right before her eyes. Right on cue, the system chimes in with its precise, mechanical, and monotone notification voice. Upgrade complete. 1 upgrade point consumed to obtain an Aston Martin DB. Unable to believe her eyes, and Xiaoqi points a trembling finger at the ride, stammering in pure, unadulterated shock. This must be an illusion. A total illusion. Eventually, the two of them hop inside and speed off. The luxury vehicle flies solo down the open road, tearing through the vast, barren wasteland and kicking up a massive cloud of dust behind them. Sitting inside, and Xiaoqi cannot help but touch and feel every single detail of the high-end interior. She continuously gushes over the car, her voice dripping with sheer excitement and admiration. Wow, incredible. Aside from the wealthy elites living in the Holy Light City, finding someone outside who actually owns a working car is already extremely rare. Yet you literally used magic to transform a pile of useless junk into this sleek luxury ride. She turns to look at him, her eyes sparkling with intense gratitude, as she showers him with endless praise alongside a beaming, radiant smile. "First you saved my life, and now you can turn literal trash into treasure. You must be a hero sent from heaven." Zhen stares back at Xiaoqi, completely caught off guard by her dramatic claims. Turning away, Zhen silently refocuses his gaze on the open road ahead. He shrugged it off, waving his hand with complete indifference. "Please, I'm no hero. Just someone pushed too far by the Fang family." She quickly changed the subject, asking in an excited, energetic voice, "I am Xiaoqi. What about you?" He answered naturally and casually, "Yan Chen." Yan as in Yama, and Chen as in earthquake. They had met earlier, but only now had the chance to introduce themselves. But mid-sentence, suddenly, the rear-view mirror caught a massive object hurtling toward their car at an incredibly terrifying, threatening speed. Seeing this, Yan Chen's eyes widened in shock, instantly on high alert. Reacting instantly, Yan Chen shouted out an urgent warning to Xiaoqi, yelling, "Hold on tight." With that, he slammed the steering wheel with all his might, desperately trying to dodge that incoming threat. Clueless about what was happening, and Xiaoqi gripped the door handle for dear life. She asked him in a trembling, panicked voice, "What is wrong with you?" Just then, a massive, boulder-like entity crashed heavily onto the ground right beside their car. If Yan Chen had not swerved so quickly, this brand new car would have been crushed to absolute pieces, and Xiaoqi anxiously looked back to see what it was, only to find a massive creature with giant legs stomping the ground in the distance, kicking up an incredibly chaotic and terrifying cloud of dust and debris. It was a tyrant zombie, identified as the Thunderstone Corpse. With a level currently unmeasurable by the system, that giant tyrant zombie glared intensely at his car speeding ahead. The beast was absolutely gargantuan in size. Its entire body was pure muscle with stone fused to its flesh, holding a massive club of devastating power. This terrifying monster was absolutely not an easy opponent to handle. The tyrant zombie tossed a massive boulder, swinging its club like a baseball bat to send the rock flying at high speed. Naturally, its trajectory was aimed directly at Yan Chen's speeding car. The giant rock tore through the air, hurtling toward them at breakneck speed. Yan Chen was just as quick, swerving the car sharply to the side. They dodged the boulder by a hair, which slammed into the ground and unleashed a massive, violent shockwave. Dirt and debris exploded everywhere into the sky. Only now did Xiaoqi casually remember, saying with innocent cluelessness, "Oh, that tyrant zombie used to roam around here all the time." Furious, Yan Chen turned to look at her, shouting in absolute frustration. Why didn't you tell me that earlier? Shyly scratching her head, and Xiaoqi stuttered with an apologetic, awkward look. I just remembered. Yan Chen looked completely dumbfounded, totally helpless against this incredibly troublesome girl. Turning his gaze back to the road, he spoke with serious, tense urgency. They had to shake the beast behind them immediately. Dodging flying boulders every single time was simply impossible. Suddenly, Yan Chen asked which way to go at the fork, as the road ahead split into two dusty, obscured pathways, and Xiaoqi answered seriously, her focus completely locked in. The right path works, but half of it is uneven, and will slow us down. Yan Chen immediately pressed further with frantic urgency. What about the left? She replied in panic. No way. The nearest bridge over the Grand Canyon is broken. Hearing this, Yan Chen's eyes lit up as a wild, reckless idea sparked in his mind. Without a second thought, Yan Chen slammed on the gas and veered onto the left path. He drove straight toward the broken bridge and Xiaoqi had just warned him about. Seeing this, she turned to him in pure terror, shrieking at the top of her lungs. No, this is wrong. The bridge ahead is broken. Yet Yan Chen remained completely unfazed, coldly muttering, "We die together." His face looked absolutely terrifying now, radiating a cold, dark, and menacing aura. And Xiaoqi panicked even more. Turning pale, she frantically clawed at the car door, thinking to herself that Yan Chen had completely lost his mind. Trembling, she screamed, "You are definitely crazy. Unlock the doors. I want to get out right now." After successfully riling Xiaoqi up, Yan Chen simply smirked, speaking with a bizarre, highly sarcastic calmness. "I promised to get you to the village, so nobody is getting off halfway." Meanwhile, the tyrant zombie was hot on their heels. The monster furiously hurled massive rocks at their car. By this time, they were rapidly approaching the edge of the broken bridge, while rocks continued to rain down around them like a barrage of heavy explosive artillery in total, terrifying chaos. This massive bridge connected two regions, suspended over a deep abyss with a raging, fast-flowing river churning far below, with a massive, gaping hole right in the middle of the bridge. Plunging down meant sending yourself straight to the afterlife. In an instant, the car reached the broken bridge's edge. Yet, he did not slow down even a single bit, and Xiaoqi covered her face, screaming in absolute horror. In contrast, Yan Chen sat beside her, with a highly confident, smug smirk on his face. Suddenly, he reached his hand out of the car window. A mysterious, mystical blue energy began to swirl and erupt from his hand. That surge of power binds massive stones together, lifting them to seamlessly repair the broken bridge. With a final lock, the structure is restored to its original state, standing as solid and unshakable as it was before the collapse. Right on cue, the system chimes in with a cold, mechanical voice, announcing that the broken bridge is now upgraded. Successfully restoring the bridge consumes 1 upgrade point. Watching this happen, and Xiaoqi forgets her terror, completely frozen in absolute shock. She pokes her head out of the car window, eyes wide in disbelief as she stammers out a shocked question. Is that even possible?" The SUV roars across to the other side, but the second they cross, Yan Chen suddenly slams on the brakes. He pulls a sharp U-turn right at the edge of the bridge, just as the clumsy berserker zombie reaches the very center of the span. Terrified by the move, Xiaoqi clutches her head in complete despair, weeping and pleading with him to keep driving. "Why are we stopping? What on earth are you doing?" Ignoring her panic, Yan Chen extends his hand out the window and waves, leaving the monster utterly confused. As the beast freezes in suspicion, he calmly gives Xiaoqi a quiet command, "Get over here." Meanwhile, the berserker zombie stands its ground, tossing a massive chunk of stone like a baseball. As the rock floats into the air, the beast winds up with its crude club, stepping into a perfect batter's stance, ready to launch a lethal home run right at them. But before it can swing, the monster's body starts to shake. And it's not just him, the entire bridge begins to tremble violently. A sudden wave of weightlessness hits the beast. It turns out, Yan Chen just deactivated his skill, sending the supporting stones into a sudden free fall. Without the magical bind, the repaired section of the bridge instantly crumbles, snapping right back into a broken wreck. Trapped right in the middle, the berserker zombie plummets into the deep abyss. Alongside massive blocks of shattered stone, the beast is dragged down, helpless against the violent, raging rapids below. The system's flat voice chimes in again. The upgraded bridge has been downgraded. Broken bridge recovered, and 1 upgrade point has been returned. Just like that, his spent upgrade point is fully restored. The golden aura of raw power flows right back across the bridge, smoothly reabsorbing into Yan Zhen's outstretched arm. Witnessing this mind-boggling trap, and Xiaoqi loses her mind all over again. Her face drains of color as she tries to process what just happened. She stammers out, You used a bridge upgrade to kill a monster?" But he completely ignores her mental breakdown, staring down at his system with a disappointed sigh. "My experience bar didn't even budge. That berserker zombie is definitely still alive." She catches his words, but has absolutely no idea what they mean. Confused, she turns to him, asking curiously, "What's an experience bar?" Yan Zhen doesn't bother explaining. He just hits the gas pedal hard, his voice suddenly sharp and urgent. "Hang on tight. That monster is going to climb back up any second now." But Xiaoqi shakes her head, sounding quite certain. "That's unlikely. These beasts are highly territorial. That's actually how our scavengers manage to avoid them when we go out looking for supplies." Yan Zhen grips the wheel, steering the SUV down the road while raising a highly skeptical question. "When you find supplies, doesn't the Wan family just come and steal them?" Xiaoqi answers him with a casual, defeated shrug. "If the Fang family mercenaries catch us, they strip us clean. But the Wan family soldiers usually settle for an 80-20 split." She holds up two fingers to emphasize the point. Hearing this, Yan Zhen glances over at her, his voice dripping with pure disbelief. 80%? That is straight-up highway robbery. Leaning back to rest her eyes, Xiaoqi offers a defense, explaining that in exchange, the Wan family actually sends troops to protect our scattered villages from zombie onslaughts. Besides, they confiscated almost all of our weapons anyway. Since we can't defend ourselves, giving them their cut is the only way to survive. He scoffs at her logic, mockingly pointing out that these so-called protectors are just bandits who rob you first, then promise to keep you safe. With the Wan family, that kind of exploitation is business as usual. But as the words leave his mouth, two intimidating vehicles, a white car, and a heavy military transport block the road ahead. The moment she spots them, and Xiaoqi's eyes widen in sheer panic. She gasps in terror, warning him that it's a Wan family convoy. As Yan Zhen's vehicle slowly rolls up to meet them, the leading white car pulls to a sudden stop. A passenger clad in a bright orange shirt pokes his head out of the rear window, staring at Yan Zhen's pristine, high-end vehicle with an intense mix of jealousy and disbelief. Sensing the hostile glare coming from the luxury car, Yan Zhen's brows knit together in annoyance. He flashes his cold, piercing blue eyes back, staring the man down. The orange-clad man keeps his eyes glued to the passing SUV. Even as they roll past each other, he cranes his neck, unable to look away. He gasps in complete amazement. As it turns out, this flamboyant guy in the dragon print orange shirt is none other than Fang Shuo. Slumping back into his seat, Fang Shuo's envy quickly morphs into boiling, uncontrollable rage. He points furiously in the direction of Yan Zhen's departing vehicle, harshly barking a direct order to his driver. "That punk just glared at me. Spin the car around. We're going to teach him a lesson." As the local supply manager for the southern region, Fang Shuo isn't used to being disrespected. Sitting right next to him is a white-haired woman named Olsen, the captain of the supply escort unit. Crossing her arms, she gives him an annoyed side-eye and coldly shuts him down, reminding him they still have scheduled supply runs in several villages today, so there's no time for petty fights. Besides, in this brutal post-apocalyptic era, decent cars have long been seized or stripped bare. Anyone driving a pristine ride like that in the outer zone is definitely not someone to mess with. Fang Shuo scowled in sheer annoyance. He slid closer to her, smirking, as he draped his arm behind Olsen's seat. He barked out in a highly challenging and mocking tone, "Are you trying to teach me how to do my job?" Olsen found his incredibly arrogant attitude deeply annoying, but she ultimately held back, replying with forced patience, "I didn't mean it that way. I'm just saying, if we return to the city late, your date with that superstar is pretty much ruined." Hearing about his precious date, the utterly shameless Fang Shuo scrambled right back into his original seat, grinning eagerly as he happily shouted, Right, let's go, let's hurry to the next village." Olsen said nothing in response, simply leaning her head against the window, staring at her reflection while silently cursing Fang Shuo in utter disgust. What an idiot. A short while later, Yan Zhen's vehicle finally arrived at Xiaoqi's village. Surprisingly, the entire place was just a makeshift settlement made of massive shipping containers stacked closely together to form a tiny village. An elderly man with white hair and tattered clothes suddenly appeared. He was none other than the village chief, and also Xiaoqi's grandfather. Hearing the commotion outside, The old man grabbed his cane and stepped out of his container to investigate, highly alert. The village chief muttered to himself with deep suspicion, "What is that noise?" Just as Xiaoqi climbed out of the car, she spotted her grandfather and waved excitedly, calling out to him. Seeing his granddaughter finally return after being gone for so long, the village chief was completely stunned. Beaming like a happy child, he called her name in sheer excitement. Xiaoqi. Hearing the noise, other villagers rushed out and were equally thrilled to see her back. They looked at each other, sighing in pure relief. Thank goodness, Xiaoqi is back. Staring closely at his beloved granddaughter, and Xiaoqi's grandfather just couldn't hold back his tears, weeping uncontrollably as his trembling hands reached out to hug her closely. The emotional village chief choked up, saying in a shaking voice, "You went out to find a settlement, and you've been gone for over half a month, I thought." And Xiaoqi, sobbing, tearfully recounted everything to her grandfather in a hurt voice. "I'm fine, but Xiao Chen, who went with me, was killed halfway by the Fang family." And Xiaoqi didn't forget to introduce Yan Zhen standing behind her, pointing toward him and speaking to her grandfather with immense gratitude. "This time, thanks to Yan Zhen, I made it back safely. I promised him a great reward for bringing me home. Didn't we have some treasures left? Hurry and bring them out for him." Behind her, Yan Zhen just smiled politely, waving friendly at Xiaoqi's grandfather, and Xiaoqi's grandfather looked at him, then suddenly leaned in and whispered into her ear with a very worried expression. "About that. The Fang family's supply manager came by earlier." Hearing this, and Xiaoqi stood there completely dazed, while Yan Zhen, still entirely oblivious to the situation, casually yawned behind her, looking totally relaxed. Xiaoqi's grandfather continued to whisper his complaints, delivering the bad news that all the good treasures they had hidden were completely gone. Hearing that, and Xiaoqi had no choice but to blush and walk up to Yan Zhen, awkwardly stammering out an apologetic explanation. About the reward I promised you. I don't think we can give it to you anymore. Could we use another method instead?" Yan Zhen didn't care at all, coldly tossing back an indifferent reply. "Forget it. I didn't come here for those things anyway." Then, he immediately turned to open his car door. Just then, the system notified him that the escort mission was complete, rewarding him with 2 upgrade points. With 3 upgrade points now available, Yan Zhen glanced back at Xiaoqi and spoke in his usual cold, brief tone. "Just tell me where the nearest zombies are." And Xiaoqi immediately pointed her hand toward the distant mountain, replying with eager enthusiasm, "Go that way for about half an hour. There's a pack of zombies up there." Still, and Xiaoqi felt a bit worried. She kindly warned him, "But there are some violent zombies up there that are not easy to deal with. If you go alone." Suddenly, Yan Zhen leaned in close, bringing his face right up to hers, and commanding authoritatively, "Hurry up and commission me to clear out those zombies." With less than a handspan of space between them, and Xiaoqi blushed furiously, gasping out in pure and utter embarrassment. The onlookers standing around gasped, muttering in astonishment at how incredibly close the two had suddenly got. Unable to handle the embarrassment, and Xiaoqi blushed so hard steam practically came out of her ears. She turned her head away to avoid his gaze, before stammering out a shaky agreement to Yan Zhen's request. Please help us clear the zombies on the nearby mountain." The moment she finished speaking, the system instantly popped up with a new notification. Yan Zhen smirked, staring at the newly displayed system commission to hunt the mountain zombies. "Clear out all zombies on the nearby mountain. Reward: 3 upgrade points, and the experience bar increases by nearly 1%. Reading this, he grinned with deep satisfaction. Just as he thought, getting a direct commission like this converted it into an official system quest. With everything settled, Yan Zhen quickly hopped in his vehicle and drove straight up the mountain, leaving the admiring villagers staring after him. Watching the departing car, and Xiaoqi suddenly smiled. Blushing slightly, she thought to herself, bashfully. For some strange reason, he radiated absolute reliability. Standing behind them, the sharp-eyed Chief Lamb immediately read his granddaughter's heart. With a bright, knowing smile, the old man began teasing her playfully, his voice full of mischief. "Tell me, what is his name?" Missing the hidden meaning, Xiaoqi questioned him with pure innocence. "Grandpa, what is wrong with your memory? Didn't he just say his name is Yan Zhen?" Still smiling warmly, Chief Lamb pressed on with a knowing wink. "I am asking for my future great-grandson's name." Blushing furiously, Xiaoqi covered her face and ran. "Grandpa, stop!" the chief shouted. "Where are you going?" Left behind, the chief sighed in playful defeat. Suddenly, she spun around, hands still shielding her burning cheeks, and blurted out in utter embarrassment. "His name will be Yanjin." Chief Lamb gasped in sheer shock, shouting out after her. Wait, you actually already picked out a baby name? The old man never expected his granddaughter to think that far ahead. Shaking his head, he turned toward Yanzhen's departing truck, muttering with a mix of worry and respect. That kid is truly a beast. Going in completely alone, that mountain peak holds horrors that even the elite defense force fears to provoke. After a long drive, Yanzhen finally reached the mountain. Leaving his truck at the forest edge, he stepped inside alone, driven by absolute resolve. As he walked, he wasted no time upgrading his gear. Prompted by his actions, the system mechanical voice chimed in, "Upgrade complete. 1 upgrade point consumed." The moment the upgrade finished, the system panel flashed to display his updated stats. Stats updated. Level 5 Yanzhen. Strength A. Speed 5. Stamina A. Physical resistance 5. Other resistances 0. 0 available upgrade points. Experience bar is over 1/3 full. Below that, a notification revealed a passive physical skill, allowing him to see level indicators above his targets. This skill converts incoming damage directly into health loss, and if his health drops below 20%, his movement speed becomes restricted. Yanzhen stared intently at the holographic display, thinking to himself, I can still be injured by a zombie's heavy bite. The infection could still spread. This other resistance must be for zombie poison, but who knows when it unlocks. Suddenly, a strange rustling echoed deep within the thick forest. Turning around, Yanzhen spotted a pack of fierce, blood-red-eyed zombies charging straight at him with terrifying speed and sheer aggression. But their levels were too low to pose any real threat. The leader was only level 3, while the other 2 were mere level 2s. Without a second thought, Yanzhen lunged forward to wipe them out. Gripping his cold steel weapon, he blitzed past them like an arrow, decapitating each target with lightning speed and surgical precision. In less than a single second, the entire zombie pack was cleanly annihilated. The effortless kills maxed out his experience bar, granting him an upgrade point and raising his available total to 3. Instantly, the system panel flashed, asking if he wanted to upgrade his basic handgun. Yanzhen tapped yes, and within a fraction of a second, the firearm underwent a massive transformation from an elite pistol to an epic marksman handgun, boosting damage, accuracy, and range by 200% each. He also acquired the jump shot skill, allowing him to fire curved trajectories mid-air, though each leap reduces damage by 20% while applying a slow effect. With 3 upgrade points spent, leaving him with 0, the weapon in his grip began to physically reshape in a magical flash of light. But just as the system alerts faded, a massive spear suddenly came hurtling toward Yanzhen's back out of nowhere. Hearing the deadly whistle cutting through the air, he spun around instantly as a deafening screech of clashing metal rang out. Luckily, Yanzhen's lightning-fast reflexes saved him as he swung his blade without hesitation, deflecting the projectile out of its deadly trajectory with incredible skill. The spear snapped in 2, knocking the blade from his grip and sending him stumbling backward off balance. Fortunately, he snatched his weapon back mid-air and regained his footing. Looking toward the dark figure who threw the spear, Yanzhen gasped inwardly in surprise. What insane kinetic force! That shadow was actually a level 5 elite berserk zombie named Gloria. Clutched in its hand was another massive spear, identical to the one it just threw. Its muscular, towering physique left no doubt that this encounter would be incredibly tough for Yanzhen. Recognizing the danger, he quickly fell back into a defensive stance. Raising his blade to eye level, he thought to himself with extreme caution, first time seeing a named zombie. This guy looks incredibly dangerous. The berserk zombie remained dead silent. It quietly spun its giant spear to build momentum, pouring raw power into its shoulder before winding up. Like a released crossbow bolt, the spear tore through the air, hurtling forward. The projectile flew so fast, it left only a blurry afterimage, accompanied by a terrifying, high-pitched screech. He leaped aside, but the lethal spear still managed to graze Yanzhen's cheek, leaving a stinging cut as hot, fresh blood trickled down his face. Yanzhen retreated in high alert, while the spear, unimpeded, continued its destructive flight. It slammed directly through a massive tree behind him, with a deafening splintering crash. The thick trunk shattered as the spearhead impaled it completely, wedging itself tightly inside. Refusing to let this sudden attack break his momentum, he immediately switched up his strategy. Yanzhen answered the berserk corpse with a devastating hail of bullets. Firing from his newly upgraded gun, he aimed straight at the monster with lethal, pinpoint precision. At first, the beast arrogantly stood its ground. Confident its thick hide could deflect any bullet, it merely raised an arm to shield its chest. But seconds later, reality hit. A bullet tore clean through its arm, burying itself deep within the creature's flesh, leaving a gruesome, bloody wound behind. Completely startled, the creature quickly changed its tactics, retreat stepping to agilely dodge the rest of the deadly onslaught with surprising intelligence. The beast fled with blinding speed, but the relentless bullets kept hot on its heels. Yet, most of them ended up slamming into the surrounding trees, filling the forest with a chaotic, deafening roar. Using massive trunks as cover, the crafty monster kept shifting positions, desperately trying to break Yan Zhen's line of sight and avoid the gunfire. Watching this, Yan Zhen quickly realized his opponent was far smarter than the mindless zombies he had dealt with in the past. He thought to himself in absolute surprise. At first, she completely underestimated this weapon and did not hide, but once she felt the bullet's true power, she reacted instantly. Now she is hiding behind those thick trunks because she knows his bullets cannot penetrate them. This is genuine tactical intelligence, not just basic beast instinct. This completely contradicts everything the Fang family had previously claimed about these creatures. While Yan Zhen was still lost in thought, another spear suddenly tore through the air from behind a massive tree. It curved through the air, heading straight for him with deadly intent. Cold sweat broke out as his eyes widened in sheer terror, forcing a desperate cry from his throat. It was a curved throw. The spear shot forward with terrifying velocity and overwhelming force. With no time to dodge, Yan Zhen frantically drew his knife to block, but the spear's impact was simply too monstrous. Snapping his blade in half, the weapon plunged brutally and deep into his abdomen. The raw strength of this berserk corpse was so insane that even after impaling him directly, the momentum still blasted him backward for dozens of meters, slamming him violently against a tree trunk. Yan Zhen coughed up a mouthful of blood. Right then, the system's cold, mechanical voice chimed in, defense reduced by 30. Grimacing in agony, he gritted his teeth and gripped the spear, pulling the weapon out of his body. Every movement brought white-hot agony, but there was no time to catch his breath. The enemy wasn't about to give him a break. The monstrous beast closed in once more, stepping out into the open to launch another brutal and highly aggressive assault. Twirling another spear, the beast prepared to launch it directly at him with lethal precision. Sensing the danger, Yan Zhen forced himself up, ignoring the agonizing pain to make a desperate run for it. But the clever beast had already calculated his escape route. With a massive swing, it hurled the spear with terrifying accuracy. It was heading right where he was running. Grimacing at the incoming projectile, Yan Zhen was utterly shocked by its trajectory. She even predicted his exact movement direction this time. That is incredibly formidable. Still, a thrown spear cannot change its own course mid-air. Realizing this, Yan Zhen twisted his body, barely dodging the incoming projectile. Narrowly escaping death, he quickly raised his gun, aimed at the off-guard creature, and fired a highly decisive shot before it could react. He grinned with excitement, thinking, a perfect hit. Instead of flying in a straight line, the bullet ricocheted from tree to tree, zigzagging wildly through the forest before striking the monster right in the head. By the time the creature noticed the incoming bullet whizzing toward its skull, it was too late. It turned in absolute horror. Yan Zhen scanned the area, but the beast had vanished. The only thing left behind was a long, messy trail of blood on the dirt. He realized with absolute certainty it ran away. Without a moment of hesitation, Yan Zhen cautiously approached the spot where the creature had just been standing. That's when he noticed a fresh blood trail smeared across the ground, leading off into a new direction. It confirmed his suspicion. It fled after losing the fight. Following the crimson trail, Yan Zhen was led to a massive, dark cave that felt incredibly damp and freezing. Standing right in front of the entrance, he shoved his hands into his pockets. This place must be the boss's lair. The freezing, musty air inside the cavern immediately made Yan Zhen feel incredibly suffocated and uncomfortable. Determined, he pushed forward, following the dark trail. The bloody tracks are heading deep into the cavern, he muttered to himself. Following the bloody drops deep inside, he eventually stumbled upon a small clearing, dimly illuminated by a faint sliver of light filtering in from the outside. In front of him was a flat stone altar. Neatly arranged on top were an old medal, a pair of worn-out shoes, and a faded photograph. Yan Zhen bent to pick up the photo, where it showed an ordinary, smiling woman. Looking closely at her figure, it was clearly the berserk corpse from before her transformation. She was standing next to a young boy, and the caption on the photo read Olympic shooting commemorative. He stared at the photograph, completely baffled and deeply confused. Why would a violent corpse keep these items in a cave? Could she still possess human memories? Suddenly, a dark shadow lunged from behind, It was her, the wounded, violent corpse, still covered in deep scars. Driven mad by their previous clash, she launched a frenzied ambush. Leaping high with a spear, she aimed to viciously impale him from behind. Zhen barely had time to spin around and face the incoming strike. As the spear tip surged toward him, he swiftly whipped out his gun, aiming it straight at her face. Their brutal struggle raged on with absolute, relentless ferocity. Every bullet fired and every spear thrust was packed with sheer, lethal intent. Neither side gave an inch, clashing relentlessly until the entire cave filled with choking dust, flying debris, and total chaos. After a grueling standoff, both grew exhausted. Zhen tightly gripped the shaft of the violent corpse's spear, desperately keeping the blade from piercing his flesh. Meanwhile, the zombie gripped his gun just as tightly to stop him from shooting. Her blood-red eyes flared with intense rage, yet they also held a deep, hidden pain as blood trickled down her forehead, creating a terrifying yet deeply tragic sight. Unanswered, frustrating questions rushed through Zhen's mind as they stared at each other. Why is she even stronger now, despite being shot in the head? Is it because I took her picture frame? Suddenly, a weak, desperate cry echoed from somewhere. Mom, Mom. Hearing this, his eyes widened in pure shock. Upon hearing that cry, the violent corpse's glowing red eyes instantly softened with an unexpected warmth. Abruptly ending the fight, she completely ignored Zhen and sprinted wildly toward the source of the sound in absolute panic. Zhen watched in utter bewilderment as the creature ran straight ahead, leaving her vulnerable, exposed back wide open to an easy attack. He raised his loaded weapon, preparing to shoot, but she was already moving like lightning, leaving behind nothing but a blurry afterimage. She rushed toward a rusty, abandoned vehicle sitting in the middle of the desolate forest. A faint, fragile cry was escaping from an iron cage covered by a tattered, old cloth. Mom. In a state of pure desperation, the trembling zombie frantically reached out her hand toward the cage. The tiny, terrified voice of the child calling out for its mother echoed continuously through the quiet forest, pulling at her heart. Overwhelmed with tragic emotion, the monster seemed ready to weep. She desperately pushed forward to close the remaining gap, but just as she was about to reach the cage, the vehicle carrying it suddenly roared to life and sped away at a dizzying pace. Shocked, the violent corpse froze, her eyes filled with utter disbelief and despair as the vehicle rapidly pulled away into the distance. Refusing to give up, even as it vanished, she summoned every ounce of her remaining strength and threw herself into a desperate, wild pursuit. She ran with everything she had, even as the distance grew wider, and her hopes turned incredibly slim. Meanwhile, in another area, Xiaoqi and her grandfather found themselves completely surrounded by Fang Shuo and his heavily armed, menacing squad. Wearing an incredibly smug, arrogant expression, fueled by pure rage, Fang Shuo stepped forward and barked out in a highly domineering, threatening tone, "Let me ask you one final time." His face twisted in fury. Fang Shuo grimaced and growled with intense, burning anger. "Where's that brat who stole my racing car?" And Xiaoqi glared at him with pure sarcasm and contempt. Frowning and biting her lip, she cursed him silently. How shameless to call someone else's vehicle his own stolen property. Fang Shuo covered his face, trying to keep his cool, but his explosive temper got the better of him as he roared. "Damn it. Missing out on that star already put me in a terrible mood. And now you lowlifes are actively shielding that worthless brat." The bastard suddenly whipped his head around toward a loud engine noise, which came from the vehicle with the iron cage near the forest edge, where the fight had just happened. Walking over to it with a smug grin, he spoke in a highly self-satisfied, arrogant tone. "Perfect timing. Let me show you people some really good stuff." With that, Fang Shuo grabbed the thick, heavy black cloth covering the iron cage and ripped it off in one swift motion, cruelly revealing the shocking captives trapped inside. Locked inside were a zombie mother and her child. The mother was the heavily injured violent corpse from earlier. Huddled together tightly in the corner, they looked absolutely terrified, desperate, and filled with deep, heartbreaking sorrow. Witnessing this heartbreaking sight, Xiaoqi was completely shocked and horrified. She immediately recognized the female zombie from an earlier encounter. Her eyes widened in pure shock as she cried out in utter disbelief. "Is not that the same violent corpse that attacked our village before?" With bloodshot eyes and a face twisted in raw hatred, Fang Shuo glared down at the cornered, terrified villagers, spitting out his threats with venomous, cold-blooded cruelty. "That is right. If you still refuse to speak, I will throw Hong Mao into that cage to feed her." The surrounding villagers trembled in pure terror at his words. Seeing their fear, his smugness grew even more. He slowly brought the walkie-talkie to his mouth, ready to contact his distant allies with arrogant confidence. The boss snaps, ordering his sniper to shoot anyone who makes a move. But when only dead silence answers him, Feng Shuo loses his temper. Irritated and impatient, he barks into his radio again, "Sniper, copy that. Report in now." What he doesn't know is that his sniper is already history, silently taken out with a spear from the captured tyrant zombie. Now, Zhen has quietly slipped into the dead gunman's position, completely undetected. His hands grip the cold sniper rifle with deadly calm. He sneers in pure disgust. These cowards are exploiting a zombie mother's remaining humanity to control her, all while pretending to protect everyone just to hoard resources. Talk about a cheap, pathetic trick. Sighting through his scope, he prepares to put an end to Feng Shuo and his entire squad. Meanwhile, the soldiers are brutally forcing in Shaoqi toward the cage. They press a gun barrel hard against her temple, terrorizing her to step inside with the monstrous tyrant zombie. "Get in the cage, right now." One of Feng Shuo's masked henchmen barks aggressively, waving his weapon and shouting vicious threats to completely break her spirit. "Keep wasting time, girl, and you get a bullet to the brain." Suddenly, bang! A thunderous gunshot echoes as a high-speed bullet tears through the air, drilling straight through the thug's skull. Before he can even blink, the soldier drops dead onto the dirt. His comrades freeze in shock. Gripping their weapons tight, they look around in sheer panic. Seeing the tables turn, Feng Shuo wastes no time and books it. Screaming in terror as he scrambles for cover, the remaining troops don't stand a chance. One by one, Zhen snipes them down without mercy. Nobody escapes. It's a brutal, clean sweep of headshots and body blows. This relentless, cold-blooded assault sends Feng Shuo spiraling into absolute, blind panic. He runs for his life, sprinting toward his getaway vehicle at top speed. Even as he flees like a coward, he can't stop cursing out loud. "Damn it! What is my sniper doing letting someone steal his nest so easily?" With the small fry cleared out, Zhen quickly shifts his focus to the main target. He aligns his scope, locking onto the fleeing coward himself. The target is 273 meters away. But just as he is about to pull the trigger, a grenade suddenly arches toward his position, landing barely 62 meters away. Zhen spots the incoming threat instantly. His eyes widen in shock as cold sweat breaks out. With no time to dodge, he has to shoot the explosive mid-air to survive. Leaping dozens of meters into the air, Zhen rains down a hail of bullets on Feng Shuo's escaping vehicle. Inside, Feng Shuo turns pale, clamping his hands over his ears. He glares at his driver in sheer panic and screams at the top of his lungs, "Step on it, damn you!" The car drifts sharply around a tight bend to escape the deadly rain of lead. Suddenly, the warning device on Feng Shuo's wrist begins to flash violently. Out of range, Feng Shuo breaks out in a cold sweat, shrieking in absolute horror. "Damn it! The explosive inside the baby zombie's head is triggered. We've gone too far, and the auto-detonation sequence has started." The robotic system voice begins its chilling countdown. 5, 4, 3. Just as the zombie mother and her baby are sharing a brief, happy moment of reunion, she suddenly senses the deadly threat lurking. Her eyes instantly fill with an agonizing, helpless terror. While the countdown ticks away relentlessly, the innocent little baby zombie simply smiles, happily calling out to its mother. Then boom, the iron cage violently tears apart, under the force of a devastating explosion. The blast blows the baby zombie to pieces. In an instant, the innocent little creature is completely vaporized, leaving nothing behind but blood. Right before her eyes, witnessing this horrifying tragedy, the mother zombie's eyes go wide as she trembles, trying to process the agonizing pain. Her face flushes red with uncontrollable, primal rage. Suddenly, her stitched-up eye begins to snap open. The eye tears open, veins bulging hideously around it. Driven by absolute, consuming hatred, she unleashes a terrifying, deafening roar. An unstoppable shockwave of pure fury erupts from her body, transforming her into a monstrous engine of destruction. With raw, brutal power, she smashes right through the solid iron cage doors. Breaking free, she charges out of her iron prison, burning with wrath. She sprints after Feng Shuo's vehicle at blinding speed. To any normal bystander, she is nothing but a terrifying, dark blur tearing down the road. Locking onto her prey, her monstrous eyes ignite with a fierce, glowing orange light, burning like a raging wildfire. Even though Feng Shuo and his men have already disappeared behind a massive mountain cliff, she has them pinned. The mother zombie unleashes her energy. Blinding arcs of lightning crackle around her hand as she conjures a massive, electrified spear. This spear looks far more durable and destructive than the one she used during her previous clash with Zhen. Without a single moment's hesitation, she winds up and hurls the lightning-infused weapon forward with absolute, pinpoint accuracy. The spear slices through the air, curving in a bizarre, unnatural arc as it locks onto Fang Shuo's fleeing car. Meanwhile, inside the escape vehicle, Fang Shuo sits with his brow deeply furrowed, fuming with anger and regret. He remains completely oblivious to the lethal threat closing in. He mutters to himself in deep frustration, "The zombie kid is dead, so be it." But losing an obedient tool like Gloria is a real shame. Only then did he suddenly look up, catching sight of an object hurtling right toward him out of nowhere. Fang Shuo questioned it with deep suspicion. It looks like something just flew right past. As the lightning-charged spear flew closer, nearly skewering his vehicle, the coward finally realized the mortal danger heading his way. His eyes rolling back in terror as cold sweat poured down like rain, a massive explosion shook the sky as dust and shattered rocks blasted everywhere. His car burst into wild flames, engulfed in fire, while the spear pierced straight through the vehicle, ruthlessly tearing through the air on its path. With lightning reflexes, Zhen managed to snatch the violent zombie's weapon just in time. Standing right before the raging flames, he felt utterly shocked by her true power, a complex wave of indignation rising within his chest as he marveled in complete awe. So this was her true power all along, completely held back until now. It turned out, her desperate string of rebellious acts was fueled entirely by her child's tragic death, which also exposed the brutal and harsh reality of true power. Zhen frowned, feeling a wave of deep sympathy inside. He thought to himself with concern, knowing that the little zombie's explosive death had completely enraged her, forcing her to strike. Suddenly, he sensed something was terribly off. Turning around, Zhen was shocked to find the violent zombie standing completely still, right behind his back like a statue. Almost like an instinctual reflex, he hastily aimed his gun straight at her. Frowning deeply, his heart raced with anxiety as cold sweat broke out from sheer tension. He questioned in absolute panic. When did she even get behind me? Just now, if she wanted, I would have been dead already. Seeing Zhen's defensive stance, the violent zombie quickly raised her hands in front of her chest as a peaceful sign of surrender. Seeing this, Zhen sweated even more, his body completely soaked. He spoke in a trembling voice. "Are you about to make a move? If I fire the weapon right now, can I actually hit her?" The violent zombie remained completely calm. After a long moment, she slowly began to speak in a stuttering, broken voice, forcing each word out with great difficulty. She then used her hands to raise Zhen's sniper rifle, pressing it straight against her own head in a final act of determination. Looking at him with eyes full of absolute resolve, she pleaded with everything she had. "Please kill me." He stood completely frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded and lost in a wave of confusion. Still gripping the barrel, the violent zombie desperately begged him to pull the trigger and end her. All this time, her other hand had been gripping that lightning-charged spear, and now, she suddenly swung it to attack him out of nowhere. As the spear lunged closer, coming within mere inches of his body, Zhen had absolutely no time to think, pulling the trigger instantly out of pure survival instinct. The violent zombie collapsed instantly upon being shot, leaving Zhen standing frozen, staring down at her lifeless body. Gritting his teeth, he realized in sheer frustration that she had intentionally forced him to pull the trigger. Standing before her body as it slowly faded into nothingness, he clenched his fists tightly with resolve. Making up his mind, he whispered, "I will remember your words. Your debt, along with my own, will be settled with the Fang family soon enough." Once the mission was finished, the system screen instantly popped up to announce the target task was complete, and his epic gunner class could now be upgraded. He gained 3 points. The violent zombie was dead, yielding a massive amount of experience points along with those 3 upgrade points, bringing his total usable upgrade points to 6. On top of that, Zhen unlocked a ton of different loot. First, he received Gloria's unpurified eyeball, which was harvested straight from the skull of that dead violent zombie. This special item grants him incredible X-ray vision to see through almost any solid object, but it requires 1 upgrade point to purify the toxic zombie poison first. Next up is Gloria's unpurified muscle, an item that heavily boosts raw physical strength, especially the explosive force of throwing attacks, though it also costs 1 upgrade point to purify the zombie poison. Finally, he acquired Gloria's lightning fire spear, which inflicts massive elemental damage. This powerful spear possesses incredible piercing stats and can be hurled as a ranged projectile weapon. Its ultimate skill delivers a devastating critical blow, causing massive elemental destruction, with a 1-hour cooldown time. Looking at this massive haul of high-tier loot, Zhen couldn't help but grin with absolute satisfaction. He really hit the jackpot this time. Heading back to Xiaoqi's group, he noticed they had already cleaned out all the weapons from Feng Shuo's ruined vehicle. As he prepared to climb into his vehicle, Zhen thoughtfully left Xiaoqi with some final advice. I grabbed another set of weapons for myself, so you guys keep these to defend yourselves out here. Hearing those words, Xiaoqi eagerly stepped forward to approach him, asking with a hopeful look if he would consider staying with them. Zhen turned back to look at her, declining the heartfelt offer with sincere regret, explaining that the last time he tried settling down, everything went up in flames. If he doesn't handle things, he won't survive long, and trouble will inevitably knock on his door again. With those final words, he grabbed the door handle, stepped on the gas, and decisively sped away in a massive cloud of engine smoke. He called out to Xiaoqi with a firm promise, "We will meet again if fate allows." Watching his car drive away, Xiaoqi smiled with deep emotion. Even though he couldn't hear her, she still sent him a warm, heartfelt wish for his journey. Keep fighting, you can definitely achieve your goal. Meanwhile, Zhen sat behind the wheel, gripping it tightly as he pushed forward on his own journey. Squinting his eyes, he spoke to himself with absolute determination. Next stop, Shuguang City. With his next destination locked in, Zhen stepped on the gas and sped forward decisively. Standing on the cliff and looking down, Zhen felt an uneasy sense of unfinished business. After thinking for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. Zhen muttered with excitement, "How strange. How could I forget about you, my little cutie?" Turns out, right below the cliff was an unknown level elite zombie called the Rampart Rock Zombie. This was the exact monster he and Xiaoqi had encountered, and he was the one who cleverly tricked it into falling off the cliff. After a moment of thought, Zhen locked in his strategy. Moving quietly in absolute silence, he made his move. First, he commanded the system to start with Gloria's unrefined eyeball. Instantly, its status changed, and after consuming one upgrade point, Zhen successfully obtained the newly enhanced Eyeball of Gloria. Next on the list was Gloria's unrefined muscle tissue. Right away, the system confirmed the upgrade, consuming one upgrade point to grant him Gloria's muscle. The epic shooter weapon was upgraded, consuming 4 upgrade points. He obtained the legendary Gun of Zhou, giving him plus 200% damage, plus 200% accuracy, plus 200% range, and the lock-on shooting skill, designating the specific body parts to shoot, a 100% hit rate costing 30 spirit points. He also unlocked the flash shot skill, letting him teleport his gun along the trajectory for 10 spirit points. Zhen stood proudly on the steep cliff, holding his weapon. He held the lightning-imbued rifle in one hand and Zhou's gun in the other. Striking a combat stance, he prepared to confidently take down the elite zombie. Aiming his lightning rifle at the giant zombie, he thought to himself with absolute confidence, "I'll finish this in one shot." Suddenly, a massive shockwave tore through the air, racing toward the elite zombie like a speeding arrow. Surprised by this sudden, unexpected interference, he watched in utter shock. Something was rapidly closing in on the boss, and the giant zombie also sensed a brilliant streak of light. It was a blue flash, carrying terrifying lightning energy that ruthlessly pierced straight through the elite zombie's body. Right after that, a mysterious figure arrogantly walked over to the fallen zombie and stomped hard on its head. It was none other than the vice captain of the M5% guard, sporting glowing red eyes. Frowning ruthlessly, he arrogantly finished off the elite zombie with a decisive blow. Stepping on the zombie's head, he scoffed with utter disdain, complaining that there wasn't even a tiny bit of a challenge. His arrogant attitude showed how superior he felt compared to everyone else, while at the exact same moment, our hero, Zhen, had reached level 5, with rank A strength, rank A speed, rank A stamina, rank A physical resistance, and 0 other resistances. With 0 upgrade points available, the arrogant guard captain yelled into his communicator, sounding extremely annoyed and impatient with his squadmates. Furious, he shouted, "Which idiot said the zombie here was strong? I came all this way just to kill it with one strike." Too weak. Suddenly, 5%'s figure vanished as he lost his footing and dropped his radio. The supposedly dead zombie had snapped back to life and dragged him away. It spun him around in the air like a rag doll, mockingly tossing him like a toy before throwing him so hard he crashed straight into the cliffside. The impact was so devastating that the cliffside shattered into huge chunks, leaving the arrogant guard completely knocked out and utterly defeated. 5% lay slumped against the crater, his outline clearly embedded in the rock. The system immediately alerted him that the target was unconscious, suffering from multiple fractures and internal bleeding, with a 60% corpse poison corrosion rate. Zhen had been silently watching the entire fight from above, frowning as he carefully analyzed the situation. That previous slash was impressive, but the boss managed to petrify its neck at the last second, greatly reducing the damage. Even now, the solid stone reinforcement marks from that defense were still clearly visible on the zombie's neck. Just as the rampaging zombie prepared to swing its massive club and launch a giant boulder toward the half-dead 5% to finish him off, Zhen made a swift move and threw his lightning fire rifle directly at the beast's head, successfully stopping its attack with absolute precision. On impact, his attack triggered a massive explosion of smoke and fire, completely shattering the stone armor on the zombie's face into pieces. Heavily damaged by the blast, the giant zombie lost its balance and began to stagger around in complete confusion. Surprised by the devastating power of his own attack, Zhen smiled and thought excitedly, "Its face armor is broken. This is my chance." He reacted instantly, dropping low into a stable stance. Seizing the golden opportunity, he drew his long rifle and decisively aimed at the vulnerable zombie. Activating his flash shot skill, his efforts paid off as the bullet flew straight and pierced cleanly through the zombie's head with deadly accuracy. But he didn't stop there. He began teleporting rapidly from spot to spot, firing shot after shot until a relentless rain of bullets completely overwhelmed the elite zombie. He completely dominated the berserk zombie, tearing up the ground so badly that the beast couldn't predict his moves to launch a counterattack. This chaotic beating continued until the system finally confirmed the zombie was destroyed, allowing him to calmly draw back his power. Zhen stood tall, looking down at the corpse, with the supreme confidence of a true victor. Just then, Wu Fenzhen suddenly gasped awake, snapping open his dark eyes and flashing blood-red pupils. With no idea what just happened, he quickly scrambled back onto his feet, looking around in utter confusion. Completely lost, he began muttering to himself in a panic, asking what on earth had just happened here. Did the boss actually die? Then, his eyes locked onto where Zhen was standing, prompting him to wonder with deep suspicion. What is going on? Is the boss dead? And did that young punk kill it? Staring at Zhen standing there without a single scratch, Wu Fenzhen flat out refused to believe this kid could have killed the boss. He began making his own biased assumptions. The kid wore their guard unit's tactical vest, yet had no weapons on him, and carried absolutely zero trace of corpse energy. He was clearly no corpse soldier. There was simply no way some unarmed, nameless, nobody could have taken down a high-level boss. The more he analyzed it, the more convinced he became of his baseless logic, spinning some wild delusion about the boss's actions. It was definitely a deathbed rally. My previous strike must have dealt the fatal blow, completely destroying the boss's brain. He convinced himself of this victory. Meanwhile, Zhen noticed the guy was awake and immediately put up his guard. So, he is still alive? He must be a corpse soldier. Seeing Zhen staring, Wu Fenzhen decided to confront him with suspicion. Are you also in our unit? I have never seen you around before. Let me see your credentials. Zhen quickly reached behind his back to let his system upgrade a fake pass, swapping items, while the interface immediately confirmed the successful upgrade. He successfully acquired a universal pass at the cost of 1 upgrade point. With total composure, he pulled the newly minted pass from behind his back and casually handed it over to Wu Fenzhen. Wu Fenzhen opened the document to inspect it, reading the name Ah Xing, member of Guard Team 10, Shuguang Outskirts 527. Handing it back, Wu Fenzhen looked up curiously and asked if he was just some fresh recruit who recently joined their unit. Zhen kept it brief with a cold, decisive nod. Believing the lie instantly, Wu Fenzhen slapped a hand onto his shoulder with enthusiastic warmth. Work hard, kid, and maybe one day you will be able to easily take down a high-tier boss just like me. Hearing this absolute delusion, Zhen could only roll his eyes inwardly, choosing to remain silent in sheer disbelief. Wu Fenzhen turned around and waved him over. He bragged about how lucky the rookie was to get a ride in his sweet car. As the car sped down the desolate, empty highway, Zhen couldn't help but smile at the sheer irony of the situation. Infiltrating the Fang family was proving way easier than expected. While Wu Fenzhen just kept bragging in the front seat, he went on about how only vice captains got cars, while regulars rode trashy bikes, unless they hunted more zombies for promotions. Zhen listened in silence, feeling nothing but pure disdain for the guy. Honestly, this junk heap couldn't even compare to his own ride. Unaware, Wu Fenzhen kept bragging, pointing a proud thumb at himself. He claimed that with a high enough rank, one could get zombie modifications and finally show off just like him. Noticing Wu Fenzhen was only level 10, Yan Zhen rested his chin on his hand, calculating his next strategic moves. If a mere vice captain was this weak, he could easily use his remaining points to jump 2 levels higher than him. The car pulled up right in front of a massive, heavily fortified iron gate. Wu Fenzhen grinned, speaking in an incredibly smug tone. They had arrived. Towering above the city walls, heavily armed guards and massive turrets kept watch, securing the perimeter with extreme caution. Yan Zhen poked his head out of the window, curiously scanning their highly guarded surroundings. Breaking his silence, he asked if they really needed anti-air defense, wondering if some of these berserk zombies could actually fly. Wu Fenzhen turned back, eagerly explaining that some zombies didn't just fly, they could outrun actual military battleships. Some could even tunnel through the earth. As they drove through the heavy gates into the majestic, sprawling city, he warned the rookie not to panic. Treating him like a clueless outsider who had never stepped foot in Shuguang, Wu Fenzhen confidently assured him he'd soon get used to it. As soon as the squad spotted Wu Fenzhen's vehicle returning to base, they immediately ran out to greet them. Cheering in excitement, a pink-haired guy named Baozi rushed forward, looking up at his returned leader with high anticipation. How was the boss? Was that berserk zombie I recommended challenging enough? Wu Fenzhen waved his hand dismissively, bragging that he took it down with a single slash. Baozi scratched his head, looking slightly disappointed. He muttered that it shouldn't be, since its power level rivaled the gunslinger Gloria. Baozi rubbed his chin, falling deep into his own thoughts. Speaking of which, the Gloria that killed their previous leader was recently taken down by an unknown slayer. Could captains from the other teams have acted without any of them submitting a kill report? Suddenly, a seductive, white-haired girl named Nan Yue spots Yan Zhen and walks over with a charming smile, noticing a handsome young face she has never seen before. Wu Fenzhen quickly points a finger toward Yan Zhen, eagerly introducing him to everyone in the room. Almost forgot to introduce our newcomer from the outer zone, Yan Zhen. Before Wu Fenzhen proudly introduces the rest of the crew, that redhead is Baozi, our logistics manager, and the beauty next to him is Ping, the squad's third strongest fighter, just like me. After speaking, Wu Fenzhen turns and decisively hands the duty over to Baozi, ordering him to take care of the rookie. Baozi quickly wraps an arm around Yan Zhen's shoulder to lead him away, turning back to boast confidently that he is excellent at training newbies. As Baozi and Yan Zhen walk and chat, Baozi curiously initiates a conversation, asking about his relationship with the vice captain. Yan Zhen gives a cold yet honest reply, stating they share no connection at all. Baozi keeps questioning him suspiciously, asking if he has a powerful backer in the city, while Nan Yue watches his departing back with a sigh of regret. She mutters about the handsome kid being a waste, while Wu Fenzhen stands nearby with crossed arms, letting out an annoyed, sullen huff. The others quickly begin gossiping among themselves, with one guy eagerly raising his voice to speak. They immediately start betting, with one wagering the kid won't survive 3 days, another confidently betting on 7, and others mockingly arguing back. 7 days is way too generous, as some argue for 4 or 5 days, making the whole crowd erupt in a chaotic, lively debate. Meanwhile, Baozi leads Yan Zhen through the elite residential zone, enthusiastically introducing the area reserved strictly for the main squad captains. This luxury villa area was built by the Fang family, and only the squad captains are allowed to live here. As they reach a towering apartment block, Baozi adds mockingly that this cramped, narrow space serves as the regular members' dorms. They call it the pigeon cage, but Yan Zhen simply folds his arms and looks up at the building quite calmly. He finds it decent enough, providing basic shelter compared to his past, which makes Baozi burst out laughing in pure mockery. Baozi laughs, telling him he has no chance of staying there, before pointing in a completely different direction with a sarcastic sneer. This run-down shack is his actual dorm, leaving Yan Zhen to stare at the dilapidated hut and voice his irritation. He complains about the unfair treatment, wondering why he has to live in a broken straw hut on the outskirts. With hands on his hips, Baozi explains that the clueless rookie has clearly been fooled about Shuguang City's harsh reality. By the second day, new recruits must enter a dangerous zombie survival trial, where the survival rate has always been under 10%. He then widens his eyes threateningly, shouting that a rookie destined to die in 3 days does not deserve anything better. Yan Zhen sits on a stone step outside the hut, completely resigned and helpless. As Baozi turns to leave, he kindly warns him to gather at the North City Gate by 8 a.m. tomorrow, mocking him for probably not even owning a watch. He tells him to keep his ears open for the bells, warning him that being late or running away means a death warrant. Walking away, Baozi keeps glancing back at Zhen, filled with silent worry for the young man. Seeing how terrified the kid looks, he doubts the rookie will even survive for an hour tomorrow. While Baozi worries, Zhen feels no fear at all. Instead, his eyes gleam with excitement as he finds this increasingly amusing. Zhen thinks to himself with growing excitement that things are getting fun, and by 8 a.m. the next morning, all rookies assemble outside a gloomy, abandoned building, lining up in 2 straight rows. The recruits listen closely as Vice Captain Wu Fen seriously explains the rules of the selection trial. He speaks with a powerful, authoritative voice. As the Vice Captain of Squad 10 and their Chief Examiner, he announces that their task is to clear out all the zombies in the building behind. With those words, Wu Fenzhen gestures toward the massive, heavily fortified building looming right behind them. Each person gets 1 floor. Surviving means passing, and the top 3 fastest clearers will get a huge reward. They will be recommended to join the prestigious elite squad, which is a highly appealing reward. But while the rest of the candidates listen intently, one arrogant candidate spots Zhen and bursts into a loud, mocking laugh of pure, utter contempt. "Look, there is an idiot over there." The guy and his friends point at Zhen, mockingly asking if he plans to spit the zombies to death, since he brought no weapons at all. His sidekicks join in the laughter, gleefully saying that this is actually a good thing. Young Master Zhang has just lost a competitor, but Zhen merely glances at them in silence, his thoughts remaining incredibly cold. This brutal selection process matches the cold-blooded style the Fang family has always had, throwing recruits into a trial without any basic training or gear. Those 2 guys behind even had to bring their own equipment. He pays no attention to their petty mockery, but he suspects that Wu Fenzhen is keeping some details hidden regarding this mission. The system screen was totally bare, just a few basic details. Level N, Zhen. Pending quest. Zombie Cleanup, Phase 1. Objective 2. Wipe out all hidden berserker zombies on his assigned floor. Quest reward, 3 system upgrade points. Just minutes into the trial, things turned into a total bloodbath, with candidates getting brutally wiped out left and right. One girl screamed in absolute terror, desperately running from a ferocious zombie hot on her heels. "Help me." On another floor, a terrified kid with a buzz cut brandished a knife, shaking as a zombie charged. "Stay back," he screamed, but other floors were pure nightmares. One poor guy got decapitated by a berserker zombie. The entire building was suffocating, thick with the heavy stench of fresh blood. Far from that chaotic bloodbath, inside the control room, an analyst reported with cold, robotic indifference. 7 dead, 13 survivors remaining. 5% stared at the monitors, completely silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke up with sheer, cold contempt. Not a single decent rookie in the bunch. Pathetic. He had even secretly released some berserker zombies. Aside from young Master Zhang, who had connections, the rest were about to get wiped out. Meanwhile, on one of the upper floors, a helpless zombie was getting absolutely shredded by a violent hail of gunfire. A wealthy rookie finally lowered his rifle. Looking at the smoking, bullet-riddled corpse, he let out a massive sigh of relief. Whew, finally done. That last one was definitely a berserker. Talk about tough. Turns out, this guy was Zhang Ya, the pampered young heir of the massive Heng Shui group. Smugly scanning the empty corridor, he couldn't help but brag to himself, completely full of pride. "This floor is finally cleared," Zhang Ya muttered. He looked back at the bullet-ridden hallway, letting out a disappointed sigh. "Man, they already dissolved. I wanted to count exactly how many I killed." Grabbing his walkie-talkie, he arrogantly radioed the control room. 5%. Spit it out. "I already know I got first place." 5% paused, hesitant, before answering back. "Well, actually, you might want to go upstairs and see for yourself." Those words immediately rubbed Zhang Ya the wrong way, fueling his rage. He stormed upstairs, fuming with frustration. What is this garbage? How could he kill that many zombies and not be number 1? What does he mean? Zhang Ya muttered. Is someone actually better than me? No way. They are all just bunch of useless rookies. He had personally researched every single candidate in this batch. They were all total trash. Besides, he spent his own fortune buying gear and had elite bodyguards train him to death for this exact moment. But when he reached the next floor, he froze. A crowd of floor supervisors was standing there, completely silent, staring forward in awe. Zhang Ya frowned, thoroughly confused by their bizarre behavior. Wait, aren't these the rookies from the other sectors? Why are they just standing around like idiots? Shoving his way forward, he snapped at the nearest guy. Hey, Are you losers done with your own floors yet? The guy turned around, looking completely defeated. Not yet. Zhang Ya scoffed. Then why the hell are you still standing here? The guy pointed into the dark corridor, his hand shaking. Because every single zombie on the 10 floors above was wiped out by him. Zhang Ya scoffed in disbelief. But the second he peered into the room, his smug expression instantly vanished, turning deathly pale. Sprawled across the floor were thousands of zombies and elite berserkers, piled high, with not a single one left breathing. And sitting triumphantly atop this massive mountain of corpses was Yan Zhen, looking absolutely unfazed. Zhang Ya stared at the horrifying scene, his mind completely blank. If he wasn't seeing things, there were several elite berserkers crushed in that pile. As Yan Zhen calmly rested, the system interface popped up before him, delivering a cold, mechanical notification. 2 upgrade points acquired. Total available points. 4. Meanwhile, Zhang Ya was still frozen in sheer, utter disbelief. His mind raced in absolute panic. Since the bodies hadn't dissolved yet, it meant he killed them all in mere minutes, completely alone, using nothing but his bare hands. The realization sent a wave of cold sweat dripping down his face. His jaw dropped, paralyzed by pure terror. Back in the control room, 5% slammed his fist into a pillar, shattering it in a fit of absolute rage. Trembling with fury, he stared at the screen. It seemed he had completely underestimated this kid's potential. Fine, he has 30% of my strength, 5% muttered, but let's see how he handles this next nightmare. Turning to his subordinate, he barked a decisive order. Release that thing. The subordinate quickly nodded, obeying the order. As Yan Zhen sat resting, a sudden, sharp noise echoed from the glass window directly behind him. Sensing danger, his instincts kicked in as he wondered what was lurking outside. Glancing back, he spotted a massive, winged monstrosity soaring through the air, heading straight toward him with terrifying speed. Before he could even move, the creature smashed through the glass, lunging directly at his face. Shattered glass rained down as a razor-sharp claw stopped mere inches from his face, threatening to tear him apart. The very moment that monster slammed into the window, the surrounding walls completely shattered, triggering a massive, terrifying shockwave as debris went flying in absolute chaos. Watching this unfold on the surveillance monitor, Wu Baifeng couldn't help but smile with smug satisfaction. I'm so sorry, but even if your combat power is useful against ordinary zombies, unfortunately, your rival this time is the heir of Shuguang City's 3rd largest conglomerate. No matter how strong you are, first place belongs to young Master Zhang. Wu Baifeng plotted silently to himself. Whether he could get promoted to chief captain this year completely depended on this young master. It turns out he gave those orders just to secure his ambitious goal of becoming chief captain. Suddenly, Wu Baifeng's face twisted into absolute shock and disbelief. It turned out Yan Zhen had used his bare hand to firmly block a massive punch from that elite level 4 noise zombie. Wu Baifeng furrowed his brows, watching intently. To block that hit so easily, this guy was no joke. But suddenly, the noise zombie unleashed an ear-splitting screech, generating sound waves so intense that no human could possibly withstand the noise. The shockwave carried such immense force that even Yan Zhen was heavily pushed back by the furious roar. Grimacing and gritting his teeth, Yan Zhen was blasted backward across the room, coughing up blood as he gasped in pain. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Yan Zhen remained highly alert. He had initially thought the monster's speed and strength were average and easy to handle, never expecting it had such a deadly trick. Yan Zhen glanced over at Zhang Ya, who was panicking on the floor. Zhang Ya scrambled to pull a small case from his pocket, staring at it as the realization hit him. No wonder Wu Baifeng told him to wear noise-canceling headphones yesterday. It was all because of this deadly sound attack. Yan Zhen quickly reached out, snatched the headphone case, and spoke with absolute resolve. I'm borrowing these for a bit. He then expertly fired his displacement gun straight up at the ceiling. Zhang Ya couldn't react in time. Reaching out in panic, he yelled for him to wait, but before he could do anything, Yan Zhen had already vanished. Zhang Ya stammered in total confusion. He's completely gone. Over in the monitoring room, Wu Baifeng sneered with smug satisfaction, confident that Yan Zhen would fail. Naive fool. Those things only work from a distance. At close range, that blast can literally blow a man's head off, let alone useless noise-canceling headphones with poor protection. Yet, as he stared at the screen, a sudden wave of anxiety washed over him. How on earth is he moving that fast? It feels just as quick as my own shockwave slash. Meanwhile, the noise zombie was flying around the building, placing its claws on a windowsill to pulse a wave of energy through the structure. Instantly, it detected a human figure hiding inside, confirming it was indeed Yan Zhen. Without hesitation, the savage beast spread its wings and charged straight toward Yan Zhen's position. On the other side, Yan Zhen was silently hiding behind a concrete wall. Looking up, he suddenly saw the grinning noise zombie clinging to the surface, immediately letting out another terrifying, deafening roar right in his face. The shockwave from that massive roar was so violent it shattered every single window nearby. Under the pressure of the sonic attack, the building's walls began to crack, sending dangerous concrete debris raining down. Having been rescued by Wu Baifan, Zhang Ya collapsed onto the ground with a sigh of relief, thanking his lucky stars he made it out alive. Then, Zhang Ya turned to Wu Baifan and spoke with absolute certainty. The building is literally warping. That kid must be torn to shreds, right? Wu Baifan confidently agreed with a smug grin. Absolutely. Even I'd be in serious trouble taking that hit point blank, let alone some rookie. He looked down at his phone, which was connected to a drone feed hovering over the ruins. As the black smoke slowly cleared, the noise zombie hovered in midair, scanning the area cautiously for any sign of Yan Zhen. Wu Baifan stared at the wreckage, breathing a deep sigh of relief when he saw absolutely no sign of Yan Zhen. He's definitely history, he thought triumphantly. Just as the scanning noise zombie turned its head, it was suddenly struck by an incredibly powerful, unexpected punch. The impact completely threw the massive monster off balance, sending it crashing down hard onto the rooftop, causing the entire building to tremble violently. Before the dazed beast could even recover, it looked up to see a dark figure plummeting from the sky. It was Yan Zhen. He landed a brutal stomp right onto the creature, making it writhe in absolute agony. The monster gasped silently in pain, a fatal bullet wound clearly visible on its head. Stepping squarely onto its face with utter disdain, Yan Zhen sneered mockingly. Bulletproof steel under your scalp? No wonder my 12.7mm gun didn't pierce it. Hearing this, the noise zombie smirked, but its face suddenly twists in sheer terror as it stares down the long barrel of the gun in panic. Meanwhile, Yan Zhen coldly says, "Why don't we try this instead?" Without any hesitation, Yan Zhen repeatedly shoots the beast straight in the face, giving it zero chance to fight back, until the robotic system notification finally chimes in. Explosive corpse eliminated. 2 upgrade points obtained. The total available upgrade points is now 3. On the other side, both Zhang Ya and 5% stare at Yan Zhen on the screen in absolute horror. 5% even screams in utter disbelief. He actually killed it. Beside him, Zhang Ya gasps in shock at the sheer brutality, seeing the creature's head completely blown to pieces. And he even kept firing. 5% thinks in absolute disbelief. Damn it. Even if this kid used insane speed to dodge the close-range blast of that explosive corpse, he was still right in the blast radius. So how on earth is he completely unharmed? Could it be those headphones? No way. Even with noise-canceling gear, any normal pair would be torn to shreds like wet paper against the deafening screech of an explosive corpse. And where did those headphones even come from? Wasn't the pair he had just cheap earbuds? The more 5% thinks, the more confused he gets, frantically pulling his hair in frustration. What is going on? This makes no sense. Beside him, Zhang Ya stands completely frozen, staring at the building in shock, unable to process what just happened. Suddenly, Yan Zhen appears out of nowhere right behind Zhang Ya. Why is there a sudden, chilling shiver running down his spine? Zhang Ya fearfully glances backward, his entire body freezing solid the moment he recognizes the figure standing right there. Staring back at him is Yan Zhen's terrifyingly cold, menacing expression. He casually holds up the headphones in front of Zhang Ya, speaking in a calm voice. "Here are your headphones back. I upgraded them. Item info. Upgraded noise, canceling headphones. This incredible piece of gear offers top-tier noise reduction, instantly blocking 90% of all external sounds once equipped." Seeing Yan Zhen right in front of him, Zhang Ya instantly turns pale and frantically waves his hands in panic. "Hey, big brother, why are you being so polite with me? Mine were just cheap, simple earbuds. These over-ear ones are obviously yours, boss. No way they belong to me." After leaving the building, Yan Zhen walks over to a nearby cafe. As he leans against a utility pole, waiting and lost in deep thought, a friendly voice suddenly calls out to him from behind. Glancing back, Yan Zhen spots Baozi standing there, with a highly awkward smile, gesturing toward a small electric scooter parked right beside him. Baozi chuckles nervously, pointing at the vehicle as he speaks with sheer embarrassment. "I could only get this one. Our squad is dead broke. Aside from this, it's either the captain's rides or the armored vehicles, and I pulled some serious strings to get you this phone. Normally, Only the vice captain and I have the clearance to use one. Baozi explains thoughtfully, handing the device over to Yan Zhen. The dorm keys and some pocket money are inside the scooter. You won't have to live in that shack anymore. Staring at Baozi, Yan Zhen thinks suspiciously. This guy was so arrogant yesterday, but today, he's all big brother this and big brother that. A real two-faced snake. Without saying a word, Yan Zhen climbs onto the scooter and asks out of pure curiosity, "Do you know where the Fang family estate is? I heard it's quite grand, so I want to check it out." Hearing this, Baozi answers honestly with a serious expression. It's right in the city center, the tallest building surrounded by empty land. Suddenly, Baozi's tone turns sharp as he issues a grim warning. But don't say I didn't warn you. You must stay far away from the perimeter fence of the Fang estate, or they'll shoot you dead on sight. Yan Zhen is slightly surprised, asking curiously, "Huh, is their security really that tight?" Hearing this, Baozi explains carefully. 5 years ago, the old city lord, Fang Mingbo, was assassinated, and his son, Fang Ao, took over and ramped up security everywhere. So, you really should watch your step. That was Baozi's way of showing some genuine concern. Having learned what he needed, Yan Zhen rides away, plotting his next move as he travels. This time, entering the city isn't just about scavenging resources to level up. He also wants to gauge the Fang family's military strength. Know yourself. Know your enemy. Actually, during the earlier battle alongside Gloria, he had tried upgrading her, hoping to turn her into his personal weapon. Yan Zhen recalls this with deep regret. System alert. Upgrading explosive corpses and humans is currently unavailable. Please raise your own level to level 21st and successfully complete the loyalty quest. But once he hit level 5, he realized that hunting ordinary zombies no longer granted him any experience points. Even killing normal explosive corpses gives drastically reduced EXP, making it crucial to gather intel on high-level ones. Yan Zhen sighs in exhaustion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered putting so much effort into infiltrating the anti-zombie squad. Riding along, Yan Zhen passes by a weapon shop, but suddenly slams on the brakes and backs up in sheer surprise. His eyes go wide in absolute amazement. Whoa! He quickly jumps off the scooter, pushes open the door of the shop, and exclaims with absolute excitement, "Now this is what I call a gold mine." Looking around, Yan Zhen marvels at the sheer variety of weapons neatly displayed everywhere. Yan Zhen thinks to himself in excitement, "These are top-tier weapons you'll never find outside the city walls." Yan Zhen was so excited he was practically shaking with joy. This place is absolute heaven for a guy. Buying a heap of heavy weapons and upgrading them would instantly boost his combat power to a whole new tier. Suddenly, Yan Zhen slams his hand on the counter and confidently tells the shopkeeper, "Huge weapons with massive firepower. I want them all out here in 1 minute." The owner simply adjusts his glasses without a word, and just a minute later, Yan Zhen is violently kicked out of the shop. Before going back inside, the furious owner yells at him, "You barely have a penny in your pocket, yet you dare act big here? Do not let me see your face again." Left groggy on the ground, Yan Zhen mutters to himself, "Well, that was certainly a pleasant business transaction, but fortunately, he still scored a few weapons." Living in the wild too long made him completely lose touch with market prices. Luckily, the old man still sold him some gear. Staring at his new equipment, Yan Zhen smiles with deep satisfaction. The suppressor might not make his gun completely silent, but at long range, it is enough to keep from alerting the enemy. With that in mind, Yan Zhen peers through his binoculars with a massive long rifle slung over his shoulder, ready for action. Way off in the distance sits the imposing Fang family estate. The perimeter is heavily fortified, with an intimidating army of armored tanks and tactical bombers. Yan Zhen carefully observes the area, whispering to himself in caution. There is a ton of heavy artillery out there, and several shadowy figures patrol the rooftop. Those are the Fang family's ultimate elite force, the feared corpse soldiers. These elite guards belong to the Fang family's personal detail. Every single one is level 6, one step higher than Yan Zhen. A heavy, suffocating aura of pure dread radiates from their bodies. To think a mere low-level soldier outranks a guard captain like him, Yan Zhen feels a wave of anxiety, realizing why the powerful Fang family has dominated Aurora City for so long. He pulls out a small blue cloth. But since he is already here, he quickly drops his backpack, raises his rifle to aim, and prepares to strike. He cannot go home empty-handed. Pulling his hood up, Yan Zhen fires his first decisive shot straight toward the estate. Right after, he quickly scales a massive fighter jet parked nearby. As soon as he touches the fuselage, the robotic voice of the system chimes in. Warning: cannot store the fighter jet. Please upgrade to level 15 to unlock. Unable to claim the jet, Zhen reluctantly turns his attention to a tank instead. He wonders if the tank has the same crazy restriction. Will it require level 30? As his hand touches the heavy armor, the cold system warns him once again. Warning: cannot store the tank. Please upgrade to level 10 to unlock. Since he is short 2 upgrade points, he decides to lure a corpse soldier over to farm experience. With a plan in mind, Zhen slams his fist against the tank, deliberately making a loud noise. Sure enough, the corpse soldier immediately spins around in alert. Watching this unfold, Zhen smirks with utter satisfaction. Excellent. He has got the enemy's attention right where he wants it. He raises his teleportation gun, aiming it at a distant spot to plan his next move. He needs to move to a wider space to avoid getting cornered by the Fang family. Without hesitation, he pulls the trigger. A loud bang echoes as the bullet streaks forward with pinpoint accuracy. While the teleportation bullet flies through the air, the furious corpse soldier charges straight toward Zhen. In a matter of seconds, Zhen turns around only to find the monstrous creature standing right behind him. The corpse soldier slashes his heavy sword down, but Zhen agilely leaps forward just in time, narrowly dodging the lethal strike. He is way too fast. He actually kept pace with my teleportation. Zhen thinks, looking nervously at his blade. If he keeps saving his points, he is going to end up dead. He summons a long sword from his palm and triggers an upgrade, wrapping his entire body in a brilliant, glowing green light. The system chimed mechanically, notifying him that the weapon has been upgraded to level 8, consuming 3 points and leaving 0. With the upgrade complete, the fragile sword in his hand transforms into a massive, menacing broadsword, brimming with power. Zhen gets into a combat stance as the corpse soldier lunges at him with sheer brutality. Zhen blocks the heavy strike with his massive blade, immediately launching a fierce counterslash across the monster's head. But despite his immense power, it only leaves a tiny scratch. He stares at the scratch, completely caught off guard. That iron helmet is incredibly thick. Still, they clash again without hesitation, their weapons colliding with violent force and sending a shower of blinding sparks into the air. Zhen spins his weapon, delivering a devastating blow. Caught off guard, the corpse soldier takes the hit head-on and is sent flying high into the sky. With its helmet shattered, one of the creature's eyes flashes brilliantly before its head mutates into a massive, terrifying skull. Zhen leaps back, furrowing his brow as he watches the grotesque transformation. He recalls being told these monsters are modified humans, but the aura from that shattered helmet feels like pure, unadulterated beast fury. With no time to lose, Zhen hurls his massive blade with pinpoint accuracy, impaling the corpse soldier's mutated skull in a fatal strike. Another zombie soldier goes down, earning him an upgrade point. Hearing the system announcement, Zhen is absolutely thrilled. Those zombie soldiers yield a massive amount of experience. But right then, 2 elite guard zombies ambush him from behind. The one on the left is level 7, while the right one is a menacing level 8. Sensing the threat from behind, Zhen instantly kicks a fallen weapon off the ground right into the air, catching the sword mid-air and raising it just in time to block 2 heavy strikes from the incoming zombies. But their raw strength is overwhelming, so massive that it actually forces Zhen's hands to tremble under the intense strain. Keeping his composure, Zhen calmly notes that their power has definitely spiked. The sheer impact has completely numbed his wrists. Failing their initial surprise attack, the 2 zombie guards immediately coordinate to surround Zhen tactically. Realizing this fight is getting tricky, he smartly whips out a handgun to tilt the odds in his favor. One of the guard zombies immediately lunges forward, viciously swinging its blade straight at Zhen. Zhen parries the blow, but as he struggles with the first enemy, the second guard zombie suddenly blindsides him, aiming for a decisive and fatal strike. Yet Zhen remains completely unfazed, calmly raising his gun to shoot it in the head before mocking it coldly. A single shot won't kill you, but it will at least slow you down, giving me enough time to focus entirely on finishing off your friend first. While that zombie is knocked flat on the ground, Zhen decisively turns all his attention back to the remaining guard. The zombie guard aggressively rushes him again with full force. Zhen tosses his gun aside, grabs the zombie guard by its collar, and violently slams its entire body onto the hard ground. He pins the zombie's neck down with his foot, then uses a spell to quickly summon his gun back to his hand. Pressing the barrel directly against its head, he fires without a single second of hesitation. Those final point-blank shots are more than enough to decisively put the first guard down. The system's robotic voice rings out. Elite Guard Zombie defeated, 1 upgrade point acquired, updating his total available upgrade points. The system continues detailing his loot drop: obtained Iron Battle Armor Set, obtained Keva's Undergarment, and obtained the Zombie Guard Blade. Hearing this makes Zhen grin with pure satisfaction. Not bad. This full iron armor set weighs 50 kilograms, yet those zombie guards were still moving with incredible agility. On top of that, Zhen receives an unexpected skill upgrade, upgraded to max level, consuming 2 points, leaving him with 0 available upgrade points. He is highly intrigued. Time to put this new skill to the test. Undead Enslavement unlocked. The Undead Enslavement skill activates when a zombie's health drops below 20%, allowing him to consume 1 evolution point to turn it into his loyal servant. Note, this cannot be used on targets with a higher level than his own. The moment he finishes his upgrades, a rogue sword suddenly comes flying straight toward Zhen's face. He quickly dodges to the side, cleanly evading the attack from the guard zombie he had only temporarily knocked out earlier. The two clash instantly, the deafening screech of colliding metal echoing continuously through the tense battlefield. Finally, Zhen glides past his opponent, executing a perfectly timed horizontal slash that cleaves clean through its head. Level 8 guard zombie health at 18%, status is now enslavable. But right as he finishes off that last zombie, an entire squad of elite guard reinforcements suddenly surrounds him from behind. Instead of panicking, Zhen simply looks at them with a relaxed, mocking grin. Another wave? Perfect. I was just worrying about running low on points, so thanks for the warm welcome. With that, Zhen plunges headfirst into the horde, hacking them down ruthlessly. Soon, the entire mountain valley echoes with the chaotic, relentless clash of blades. A long while later, Zhen completely wipes out the horde, and his sweet reward is a non-stop barrage of satisfying system upgrade notifications. Elite Guard Zombie defeated. 1 upgrade point acquired. Another Elite Guard Zombie defeated. 1 upgrade point acquired. And yet, another Elite Guard Zombie defeated. 1 upgrade point acquired. Total available upgrade points is now 7. Suddenly, Zhen's entire body radiates a brilliant, pure white light. The system chiming in. Level 9 Elite Guard Zombie acquired. Maximum enslavement capacity reached. To control more undead servants, please upgrade to level 20. Available points remaining is 6. Zhen strategically decides that these will do for now, until he finds much stronger elite zombies later. The moment those words cross his mind, a sudden, ice-cold shiver runs straight down his spine, making him tense up with dread. A truly monstrous presence has appeared right behind him, radiating an incredibly oppressive and threatening aura. Whiplash fast, Zhen spins around only to find an imposing skull-level boss zombie standing right there in the shadows. It is none other than the legendary heavy-armored knight captain of the Fang family. Its entire body is encased in massive iron armor, with cold, glowing eyes that radiate pure malice. Zhen can't help but feel a sudden wave of anxiety as he observes it. Wait, a heavy knight captain riding a motorcycle instead of a warhorse? Has the world gone completely crazy? Suddenly, the boss unholsters a massive gun from its back, aims it straight at Zhen, and aggressively chambers around. Only now does Zhen freeze in absolute shock. So, that's what heavy artillery means. With those words, the boss fiercely unleashes a relentless barrage of bullets right at Zhen. He doesn't just stand there to get turned into a sieve, instantly darting away in a flash. He wisely fires a teleportation shot, aiming right toward the Fang family building. The bullet flies toward the military tank. In an instant, it vanishes, leaving Zhen landing perfectly on top of the vehicle. He places his hand on the metal armor, unleashing his power with absolute resolve. He definitely can't beat that boss right now, but at least he can steal this tank, which will be perfect for carrying his minions later. A few seconds later, the system sounds off with a robotic alert. Main battle tank has been successfully upgraded to the reinforced armor battle tank. Firepower plus 50%, armor plus 50%. 1 upgrade point consumed. Then, Zhen looks over at the fighter jet nearby, feeling a deep sense of regret. Even if he uses his remaining points to reach level 15 and unlock this jet, he won't have enough to claim it. Next time, then, by the time the boss approaches the building where the tanks are kept, one has already vanished into thin air. Once Zhen escapes the Fang family territory, he casually slips his hands into his pockets, walking away with a satisfied grin. This raid on the Fang family got him to level 10, a new zombie guard minion, a reinforced main battle tank, and 5 upgrade points. Not a bad haul. Suddenly, Zhen activates a skill, consuming 5 mental energy points per second. He senses someone hiding in the bushes. Coldly aiming his gun at the shadows, he issues a dark warning. Even if you hide behind that tree, I can still see you. Come out. And stepping out with total composure is none other than Nanyu. She steps out calmly, not forgetting to tease him with a charming smile. As expected of the handsome guy, I have my eyes on. Your senses are sharp. Zhen walks up to her, asking with deep suspicion. Are you stalking me? Nanyue doesn't even try to deny it, praising his sharp wit. Zhen narrows his eyes, a sharp gleam of suspicion cutting through them. How long have you been tracking me? She leans in, flashing a playful grin. Oh, don't look at me like you want to kill me. I actually came here with good intentions. Zhen asks, completely puzzled by her words. Good intentions? Nanyue drops her playful act, her expression turning dead serious. If you want to take down the Fang family, I can help you. Zhen waves his hand, acting completely baffled. I have absolutely no idea what you are talking about. You are part of the guard unit, yet you say things like this? Besides, if you hate the Fangs, go deal with Fang all yourself. Why drag me in? Because. Nanyue responds with unwavering hope. You are the only one who actually has a chance of destroying them. Following their tense conversation near the estate, Nanyu offers to lead Zhen to a mysterious location. They arrive at a gloomy, empty field littered with scattered gravestones. Looking around the desolate clearing, Zhen speaks up with a questioning frown. Why did you bring me here? Nanyue stares intently at the tombstone in front of them, speaking solemnly. Because I believe this place will help you truly understand the burning rage I hold against the Fang family. Zhen follows her gaze and looks closely at the tombstone, where the name Nanfeng is clearly engraved in the stone. Intrigued, he asks, what exactly is buried down there? The moment he asks, Nanyue's voice suddenly sharpens with pure, unadulterated fury. My blood feud. With eyes full of hatred, she begins sharing her tragic backstory. 10 years ago, when the zombie outbreak first erupted, the Fangs used their private militia to quickly seize control of Dawn City, hoarding every scrap of supplies. They cleared everything for miles outside the walls. Soon, survivors left stranded in the wasteland couldn't survive and had to seek shelter inside the city. To receive protection, they had to accept the Fangs' brutal terms. Besides doing endless hard labor for pitiful scraps of food, every single person had to submit to zombie transformation. Once they passed the physical trials, they were modified into zombie soldiers, forced to fight for Dawn City and eradicate the undead outside. If they performed exceptionally well, they would be promoted, earning a rare chance to move into the inner city. They wouldn't have to worry about their next meal or sleep out in the freezing rain ever again. As she speaks, painful memories flash through her mind. Hearing all this, Zhen suddenly cuts in with a skeptical look. Wait, isn't that actually a good deal? Nanyu remains silent, simply lowering her head to continue her dark tale. But the Fangs hid a dark secret. Every single person successfully turned into a zombie soldier ultimately walked a path of absolute no return. As she says this, her eyes well up with heartbreaking sorrow. My brother, Nanfeng, volunteered to become a zombie soldier 5 years ago. Right after Fang Ao became city lord, he had only one goal in mind, to secure a safe place for the two of us to live. He possessed incredible combat talent. Never fearing death, he rose through the ranks rapidly. But just as he was about to join the elite guard, the unthinkable happened. Flashing back to that fateful moment, right as Nanfeng was about to enter the guard headquarters, he suddenly coughed up a pool of blood. His body began to mutate, his veins bulging into a terrifying shade of blue. Nanfeng shivered in pure agony as he stared at the pool of blood in his hand. Within seconds, his jaw went completely out of control. They were no longer human teeth, but those of a savage beast, as long fangs burst out, while his skin also underwent a truly horrifying and terrifying transformation. In the end, Nanfeng mutated into a full-on monster, mindlessly attacking everyone around him in a chaotic frenzy. Nanyue's voice dropped, filled with bitter resentment. In the end, the guards told me he suddenly went berserk and attacked everyone at headquarters. They had no choice but to put him down, leaving me with nothing but his military dog tag. Nanyue squeezed her trembling fist in utter rage. I didn't even get his body back. I could only bury his dog tag here. Suddenly, Zhen's eyes glowed as he activated an inspection skill that cost 5 spirit points per second, revealing something buried deep beneath the dirt of the grave. It was Nanfeng's actual dog tag, clearly showing his name alongside the faded but readable title of guard captain. Zhen rubbed his chin, deeply puzzled. Dog tags are usually made in pairs, so if there is only one here, the other must be on his corpse. But if he was killed, the body would rot. So is the other tag just hanging in thin air? Suddenly, a shocking possibility flashed through Yan Zhen's mind. Unless, unaware of Yan Zhen's racing thoughts, Nan Yue gently placed her hand on her brother's tombstone, as if softly comforting him. I've been secretly investigating for years, and uncovered the truth the Fang family hides. Whenever a corpse soldier heals with corpse chi or casts spells, corpse poison slowly eats away at them. Once that erosion exceeds our limits, we turn into berserkers. Our bodies will no longer retain any shred of humanity. And when we do go wild, the Fang family has a secret method to control us, turning us into mindless killing machines. So, rebellious corpse soldiers like me who want to fight back against them are trapped in a deadly, endless cycle. Nan Yue clenched her hand on the tombstone, speaking with fierce hatred and determination. The harder we resist, the faster we turn into berserkers. And once we turn, the Fangs just use us as tools for their evil deeds. Yan Zhen responded calmly, weighing her story. I'll believe you for now. But why would you expect me to want to overthrow the Fang family? Nan Yue stared firmly into his eyes, filled with hope. Ever since the rookie tournament, I've watched every single one of your battles. You are not a corpse soldier, yet you constantly grow stronger. I don't know how you do it, but only you can escape our endless cycle of death. Yan Zhen stared quietly at Nan Yue, lost in deep thought. Over at the Fang estate, a silhouette was cast upon the window glass. The man sneered with utter contempt and self-satisfaction. These filthy peasants plot to take my life day in and day out. The reflection belonged to Fang Ao, the highly powerful lord of Dawn City. Staring out at the view, Fang Ao mocked them. They actually think I'd reside in a tiny building that looks like a target? Pathetic. Behind him, a subordinate spoke up with absolute respect. My lord, regarding yesterday's assassination attempt, who do you plan to send to investigate? Fang Ao glanced over and gave a decisive order. Have Olsen handle it. Where is she? Hearing this, the subordinate hesitated, replying with great embarrassment. Well, about that, sir. She went to defend the city gates yet again. I heard a powerful boss showed up in the north, and the alert level has been raised to A rank. Upon hearing this, Fang Ao's expression turned incredibly tense. At the same time, over at the northern gate, a massive tank was deployed, firing continuously into a raging storm of bullets. A colossal, terrifying monster had appeared, its entire body covered in sharp spikes, with a sunken head that looked like a giant, gaping maw waiting to swallow its prey whole. Suddenly, the tank stopped firing and went completely silent, throwing the nearby soldiers into a state of panic and confusion. One of the soldiers screamed out in absolute despair. Why did the rapid-fire battery stop? Another soldier immediately turned to report in a panic. Sir, the system has exceeded its maximum overload limit. Just as he said that, a deep, incredibly calm voice suddenly echoed from right behind them. That thing was built for anti-air defense. Standard ground operations were bound to fail. Hearing him, the soldiers spun around and snapped a sample salute. Vice Captain Wu. It turned out, this man was none other than the second in command of the 5th Squad, Wu Fen. He was also the exact examiner who had schemed to sabotage Yan Zhen during the selection trials. Gripping a massive blade, Wu Fen spoke with supreme confidence. Leave this boss to me. When it comes to ground combat, you still have to rely on us corpse soldiers. The moment he finished speaking, the ground ripped open, sending rocks and soil flying everywhere as a colossal, threatening creature moved rapidly through the earth, right beneath them. The soldiers guarding the walls looked down in absolute terror. Commander, the boss is about to dig right under the city walls. Another soldier yelled out, keeping hope alive. Don't panic, it's about to trigger the landmines. Right on cue, the underground monster hit the mines, causing an earth-shattering explosion that shook the entire area, immediately forcing the massive beast to burst out onto the surface. That is an A-rank iron blood worm corpse, a truly terrifying creature. Just as it raises its head, a sudden flash of light cuts through the dark. Turns out, 5% used his signature corpse technique to cleanly slice the giant bloodworm in half. With absolute precision, the massive creature's body crashes heavily to the ground. 5% stands right beside the corpse, looking down at it with absolute pride. He boasts that as long as he keeps racking up achievements like today, the captain position will soon be his. The soldiers watching from above widen their eyes in absolute awe. One soldier is amazed that the giant beast was split in half with a single blow, but his comrade calmly explains that it is actually his signature move. Word is, before the apocalypse, Captain 5% spent his days at a butcher shop, watching his father cut meat. His father could split any piece of meat with absolute precision. After becoming a captain, he used that foundation to develop his own deadly slicing technique. Meanwhile, despite being cleanly sliced in half, the bloodworm's body surprisingly begins to regenerate right before their eyes. 5% frowns at the sight, taking a deep breath as he concentrates on launching his next attack. In a split second, he unleashes his horizontal slash, viciously tearing a massive wound down the entire length of the monster's regenerating body. The creature's flesh splits apart, leaving it looking like a bizarre, open sandwich as the two halves separate. Up above, the two soldiers continue their conversation with growing curiosity. "This is my first time seeing a non-humanoid corpse puppet, and you arrived later than usual. These are usually high-rank corpses, and they almost never have self-healing abilities. Seeing one heal itself like this today is a first for me too." The soldier looks down with deep anxiety. Below, 5% grips his sword tightly, staring at the bloodworm's body as he speaks with fierce determination. "I might not know where your core is, but if I mince you to pieces, I will eventually hit it." With that, 5% leaps high into the air, raising his sword for another devastating strike. Suddenly, the bloodworm's head snaps back up, opening its massive jaws right in front of his face. 5% panics, utterly shocked by how fast the other half regenerated. Before he can even make a move, the monster lunges forward and bites him clean in half. His lower body is left hanging brutally from its jaws. Having dealt with its target, the bloodworm immediately rears up towards the wall, eager to devour the two helpless soldiers. The two soldiers never expected their captain to lose, screaming in absolute despair as they scramble for weapons. But instead of attacking them, the bloodworm turns its attention to strategically crushing the defense arrays. One soldier quickly realizes its sinister plan, fearing that the beast is trying to destroy their defense arrays. The bloodworm slithers aggressively toward the next defense array, determined to smash it. Its massive body sweeps across the wall, knocking the defense arrays down. Soon, the beast reaches the very last remaining array. Only a single soldier stands there to defend it, desperately firing his gun at the approaching monster. This is the last array at the north gate, but the bullets do nothing, and the beast is about to swallow him whole. The soldier screams desperately for help, when suddenly, the monster's head is cleanly sliced in two once again. The soldier looks up in absolute shock, realizing that the weapon flying through the air is a giant hammer. He can't believe his eyes. A hammer did that? As he stares, his eyes widen further, realizing the weapon is absolutely massive. The spinning hammer is colossal, because it has been amplified 10 times its original size using a weapon enlargement technique. Looking around to see who threw the weapon, the soldier is stunned to find a heroic girl standing tall. That girl is none other than the powerful captain of the 10th Guard Division, Captain Onan. Captain Onan gives a cold, decisive command, telling the young soldier to hand over his heavy weapon. Before long, the bloodworm's severed body completely heals itself once more. Feeling bullets peppering its tough hide, the beast spins around to find Captain Onan calmly unloading a barrage of precise shots at its face. Without a single hint of fear, she boldly steps forward, right toward the massive monster. Meanwhile, the two surviving soldiers hide behind a wall in sheer panic, with one of them asking anxiously. He wonders why they have to hide back here, asking if she told them to stay clear of the stray bullets. Poking his head out to watch, he mutters that a normal gun won't hurt this boss. They need heavy artillery. The enraged bloodworm charges furiously at Captain Onan, but she stands her ground with a calm smile, noting that she has successfully drawn its aggro. Wait until the beast is right on top of her before dodging. Then she instantly channels her giant weapon technique onto the firearm. The gun instantly swells to a colossal size, pointing directly at the oncoming bloodworm. With the weapon fully enlarged, Captain Onan throws her entire body weight into pulling the trigger with absolute resolve. The trigger is pulled, and a massive, terrifying shell blasts from the barrel like an absolute cannon. Unable to withstand such a massive impact, the upper body of the bloodworm shatters into tiny, horrific pieces. Terrified, the bloodworm turns to flee. But before it can make a run for it, a relentless barrage of massive bullets shreds it. Once the ammo runs dry, the massive gun finally stops. NN stands there calmly watching the aftermath, then skillfully shrinks the weapon back to its original size, without breaking a sweat. Now, nothing remains of the monster but charred chunks of flesh scattered all over the ground in a horrifying display. The two soldiers stare wide-eyed in absolute disbelief. Does a pistol that size even count as a hand cannon? A pistol that big has to be a cannon, right? With the beast dead, NN walks over to the injured Wu Fenzhen, asking him how he is holding up. You are awake, and your wounds are healing. Wu Fengzhen's severed torso begins to close up, leaving only creepy green veins running down half his body. Wu Fengzhen says nothing, only glaring at NN with absolute fury. Damn it, the boss is gone. Wu Fengzhen fumes with helpless rage. That annoying woman just stole credit for his kill again. Fortunately, NN's phone suddenly rings, breaking the incredibly tense and awkward silence that was building between the two. NN calmly answers the call. Hey. Even though Wu Fengzhen is muttering beside her, complaining that her captain position will be his one day, NN pays no attention to his jealousy and focuses entirely on her call. Got it, I am on my way. Without another word, NN turns and walks away, leaving a furious Wu Fengzhen screaming behind her. She is ignoring me again. Arrogant woman. A few minutes later, inside the monitoring room of the Fang Clan building, a voice shouts in shock. What? You are telling me the critical angles are completely missing? A technician calmly and professionally explains. Yes, all the security camera footage from that night that could have captured the intruder is completely gone. Pointing at the computer screen showing a masked Zhen, he adds regretfully, we only managed to capture this single masked thief on camera. Meanwhile, Zhen is cornered and surrounded by 3 massive corpse puppets, all of which are stalking him with the menacing posture of giant leopards. They slowly and tactically close in, trapping Zhen in the center. Keeping his guard up, Zhen observes the 3 beasts, realizing they match the description of the corpse puppets from Nan Yue's intelligence report. One of the puppets suddenly lunges forward, baring its razor-sharp teeth as it charges straight at Zhen. Instead of dodging immediately, like he usually does, Zhen stands his ground, clearly having some sort of tactical plan in mind. Suddenly, a flash of light erupts, followed by the metallic sound of a blade slicing clean through flesh. It is the corpse soldier under Zhen's command, who quickly cuts down the beast and stands in front of his master to protect him with absolute loyalty. Zhen confidently turns to walk away, leaving the rest of the beasts to his summon, telling him that he will handle these weaklings. The corpse soldier gives a quick thumbs up in obedience, and with that, Zhen uses his movement skill to glide through the forest, landing gracefully on a branch. As it turns out, Zhen had actually held a secret meeting with Nan Yue 5 hours prior to this. Nan Yue spoke first, telling him that she used her connections to delay his transfer to the anti-violence department. Zhen asked out of curiosity about the Fang clan's overall combat strength, prompting Nan Yue to break it down in detail. From highest to lowest, the power levels are divided into S, A, B, C, and D, with each tier split further into 3 sub-ranks like S+, S, and S-. Analyzing the situation, Zhen realizes their ranking system is much more detailed, meaning there are major differences between both sides. Using this as a reference, what rank would Wu Fengzhen be? His normal combat power is around D or C tier, but unleashing his full corpse energy can push him to B-, though such massive tier jumps are extremely rare. However, unleashing that full power is a one-time deal, as they will inevitably transform into a wild, violent corpse right after. In the entire department, the strongest combatant is NN at A+ tier, and nobody actually knows how high her limits go when she unleashes her full power. That woman has an insanely high resistance to corpse poison, constantly breaking limits to the point where the testing center could not even find where her ceiling lies. Hearing this, Zhen asks with deep curiosity, is she the strongest in Shuguang City? Nan Yue replies that within Fang Ao's elite guard, there are rumored S-tier experts hidden deeply, and she is still trying to dig up more intel. Nan Yue tilts her head with a charming smile, explaining that sending him to fight this violent corpse is the ultimate test of his true strength. Back in the present, Zhen stands on the tree branch, muttering to himself with a smirk. So, I am being tested, huh? He quickly leaps down a massive pit in the forest, heading into the cave with high guard when a sudden sound catches him off guard. Listening closely, he realizes it is the sound of drums, a rhythmic beating echoing from deep within the cavern. He follows the sound deeper, walking past countless human skulls and bones scattered across the cave floor in a truly spine-chilling display. Heading deeper, the outline of a giant corpse finally appears. As a massive drum set slowly comes into view, a closer look reveals a bizarre, double-horned zombie boss holding 2 drumsticks. It turns out that strange drum set actually belongs to him. That creepy monster is the mysterious musical overlord, a high-level zombie boss whose power level remains completely unknown. When the beast spots Zhen, it genuinely thinks he came to watch its show, eagerly asking him a question. Are you here to listen to my performance, too? Staring warily, Yan Zhen is shocked to find that this zombie boss can actually speak, just like Gloria warned. Wasting no time, he draws his gun and shoots the monster, making it clear he only came to kick its butt. But the monster fights back instantly. With a single thunderous beat of its drum, Yan Zhen is plunged into a dizzying illusion. Deafening cheers suddenly ring in Yan Zhen's ears, with fans screaming wildly, Lu Yuewa, Lu Yuewa, we love you. By the time Yan Zhen realizes something is terribly wrong, he finds himself standing in a massive concert hall, completely lost and confused. Is this the legendary concert from 5 years ago that he missed because of the apocalypse? Is this all just a powerful illusion? Before he can even react, someone suddenly grabs his hand. He turns to see Nan Yue holding on to him with a warm smile. While Yan Zhen stares in confusion, Nan Yue cheerfully lifts his hand high up into the air, shouting, "Why are you dazing out? Let's have some fun." Up on the stage, the monster begins hammering the drums. The moment those beats hit Yan Zhen's ears, an overwhelming wave of discomfort washes over him. Moments later, Yan Zhen completely loses control as the spell takes over, muttering, "Screw it. It's the apocalypse. Let's party." Woohoo! Over 10 hours pass, but Yan Zhen's body is still forced to dance like crazy to the hypnotic beats, with an illusion of an Shaoqi grooving right beside him. Still forced to dance, Yan Zhen thinks to himself in absolute exhaustion. How long has it been? Over 10 hours? Drenched in sweat and completely worn out, he hunches over, panting heavily from the extreme fatigue. He is exhausted, but the moment he hears those beats, his body dances on autopilot. Suddenly, a spark of hope hits him. That's right, his noise-canceling headphones. Frantic, Yan Zhen quickly pulls out the noise-canceling headphones he previously took from the young master, Zhang Ya. Fighting his own limbs, Yan Zhen struggles to put them on, desperately muttering, "Come on, put them on." But unfortunately, before he can cover his ears, the sound of the drums strikes faster, blasting directly into Yan Zhen's head. Once again, his body is snatched away by the spell. Forced to toss the headphones aside, he helplessly dances on, as imaginary cheers keep echoing around him, screaming, "Wow, he is so handsome." Now pushing past his absolute limits, Yan Zhen turns pale with dread. If this keeps up, he will literally die of exhaustion. Forced onto his hands and knees, he desperately reaches for the fallen headphones, just inches away, crying, "If I can just grab it." Almost there. Overwhelmed by fatigue, Yan Zhen begins to lose consciousness as his vision slowly fades into a pitch-black void. But suddenly, a hand reaches down and grabs the headphones, jolting the near-unconscious Yan Zhen wide awake with a gasp. It turns out to be Gloria's projection. Looking at Yan Zhen's pathetic state, she raises her chin with a smug, teasing smirk. "Hey kid, weren't you super tough when you fought me? How did you end up looking this weak after just a few days? Did you grind too much?" Enraged by her teasing, Yan Zhen barks back in anger. "I am trapped in a void illusion and forced to dance. What do you expect?" Gloria chuckles playfully. "Oh, looks like you still have some fight left." With a soft smile, Gloria gently places the headphones on him, saying, "Save your strength. Until you help me get my revenge, you have to survive no matter what." The second the headphones go on, a brilliant, blinding light erupts right in front of Yan Zhen's eyes. Seeing Yan Zhen lying face down on the ground, the monster stops drumming and aggressively stomps toward him. Just as the monster prepares to drain all of his life energy, a gun barrel suddenly presses hard right under its chin. Without hesitating, Yan Zhen pulls the trigger, blasting a bullet straight through its jaw and right into its brain with deadly precision. The monster crashes heavily onto the ground. Panting and completely spent, Yan Zhen slumps against a nearby wall to catch his breath. He looks down at his arm, realizing Gloria's lingering consciousness, and his fused muscles just saved his life. Feeling deeply grateful, suddenly, a splash startles him. Yan Zhen looks up in horror to see the exact same monster he just killed minutes ago emerging right from the water. Bolting upright, Yan Zhen stares warily as the beast slowly creeps closer once again. How did another one pop out? He wonders. The monster remarks on his quick analysis, laughing. A resurrection or a clone? You sure know your stuff. Before Yan Zhen can say another word, the monster violently strikes the drum with all its might, triggering a terrifying earthquake. The sheer force of the tremor is so intense that the ground begins to shatter. As the earth splits open, massive cave rocks crack and rain down in chaos, while the monster laughs triumphantly at the destruction. It admires its destructive work with smug satisfaction, but its grin instantly vanishes, replaced by a look of sheer, panicked shock. Looking down in horror, the monster stares at its own chest, which has just been brutally pierced by a lethal sword. It trembles, turning around in absolute despair to see its killer. But before it can even get a clear look, a massive sword slashes straight down, ruthlessly slicing the monster's body clean in half. The attacker is none other than the loyal corpse soldier under Yan Zhen's command. Having dealt with the beast, the undead warrior swiftly pulls out its blade and retreats. Meanwhile, Yan Zhen stands safely behind a partition, carefully analyzing the entire battle with tactical precision. Luckily, right before the monster unleashed its sound wave, Yan Zhen had put on noise-canceling headphones, keeping his mind clear. He watches closely, formulating his next strategic move. The gear dampens the sonic attacks, blocking most of the disruption, but a faint, rhythmic drumming still manages to filter through. Fortunately, this minor interference is not enough to trap him in the boss's illusion, though he suspects this body is just a clone. Acting fast, Yan Zhen activates his detection skill, determined to track down the creature's true body and strike before it can react. Scanning the cavern, he finally spots the real boss, hiding deep inside a narrow, shadowy crevice in the rocks. "Found you," Yan Zhen shouts, calling on Feng Ao to charge ahead and finish the beast. Instantly, a dark figure lunges forward, and the cave erupts with the fierce, echoing clangs of metal clashing against metal. Mid-fight, a round object suddenly flies out of the dust. As it rolls right to Yan Zhen's feet, his eyes widen. It is the severed, bloody head of his own corpse soldier. In just a matter of seconds, the monster had completely overpowered and destroyed his summon. The beast grins with mocking triumph. Suddenly, a suffocating wave of dark energy erupts from its body, sending a chill straight down Yan Zhen's spine. This energy is on a whole different level compared to the clone. Instantly, Yan Zhen recalls his conversation with Nan Yue before starting this mission. Back then, he had skeptically asked what rank the boss was. Nan Yue had paused, hesitantly warning him that even she would think twice before facing it. At the time, he brushed it off, completely baffled. "Are you kidding me? You expect me to take on a high-tier monster like that?" But now, standing face to face with the real boss, the horrifying truth of Nan Yue's warning finally hits him. She really wasn't playing around. She is the type to throw newbies straight into the fire, to sink or swim. With no time to waste, Yan Zhen decisively triggers an upgrade to level 20, spending 6 points and leaving him with 3 upgrade points remaining. Immediately, the cold, robotic voice of the system echoes, announcing that new upgrade mechanics have been unlocked. He has acquired the passive skill Super Discount, significantly lowering the point cost required to upgrade any item. He also receives the Hidden Gear passive, which lets him completely conceal any equipped items, including weapons, holsters, and protective armor. With his physical stats heavily boosted, the upgrade finishes just in time as the frenzied monster charges straight at him. The beast leaps high into the air, aiming a devastating, earth-shattering plunge punch directly at Yan Zhen's face. Just as the crushing blow is about to connect, Yan Zhen agilely sidesteps, dodging the attack with perfect timing. The fist slams violently into the solid floor, fracturing the stone and sending debris flying everywhere. Retreating to a safe distance to create some breathing room, Yan Zhen instantly draws his firearm and unleashes a relentless, heavy hail of bullets upon the grounded creature. The cave echoes with gunfire, but the undead monster's hide is tough as stone. The barrage seems to do absolutely zero damage, leaving him empty-handed. Shielding itself with its massive, bulky arms, the beast pushes through the gunfire and charges straight toward him with terrifying speed. Knowing its weak spot, Yan Zhen aims specifically for the creature's head to shut it down. Strangely, despite his steady aim, every single shot veers slightly off target. Only one lucky bullet manages to graze the side of the monster's ear. Within seconds, the swift undead warrior blitzes right past Yan Zhen before coming to an abrupt, sudden halt. Seizing the perfect opening, Yan Zhen finds himself right behind the monster. Positioned perfectly, he pulls the trigger again, letting loose another intense wave of lead directly into its back. Each shot packs a massive punch, yet the monster's hide acts like heavy, bulletproof armor, rendering his attacks completely useless. Countless rounds strike its body, but it shrugs them off without a single scratch. Seeing this, a wave of deep unease washes over Yan Zhen. Did he miss? No way. He was absolutely certain his crosshairs were locked on its head. Confused by the bizarre outcome, Yan Zhen suddenly senses that something is seriously off. It is the noise. He takes a quick step back, trying to calmly piece everything together. The vibrations from the beast slamming the ground actually carry a subtle, illusion-inducing frequency. Even with his headphones dampening the sound, the remaining frequency still messes with his vision, hearing, and physical coordination. He watches the smug, grinning creature before him. Even a tiny 10% sensory distortion is more than enough to throw his bullet trajectory completely off target during high-speed combat. Right then, the undead beast vanishes from thin air, reappearing right in front of him. It drives a punch toward his face, but Yan Zhen quickly leaps backward, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. It is insanely fast, but he can still react. The sheer speed of the creature catches him off guard. But before he can even regroup, the monster snaps its fingers, emitting another sharp, high-frequency sound wave that rattles his brain. The piercing noise rings in his ears, paralyzing him completely as sweat of pure panic drips down his tense face. Taking full advantage of this, the monster drives a brutal punch straight into Yan Zhen's stomach. The violent shockwave rattles the surrounding air, blasting him far away until he crashes brutally into a massive stone wall. The impact leaves a massive crater in the rock. Even worse, the shockwave completely shatters his gun and his valuable headset. Fighting through the agonizing pain, Yan Zhen shakily pushes himself up and speaks in absolute exhaustion. He was so close to dodging it, but that annoying noise threw him off. Now his headphones are broken, and he still cannot even see the beast's name or level. With that, Yan Zhen grows deeply worried. Should he spend his last 3 upgrade points on himself, or use them to fix the headphones? But even fixed, they cannot block this noise. If he stays trapped under the influence of this illusion magic, he stands absolutely zero chance of winning. He quickly curses the system in frustration, but then a brilliant idea strikes him. Wait a minute, doesn't he currently possess 2 different items that can reduce sound? What if he combines them? Before he can act, the zombie soldier rushes forward like lightning, aiming a brutal fist directly at his face. With the deadly fist mere inches from his nose, Yan Zhen manages to pull off a clutch, skillful dodge. But the monster unleashes the noise again, instantly paralyzing him once more. Seizing the moment, the beast delivers a lightning-fast kick that sends Yan Zhen crashing to the ground. Debris explodes everywhere as the ground shatters. Laughing triumphantly, the monster dives straight down, ready to unleash another relentless and brutal beatdown on him. Down in the crater where he was smashed, thick smoke and dust completely shroud the area. The zombie soldier strategically unleashes its paralyzing noise toward Yan Zhen once again. With the sonic wave locking him down, the beast dives in for a fierce, decisive strike. But this time, Yan Zhen is completely unaffected. He counters with a devastating punch straight to the monster's jaw. Caught totally off guard, the beast coughs up a spray of dark blood. The sheer force of the blow blasts the monster straight up into the cave ceiling, causing a terrifying tremor. Its body is pinned against the rocky ceiling, unable to move. Yan Zhen looks up at the monster, wearing a smug, victorious grin. Without that annoying noise holding him back, his level 2 impact force is way stronger than before. The monster panics, utterly confused as to why its sonic attack failed. Little does it know, Yan Zhen made a genius move by having the system upgrade his silencer device. By combining his silencer and noise-canceling headphones, he successfully upgraded them into an absolute silence domain. This powerful soundproofing cost him 2 upgrade points, leaving him with just 1. The equipment effect covers a strict 2-meter radius. It creates a zone of absolute silence. Sounds from the inside can travel out, but absolutely no external noise can ever penetrate this barrier. Now, he finally understands why Nan Yue said even the top-tier fighters dare not enter this place lightly. Without a countermeasure like this, any fighter would have their combat power crippled. But the zombie soldier refuses to back down. Recovering after a few seconds, the beast charges back down to attack Yan Zhen, unleashing a flurry of devastating punches and kicks. But there is a catch this time. The zombie soldier has completely lost its ability to generate that agonizing noise. Every single time it snaps its fingers, only silence follows. Seeing the monster's growing helplessness, Yan Zhen smirks with absolute confidence. The monster, on the other hand, is completely panicking as its trick fails. Seizing the opening, Yan Zhen dashes forward and lands several precise, heavy blows. Panicked and defenseless without its noise magic, the beast takes hit after hit until it is covered in its own blood. Just as the system announces the deactivation of the absolute silence domain, Yan Zhen winds up for one final, devastating strike. He punches the monster with insane force, blasting it back hundreds of meters. The beast flies through the air before slamming hard into the cliffside. A massive explosion erupts, sending debris flying in all directions. Right after, the system's robotic voice chimes in to announce that Phase 1 of the boss is defeated. He receives 5 upgrade points, bringing his total to 6. Yan Zhen is highly suspicious. Why give rewards when the fight is only halfway done? Is the system worried he might die? During the void dance, he almost collapsed. Yet it did not care. Clearly, this second phase is going to be the real deal. The system coldly issues another alert, automatically reactivating the absolute silence domain. Right then, the monster's broken body begins to emit a bizarre sound. Its left hand, right hand, and legs are all twisting and making strange noises. Yan Zhen quickly analyzes the situation. The beast should already know its noise. Magic is useless against him. So, what on earth is it trying to pull now? Before he can figure it out, the monster rises and begins casting a mysterious spell called the Black Death Ensemble. Unease washes over Yan Zhen's face as he braces for whatever deadly move is coming. Realizing this phase will be a nightmare, he decisively opens the system to upgrade his combat levels. He successfully reaches level 26, consuming all 6 of his upgrade points and leaving him with 0. He unlocks a new passive skill called Wind Chasing Lightning level 1. Its effect allows his rapid shots to inherit the extreme projectile speed of artillery shells or missiles. He also unlocks another passive skill called Corner Overtaking. With the effect, as long as the enemy's level is higher than yours, you get upgrade points equal to the level gap plus 1. But if you're a higher level than them, the max reward caps at 3 points, and every 5-level gap drops that by 1. Right now, taking down any kind of enemy gives you a solid chance to score some upgrade points. Meanwhile, the monster across from him is using its own dark magic to level up, causing its body to mutate hideously. 2 extra eyes bubble up on its grotesque face, and vicious, razor-sharp spikes sprout all over its limbs. Talk about nightmare fuel, the thing is looking way more threatening now. Yan Zhen watches the beast slowly morph, his anxiety spiking as the tension in the air thickens. Since that dark spell didn't work on him, the monster used it as a self-buff instead, instantly boosting its physical strength to a whole new level. The more Yan Zhen thinks about it, the more uneasy he gets, totally clueless about what kind of horror is coming next. Just seconds later, the zombie soldier completes its transformation, growing even more massive and intimidating. Its murderous aura gets so incredibly thick and suffocating that the air itself feels completely unbreathable. Suddenly, the monster vanishes into thin air. A split second later, a dark shadow looms right behind Yan Zhen. The beast throws a devastating punch from behind. Yan Zhen barely manages to dodge the massive fist, but those jagged, razor-sharp spikes on its arm still graze him, causing some serious pain. One of the spikes slices right across Yan Zhen's face, leaving a nasty, bleeding gash. The monster is way faster now, and to make matters worse, those spikes are actually poisoned. The flesh around his wound starts decaying, triggering a sudden, urgent warning from the system. Alert! You've been infected with zombie poison. You must spend your upgrade points to cleanse it before that poison gauge fills up. Yan Zhen starts to panic, thoroughly freaked out by the deadly zombie poison. Hearing the warning, Yan Zhen hesitates. He is really caught in a tough spot here. If he saves his points, he might lose the fight. But if he spends them all now, he won't have a backup plan for any sudden emergencies. He is totally stuck in a double bind, while the monster just stands there, wearing a smug, arrogant grin. But at least he can finally see its level now. It's a level 35 berserk corpse, which actually takes the edge off his anxiety. Since he can see its level, he realizes the gap between them isn't as massive as he initially feared. The two immediately clash in a brutal exchange. The zombie unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks, forcing Yan Zhen to dodge exhaustingly. Right now, they seem perfectly matched, with neither side giving an inch in this fierce duel. But as the zombie closes in with terrifying speed, Yan Zhen decides to fire his teleportation gun to gain some space. He needs to create some distance. Engaging in close-quarters combat is way too risky right now, so pulling back to regroup is his best strategic option. However, the clever beast reads his move. Just as Yan Zhen teleports along with the bullet, the monster vanishes right along with him. Out of nowhere, the monster reappears. It casually catches the high-speed teleportation bullet with its bare fingers, flashing a smug, mocking sneer at him. Winding up with threatening force, the monster violently hurls the teleportation bullet and Yan Zhen with it, sending them flying away. He is thrown hundreds of meters back, in a cruel reversal of how he had kicked the monster earlier. Talk about a total role reversal. Yan Zhen materializes out of his teleportation state, just as his body smashes brutally into a solid stone wall, shattering the rock into a massive, suffocating cloud of dust. As the dust slowly clears away, Yan Zhen is seen slumped on the ground, completely exhausted. He gasps for air and coughs up a mouthful of blood. His health bar has plummeted to less than 1/3. Yan Zhen grimaces in pure rage, absolutely shocked that he got overpowered and beaten down so easily. He can't believe the beast predicted his teleport and actually matched the speed of his passive skill's bullets. Having just inherited this power, the sheer velocity of his own projectile only ended up making his injuries worse, leaving him feeling completely helpless. Just what class of boss is this thing? It is way too fast to keep a distance, leaving him with no choice but to go all in. Yan Zhen immediately takes a battle-ready stance, locking in and focusing every ounce of his determination. For the next few minutes, they clash relentlessly in a high-speed duel, leaving nothing but after-images in their wake. The battlefield is totally wrecked, with shattered rocks flying everywhere. Finally, Yan Zhen finds an opening and lands a devastating punch right on the zombie's face, but its skull is rock hard. If he can't crush its brain in a single blow, the monster will just keep matching his output. The beast retaliates with a flurry of vicious slashes. Even though he blocks, his health bar keeps ticking down to dangerous levels. Realizing he is in deep trouble, Yan Zhen evaluates his options with mounting anxiety. Once that poison meter hits the limit, he is done for. His gun can't pierce this guy's bones, and while his Thunderfire weapon can shred armor, close combat is too risky. He is completely backed into a corner with zero options left. As the beast rampages with a smug, mocking sneer, Yan Zhen can feel his anxiety peaking, his mind racing under intense pressure. He did not fight this hard just to die now. Desperately scanning his inventory, he watches his health bar rapidly drain in real time. That is it, Gloria's muscle. The brilliant idea flashes through Yan Zhen's mind just in the nick of time. Sure, that skill usually powers his lethal spear throw, but what if he channels that explosive energy directly into close-quarters combat instead? Yan Zhen quickly analyzes his remaining options with sharp strategy, preparing to gamble on a risky new combo. Dodging the corpse soldier's strike. He knows activating this muscle triggers an instant cooldown, meaning he only has one shot. Pouring everything into this final blow, he treats his fist like a lethal, fully upgraded spear tip, packing immense, devastating power. Cracking with wild lightning, he unleashes every ounce of his remaining strength into one decisive, all-out strike. With a fierce roar, his devastating fist connects perfectly, smashing straight into the monster's smug face with absolute precision. His eyes lock on with cold determination as the sheer impact shatters the beast's steel-hard skull in a brutal explosion. The corpse soldier's savage face completely deforms under the colossal force. Its massive body flies back hundreds of meters before erupting into a violent explosion. Boss defeated. 10 upgrade points acquired. The cold, mechanical system voice announces 10 available upgrade points as the creature's shredded body parts rain down in a gruesome mess. But before he can celebrate, Yan Zhen freezes. A wave of lethal poison begins spreading rapidly through his veins, triggering absolute panic. Looking down at his arms, he realizes with horror that the dark venom has already taken over. Staring at his blackened, trembling arm, his mind races as the corpse poison gauge nears max. He needs an upgrade to purify it now. At this moment, the dark cave is suddenly illuminated by a brilliant, golden beam of light from his emergency upgrade. He reaches level 35, purifying the corpse poison at the cost of 9 points, leaving him with just 1 remaining. The cold, digital voice of the system announces, detailing his new skill. He has unlocked Bullet Enhancement. Each shot consumes 3 mental energy points, granting unique bonus effects depending on the ammunition equipped. Normal bullets increase raw impact force. Armor-piercing bullets upgrade penetration power. Incendiary rounds enhance burn damage, and explosive rounds greatly increase blast damage. Light rounds provide illumination, while flash bullets add a blinding effect. The higher your level, the stronger these devastating effects become. As the notifications finally quiet down, Yan Zhen makes his way out of the dark cavern. Strolling casually, he calculates his new strength with a satisfied grin. With 100 mental energy, he can fire 30 enhanced rounds. Not bad at all. He has also acquired the corpse-controlling stone, allowing him to command low-level minions. It works on non-elite berserk corpses for a short duration, consuming 1 mental energy point per second. Completing designated missions will allow him to upgrade its quality. Yan Zhen looks down at the small sphere in his hand, feeling highly thrilled. Risking his life in that fight was totally worth it. But as he walks, a sudden noise echoes from afar. Looking up, he spots a chaotic storm of tracer fire, lighting up the sky between the towering city skyscrapers. The city is under siege. Military tanks are rolling out, firing heavy artillery shells into the chaotic night. An enraged soldier screams into his radio. Damn it! How are we supposed to defend this place with these ancient guns? Our defensive line is overrun. The only combat mech we have is a rusted piece of junk. Send some high-level corpse soldiers to back us up, now. He screams in pure desperation as thick black smoke and stray bullets rain down all around the battlefield. A newly launched missile is effortlessly swatted out of the air by a terrifying, skeletal dragon. The beast dives straight toward the streets as a brave soldier rallies his squad, shouting to kill it. They open fire with everything, but the terrifying sight ahead quickly crushes whatever hope they had left. Why am I risking my life for a measly monthly salary? He thought air defense was a cushy job. Who knew zombies could fly? Now they are all doomed, and utter despair washes over the squad. The dragon opens its massive jaws, preparing to incinerate the helpless troops with a blast of flame. Just as all hope seems lost, a powerful, high-level corpse soldier suddenly leaps into the fray to save them. It slams a massive hammer straight onto the flying dragon's head, engulfing the beast in a torrent of wild flames. With the threat neutralized, a sudden silence falls over the area. A stunned soldier asks, "Who on earth is that beast of a captain?" "Him? You mean him? He is the elite of the counter-terrorist squad, with hundreds of victories against berserk corpses. That is Cheng Shuguang, one of our legendary 10 greats, famous for crushing B+ rank beasts with his mountain-shattering strike." The soldiers hug in relief, cheering that they are saved. But before they can finish, suddenly, horrifying drops of crimson blood splatter before them. Right there lies the brutal sight of Baoshan, his body completely sliced in half. Pure panic fills the soldiers' eyes. It turns out the corpse monster is still kicking, using its razor-sharp tail to slice Baoshan in half in one sudden stroke. The scene is absolutely gruesome and bone-chilling. Baoshan cannot even react, watching in horror as his upper body slides down. Is this some kind of sick joke? How could he get taken down so fast by a rotten lizard, especially when he was just one win away from ranking up from B+ to A-? Furious, Baoshan simply refuses to accept this grim reality. Fueled by sheer rage, Baoshan decides to push past his limits and forcefully trigger his next power upgrade. His eyes glow as a thick, blinding golden aura erupts around him. An incredibly explosive wave of energy surges from his body as Baoshan unleashes his entire raw power in a furious, unrestrained burst. That rotten lizard dared to cross him, forcing his corpse state to activate. The terrifying evolution is completed in just a matter of seconds. His physical appearance shifts as his arms and legs become fully encased in a solid, bulletproof steel armor for maximum defense. The surrounding energy is thick and heavy. Even though this forced upgrade pushed his corrosion level to 99%, Baoshan remains smugly confident in his chances. He will not instantly lose control like low-level corpse soldiers, but holding back this level of corrosion is an immense struggle, even for a top 10 powerhouse like him. Fortunately, he can end this entire battle right here and now. With that thought, Baoshan instantly teleports, vanishing in less than a second only to reappear right underneath the massive monster's tail. Baoshan grabs the beast's tail with both hands, mocking it with a smug grin. Did you really think he would fall for the exact same trick twice? Once the distracted beast turns around, Baoshan cleverly teleports right up to its massive head. Rushing forward with full momentum, he targets the monster's head and speaks with cold resolve. Though he would love to play around, he has urgent business to attend to, so he is sending this beast straight to hell. With a heavy roar, Baoshan's devastating fist slams directly into the corpse monster's face, instantly cracking its skull open under the sheer force of the impact. Channeling all his remaining power into his fist, he screams and unleashes a devastating level 2 corpse art explosion. A massive, earth-shaking explosion rips through the air, completely engulfing the sky in a sea of fire. Baoshan looks up at the destruction with a smug, satisfied grin. Bleeding heavily, the giant beast wobbles in midair before crashing helplessly onto the hard ground below. Looking down arrogantly from the skyscraper, he is confident that a direct blow to the head means the beast is finished. Behind him, the two soldiers give an admiring thumbs up. Incredible, he can actually fire bullets right from his gauntlets. They say he infuses corpse energy into his ammo, making him a literal human artillery. While one soldier looks on with pure jealousy, the other sighs with immense relief. With some powerhouse that's strong around, they can finally slack off. Believing the threat is dealt with, Baoshan casually turns to walk away. But before he can even take a few steps, a sudden movement erupts behind him as eerie green flames flare up. Glancing back in utter shock, he cannot believe his eyes. What is that? Before he can even turn around, a massive wave of emerald green fire surges from the ground, completely engulfing the entire area and trapping him. The raging green flames consume the massive skyscraper. It turns out the corpse monster is still very much alive and kicking. It strategically spews a column of fire from the ground up to the rooftop. With just one single blast of fire, the monster completely obliterates half of the skyscraper and vaporizes Bao Shan's entire body, leaving nothing but his severed head intact in a horrifying sight. Bao Shan's face pales in utter despair. He cannot trigger his high-speed regeneration in time. His corrosion level is already at 99%, so using even a tiny bit of energy to regenerate would turn him into a mindless beast. Meanwhile, the relentless corpse monster has completely regenerated its wounds. It takes to the air, opening its massive jaws to unleash another wave of fire directly at him. He wonders how its head is still intact. This is it. He is really going to die here. As death closes in, he helplessly accepts his fate. Getting burned to ashes is far better than turning into a monster and attacking his own comrades. If death is coming, so be it. He accepts that he simply was not strong enough. He would rather sacrifice his life than turn on his allies. Just when this tragic end seems completely unavoidable, a strange object suddenly streaks across the sky. Sensing the threat, the monster turns around to see a blinding, powerful light hurtling directly toward them with incredible speed. As the light draws near, the heroic figure of Zhen is revealed standing tall inside it. Clutching a small sword, he charges forward with overwhelming power, slowly drawing his blade. A blindingly brilliant light flashes from the sword. In just one split second, Zhen slashed the corpse monster hundreds of times. His blade flashed so rapidly that even his afterimages blurred into a dizzying storm of steel. The massive body of the beast was instantly sliced into pathetic little pieces. The B-rank Hellfire Corpse Dragon was defeated, earning him 2 valuable upgrade points. With these upgrade points and the newly acquired Hellfire Core, spending 1 point allows him to designate a target for an upgrade, granting them the ability to unleash Hellfire. The system chimed with endless robotic reward notifications. Watching this unfold, Bao Shan was left in even greater shock than when he was facing death itself. Even with 99% corpse transformation, he could not stop that beast. Yet it was killed so instantly. The surrounding soldiers watched in absolute awe, whispering about how insanely powerful he was. Meanwhile, Zhen stood calmly right next to the crater where the beast fell. Zhen lost himself in deep thought. This blade simply could not handle high-speed attacks, meaning he needed a replacement. After all, that sword was just borrowed from his underling, who was still growing. But as he focused, a highly respectful voice suddenly echoed from the distance, calling out to this mysterious hero. Zhen turned, shocked to see Bao Shan's severed head rolling on the dirt. He wondered how the man was still breathing with such horrific fatal injuries. Weakly, Bao Shan chuckled in embarrassment. He explained that his massive health pool let him cling to life a little longer. Zhen kindly offered to take him to a hospital or let himself heal, but Bao Shan declined, explaining that they were not like those mindless monsters. Those beasts could survive with just a brain, but for normal fighters like them, exceeding human physical limits meant natural regeneration was completely useless. He calmly stated that he would never survive the long journey to a hospital anyway. Although he desperately wanted to express his deep gratitude and admiration, there simply was no time left. He begged Zhen for one final, merciful strike to his head, pleading not to be left to transform into a mindless killer. Bao Shan desperately offered his dying wish to the young man. Saying nothing in return, Zhen quickly summoned his glowing system screen. The target's remaining health was below 20%, meeting the requirements. To trigger this life upgrade, he had to permanently dismiss his current canine summon. In return, the target would be fully restored and leveled up. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light began to envelop Bao Shan's head. The radiance grew blindingly bright. Bao Shan gasped in sheer disbelief as his entire physical body was miraculously reconstructed right before his eyes. Sitting straight up, he shouted in pure excitement, wondering to master if this miraculous recovery was a blessing from his master. Touching his mouth, he felt deeply confused as to why the word master kept slipping out, feeling both embarrassed and strangely thrilled. Though he wondered where this mysterious master had disappeared to, the story shifts back to Zhen, who was now nervously gulping right outside the very same weapons shop from before. The moment Zhen stepped inside, the shopkeeper recognized him as the broke kid who had previously pretended he could buy the entire inventory, prompting the owner to shout a harsh warning. Calling him a broke brat, the owner demanded to know why he was back. After being warned never to return, threatening to throw him out. Yan Zhen glared with pure intimidation, his voice turning deadly cold. Yet immediately after, he did a total turnaround by shrinking back harmlessly, speaking in a soft, polite voice to ease the tension. He offered to let the owner appraise some premium items for sale if the price was right, proving he knew how to swallow his pride for cash. Skeptical, the owner pointed out that he was just a rookie wearing outdated Defense Force gear when they first met, questioning his claims of having good items. He mocked the idea that a struggling newcomer could possess anything of actual value to a professional weapons dealer. Waving his hand dismissively, the shopkeeper impatiently ordered him to leave and stop wasting time. Instead of walking out as told, Yan Zhen caught the man completely off guard by suddenly pulling out a handgun and shoving it directly into his face. It was a legendary Johan pistol, boasting plus 200% damage, plus 200% accuracy, and plus 2% range. Ignoring the stats, the store owner was furious at the young man's incredibly disrespectful and dangerous behavior. The owner cursed at him for pointing what he assumed was a trash weapon at his face, but Yan Zhen insisted he take a closer look. Persisting like a relentless door-to-door salesman, Yan Zhen continued to push the merchant to inspect the item carefully. Sarcastic, as always, the owner scoffed, claiming there was absolutely nothing special about the weapon. He muttered that trash remains trash, no matter how many times you inspect it. But as he glanced down, he froze when the pistol began radiating a blinding glow. The shopkeeper was left utterly speechless by the sight. He wondered how a seemingly ordinary gun could emit such an intense radiance, questioning if it was actually a legendary weapon of myth. Softening his tone, the merchant politely asked Yan Zhen if he could hold the pistol to inspect it more thoroughly. After a careful examination, the owner suddenly offered an incredibly generous price. 50,000. Since I was a bit rough on you last time, consider this deal my apology even if I take a loss, the shopkeeper says, sounding totally sincere. But in his head, the greedy old scammer is already laughing. As long as this clueless kid falls for it, the boss plans to infuse raw corpse energy into this high-tier gun. He can turn it into a $600,000 corpse weapon to sell to high-ranking corpse warriors. Talk about a classic, greedy scam artist. But out of nowhere, Yan Zhen calmly slaps down a demand for 5 million, adding a zero to the price. The shopkeeper completely loses his mind and screams in rage. Why do you not just go rob a bank? Even though I am basically doing the same thing. The boss tries to show some backbone. A businessman has pride. You can kill me, but you cannot humiliate me. I am not paying that. But in the end, Yan Zhen wins this intense negotiation, successfully securing that extra zero on his final payout. Reluctantly, the shopkeeper hands over the heavy bag of cash to Yan Zhen. Here is your 5 million. Please take it. If you find anything else, sell it to me. Yan Zhen grabs the bag and takes a deep, satisfied breath. Ah, the sweet smell of money. He enjoys the moment with pure bliss. But suddenly, the front door swings open as unexpected visitors barge in. The shopkeeper quickly turns around with a warm, welcoming smile. Welcome. But instead, 3 menacing men step inside. The man in the center speaks with absolute, arrogant authority. Old Wu. It is time to pay this month's protection fee. That thug is Fang Shuo from the Fang family, a C+ rank corpse soldier. Standing right beside him are 2 menacing B rank and B- rank undead guards. Seeing the notorious Fang family thugs arrive, the terrified shopkeeper tries to hustle Yan Zhen out of the store. Kid, you need to leave right now. I am closing up. Watching this unfold, Yan Zhen cannot help but feel deeply annoyed. In this post-apocalyptic world, people have to pay protection fees on top of regular taxes? Yan Zhen mutters, absolutely disgusted by the Fang family's audacity. Sensing Yan Zhen's rising anger, the owner desperately holds him back. Kid, do not do anything crazy. Do not cause trouble for me. Just go. Hearing his plea, Yan Zhen decides not to force the issue. He calmly turns around and heads for the exit. But right as he reaches for the doorknob, a hand suddenly blocks him. Hold on, Fang Shuo sneers with a mocking grin. If you are here to see us collect, then you owe a cut too. Fang Shuo says with an incredibly punchable, mocking face. Yan Zhen's expression turns ice cold, flashing a lethal glare at Fang Shuo. If you do not let me leave now, you will be on your knees begging me to go. His face is pure defiance. Hearing this, Fang Shuo completely loses his temper, his face twisting in rage as he screams right back. No one has ever dared to talk to me like that. Do you have a fucking death wish, kid? Seeing things spiral out of control, the shopkeeper quickly steps in to diffuse the tension. Ah, please, Master Fang. Do not be angry. He is just a clueless rookie. Let him go, and I will make sure his boss gives him a good beating. Just let him walk away." Hearing that plea, Feng Shuo turns to the old man, raising his voice with pure, dominant arrogance. "Fine. I can let him go, but you hand over 3 months of revenue right now. And tonight, send your daughter to entertain my boys." The shopkeeper desperately begs him on his knees. "Please, no. I will give you the 3 months of revenue, but my daughter is disabled. Please, I beg you, spare her." Feng Shuo just sneers with absolute malice. "We do not mind a cripple. It is a nice change of pace anyway," the thug sneers. But then, Zhen speaks up with ice-cold calm. "I knew the Feng family was trash, but you really take the cake." Hearing this, Feng Shuo snaps with pure irritation. At this point, Zhen is completely done tolerating Feng Shuo's shameless behavior, delivering a biting, sarcastic retort. "Your absolute lack of humanity never ceases to amaze me." Furious, Feng Shuo turns to his lackeys and barks a lethal order. "Fucking kill this brat. Put him down now." While they prep, the shopkeeper desperately pleads with the thugs in a panic. "Master Feng, please spare him. He is just an ordinary guy. He is not even a corpse soldier. There is no way he can survive a single punch from your men." One thug raises his fist right in front of Zhen, saying confidently, "Do not worry. My punch is fast. Your head will pop instantly. Zero pain." With that, he lands a brutal punch right to Zhen's cheek. Zhen takes the hit, crashing back into the wall behind him, shattering it into pieces. Standing behind the dust, Feng Shuo brushes off the smoke and laughs smugly. "Hey, I told you to beat the kid, not destroy the shop. We still need to collect protection money here." But looking closer, Feng Shuo notices his goon is shaking uncontrollably. "What is wrong with you? It is not like this is your first kill." The goon who just hit Zhen is sweating bullets, trembling in absolute terror. Something feels horribly wrong about that punch. He stares at his bloodied, throbbing fist in shock. Suddenly, a cold, echoing voice cuts through the thick cloud of dust. "So, this is what rank suppression feels like." Zhen steps out of the smoke, his calm yet terrifying aura exerting crushing pressure. Seeing Zhen completely unharmed, the goon panics. Driven by pure survival instinct, he desperately charges forward in a last-ditch effort. But with just one hand, Zhen casually crushes his entire body to pieces. It is completely effortless, like swatting away a pesky little mosquito. Everyone in the store freezes in absolute terror at the brutal sight. Total shock and pure panic fill the room. What on earth is happening? How can a normal human with absolutely no corpse energy kill a B-rank corpse soldier this quickly? Feng Shuo thinks in utter panic. Even though he already knew Zhen was strong, this is still terrifying. But the remaining underling shows no fear at all, calmly charging forward to launch a desperate, relentless attack. His massive frame lunges forward, throwing a vicious punch right at Zhen. But his ultimate fate is not going to be any different from his partner. Zhen does not even have to lift a finger before the guy's head suddenly explodes into a bloody mess. He casually walks right past him. Meanwhile, the system screen flashes a robotic notification, saying he has received 2 upgrade points which are now ready to be used. Then, Zhen slowly walks over and stands right in front of Feng Shuo. Though shaking with absolute terror, Feng Shuo tries his best to act tough, desperately stammering out that Zhen cannot touch him. Pale with fear, Feng Shuo tries to threaten Zhen by bringing up his powerful family, shouting that he is related to City Lord Feng Qi. "If you dare to lay a finger on me, the Feng family will send high-level corpse soldiers to hunt you down." Hearing this, Zhen stops in his tracks, his mind spinning with sudden calculations. Nan Yue mentioned high-level corpse soldiers before, but he still lacks concrete info. If this guy actually knows something, it could save a lot of trouble. Zhen begins to carefully plot a strategy to use Feng Shuo to his absolute advantage. Meanwhile, seeing Zhen freeze, Feng Shuo completely misreads the situation and starts grinning with smug, arrogant satisfaction. He thinks that just like always, merely mentioning the name of Feng Qi immediately terrifies these cowards, allowing him to easily seize control of the situation. Feng Shuo foolishly raises his voice with a heavy threat, shouting that the Feng family will hunt down everyone he knows, slaughtering them all before finally killing him. But before he can even finish his threat, he takes a massive, unexpected punch straight to the face from Zhen. Without saying a word, Zhen delivers a precise strike, casually stripping away 79% of Feng Shuo's total health. Now, the bully lies pathetically in the rubble. Looking at him, Zhen suddenly panics, thinking he might have messed up. If he accidentally hits him too hard next time and kills him, how will he turn him into a servant to extract that juicy intel? Despite his internal worries, Zhen calmly turns to the shopkeeper and asks if he wants to throw a few punches to vent some anger. The shopkeeper waves his hands in a frantic panic, stammering that he would never dare touch anyone from the Fang family, let alone punch them. But just a single second after saying that, the shopkeeper grabs a heavy wooden stick and begins furiously beating Fang Shuo, screaming in pure rage. "Take this, you dirty dog. This is for all the protection money you stole from us." This leaves Zhen standing nearby, watching in complete, speechless disbelief. Half an hour later, the shopkeeper finally finishes venting, collapsing onto the ground exhausted. He laughs, realizing beating someone up is tiring but feels incredibly satisfying. Haha. By now, Fang Shuo is barely conscious, his face swollen and bruised, with his remaining health dropping down to a critical 5%. Seeing his critical state, Zhen quickly uses his healing powers to stabilize him. His previous servant, Bao Shan, is permanently dismissed. Fang Shuo is registered as his new servant, consuming 1 upgrade point, leaving him with 1 left. The moment the upgrade process finishes, Fang Shuo suddenly bolts upright in sheer bewilderment. Spotting Zhen standing there, he immediately bows and calls him master. From this moment on, Fang Shuo has officially become a highly loyal, C+ rank servant. Fang Shuo waits eagerly, hoping Zhen will grant him a new name. Dropping to his knees, Fang Shuo bows his head low in absolute reverence, pleading for forgiveness for his previous foolish and disrespectful behavior. From now on, he dedicates absolutely everything to serving only his master. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper stands nearby, his jaw completely dropping in absolute shock. The shopkeeper panics, wondering what on earth is going on right now. Having lived here for 10 years, he has never seen anyone from the Fang family speak so submissively. Why is this arrogant Fang Shuo suddenly acting like a loyal dog? Standing right across from him, Zhen coldly and directly demands information from Fang Shuo. He orders him to reveal everything he knows about the Fang family. After a few minutes of interrogation, Zhen scoffs in disappointment at his useless answers. So the valuable information he actually knows is incredibly limited, despite constantly bragging about being closely related to Fang Qi. Honestly, the blood relation between Qin Shi Huang and me is probably closer than the two of them. Sensing Zhen's growing frustration, Fang Shuo frantically pulls down his pants, desperate to offer an extreme apology. "Master, I am completely useless. I will castrate myself right now to apologize." This utterly terrifies Zhen, who quickly tells him there is no need. Leaning against the table and rubbing his chin, he analyzes the situation. At least he got something out of this. Learning about the graveyard, high-tier gear, and elite undead make the graveyard a perfect leveling spot. Clapping his hands in excitement, Zhen feels a brilliant plan spark to life in his mind. "Wait, once I hit S rank, I'll just go take down Fang Qi myself. Won't that end this whole nightmare?" The shop owner merely offers a calm, grounded reality check. Nice theory, but the real question is, can you actually defeat the S-rank bodyguards protecting Fang Qi by then? Zhen scratches his head, looking utterly clueless. It is true that countless citizens in this city absolutely despise Fang Qi. Many have tried to assassinate him before, but even a legendary S-rank assassin failed to make it out alive. The true power of the guard protecting Fang Qi is completely unfathomable. After a brief and serious rundown on Fang Qi, the shop owner's face darkens with deep concern as he speaks. "Besides, have you ever considered this? If Fang Qi dies and his family's grip weakens, the ravenous undead lurking outside the city will seize the chance to breach our defenses." The sudden realization hits Zhen, leaving him stammering in shock. I never even thought about that. We all absolutely despise Fang Qi, though. He has taken so many innocent lives over the years, including my own family. But if we want a win-win solution to end this apocalypse once and for all, we need to replace him with a far better leader. Still speaking, the shopkeeper carefully unlocks a hidden compartment in his cabinet. He continues with absolute sincerity, warning that any reckless move would only plunge the city into deeper chaos. But at the end of the day, I'm just a simple weapon shop owner. What you do next is entirely up to you. The owner generously pulls out a small wooden box and hands it over, sparking Zhen's curiosity. The shopkeeper smiles warmly. "Take this gift. It was crafted from rare graveyard materials many years ago, and I believe it belongs with you." Inside lies a compact gun, the system's mechanical voice suddenly chimes. Successfully acquired a major piece of the graveyard pistol. Crafted from unique graveyard materials, this firearm boasts an incredibly durable frame that is virtually indestructible. You can even use its heavy frame to bash undead skulls. Also acquired, Graveyard Claw Blade. Forged from rare graveyard metals, this blade possesses a razor-sharp edge capable of cutting through anything. Moments later, Yan Zhen and Feng Shuo arrive at a mysterious A-rank war cemetery, the lowest level zone they can access. Yan Zhen nods in complete satisfaction at their progress. Not bad. At least you actually remembered where this place was. Yan Zhen turns and sternly commands Feng Shuo, guard the entrance, and don't let a single soul inside. Understood. Yan Zhen approaches the massive gate, pressing his hand against it as a brilliant golden light suddenly erupts. A detailed system panel immediately flashes in front of him. Normal mode allows all skills and gear with standard rewards. Next up is Heroic mode. Under Heroic, offensive skills are restricted to enhanced shot, though utility skills function normally. With physical stats halved, the potential rewards become absolutely massive. Then comes the Deadly Calamity mode. Active skills are entirely banned, though equipped gear is allowed. You fight as a fragile, ordinary human for legendary rewards. A true ultimate trial. There's also a special trial. You must stand completely alone with no allies within 50 meters, face at least 100 fierce enemies, and wipe them all out within 1 hour for massive bonus loot. Looking at the options, Yan Zhen grins. This feels just like the retro dungeon games of his childhood. Normal rewards are trash, but Calamity difficulty would definitely get him killed. Stepping up to the challenge, Yan Zhen confidently selects Heroic mode. As the massive doors creak open, Yan Zhen warily steps into the abyss. The heavy, suffocating stench of death is overwhelming. He cannot even begin to imagine what horrors await him in the dark depths below. He realizes that going after Feng Qi right now is suicide. He needs a proper weapon in his hands first before making any rash moves. After venturing further into the gloom, a grand, imposing gateway looms ahead of him. Brushing off his doubts, Yan Zhen declares boldly, "I'll hit S rank first, then worry about the rest." He resolutely pushes the massive door open. Let's see what kind of monsters are hiding in here. But the moment the door swings open, his foot slips and he tumbles forward. Whoa! Suddenly, a sharp system alert blares. The quest to assassinate the commander-in-chief has officially begun. You cannot leave this zone until the target is eliminated. Instantly, Yan Zhen freezes, panicking. Wait, what? Suddenly, a rugged soldier looms over him, screaming right in his face. What the hell are you doing crawling on the floor? The battle hasn't even started, and you're already wetting yourself? Get up. The furious soldier keeps barking commands at him. My God, where's your uniform? And where's your weapon? Are you dressed like you're going on a damn vacation? Before he can respond, Yan Zhen is shoved into a crowd of fully geared, uniform-clad troops. Swept along with the squad, they are crammed into landing craft speeding across a chaotic ocean surrounded by hundreds of identical warships. It turns out this dungeon is set in the brutal era of World War II. Yan Zhen quickly scans the chaos to assess his situation. The captain quickly pulls a pistol from his holster and hands it to Yan Zhen, sounding urgent. Take my gun for now, and then, but before he can even finish, the captain freezes in sheer shock, his jaw dropping. Where on earth did this high-grade gear come from? Out of nowhere, Yan Zhen is suddenly fully decked out in top-tier tactical equipment from head to toe. We are talking a Pro 500 ballistic helmet, a premium tactical vest with built-in ammo pouches, a high-precision star rifle, and even an absolute silence suppressor. You really want to know? I bought them from that old uncle. They are all corpse gear infused with death energy. In reality, he had just equipped them from his system inventory a second ago. Not just the captain, but the other soldiers are also completely dazed, wondering how Yan Zhen became so wealthy. However, they do not hesitate for long, immediately turning the hatch lock to open the cabin door with urgency. As the cabin doors swing open, the fierce landing begins. The moment the doors crack open, the soldiers standing in front are instantly gunned down. A hail of bullets tears through their ranks, wounding and collapsing wave after wave of men in utter chaos. Despite the brutal carnage, the captain remains completely unfazed, calmly pushing forward step by step. Taking cover behind a wooden crate, he quickly analyzes the situation. Is ship number 7 really charging in all alone? Suddenly, Yan Zhen appears right next to him out of nowhere. The captain gasps in pure fright. letting out a wild cry that leaves Yan Zhen totally confused. What is wrong? Regaining his composure, the captain notices Yan Zhen is not wearing his ballistic helmet and asks, "You scared me to death. Where did your helmet go?" Keeping his eyes locked on the battlefield, Yan Zhen replies confidently, "It is set to hidden mode." The captain can only stare back in utter confusion. Huh? Shifting his focus back, the captain peers toward the distant enemy lines, seriously analyzing their grim tactical situation. Because of those anti-tank obstacles, our tanks cannot make landfall. Plus, those MG-42 machine guns inside the bunkers pose a massive threat to our infantry. The captain immediately lays out an urgent, high-stakes plan to survive. Private, wait until those machine guns aim elsewhere, then charge with me. But the second he turns around, Yan Zhen is already nowhere to be found. Down on the shore, the brave soldiers continue their relentless charge, desperately trying to breach the enemy defensive line. But out of nowhere, Yan Zhen sprints past them like a bullet, leaving the entire squad staring in absolute shock. Reaching the base of the enemy cliff, Yan Zhen brakes hard and powerfully launches himself high into the air. The soldiers below can only watch with their jaws dropped. Is this guy even human? He is literally just a hair away from reaching the top of the cliff. Seeing his target, Yan Zhen smirks with confidence. But suddenly, his upward momentum cuts short, stopping him dead in his tracks. Realizing he cannot launch any higher, his entire body slams painfully against the rocky cliffside just below the peak. He groans in regret, cursing physical laws. He completely forgot his physical strength was reduced by 50%. Otherwise, he would have easily cleared this jump. Up above, the enemy soldiers are completely startled by the sudden crash and commotion Yan Zhen made. As one soldier pokes his head out to investigate, Yan Zhen grabs his face with one hand and brutally drags him down. Without mercy, Yan Zhen hurls him down, coldly noting that the enemies here are indeed brutal corpses. Within seconds, Yan Zhen successfully scales the rest of the cliff and leaps straight into the enemy bunker, catching them completely off guard. Swiftly, snatching a rifle from one of them, he wastes no time, immediately spinning around to unleash a precise, rapid-fire barrage. He activates his empowered shot skill, unleashing a massive tenfold mental impact that is incredibly effective. Before the enemies can even react, their heads are blown clean off in a brutal display. The bunker is now thick and suffocating with the heavy smell of gunpowder. Meanwhile, the enemies outside still have no idea what happened. Cautiously approaching the entrance, it is only when a live grenade lands right at their feet that they panic in sheer terror. Only then do they realize they have been completely ambushed from the inside. A massive wave of grenades comes flying out as they desperately aim their weapons at the cave. Inside, Yan Zhen tirelessly chucks explosives while speaking with absolute, calm ease. Luckily, he stocked up on plenty of goods from that Godfather vendor. The grenades detonate in a massive, earth-shaking explosion, completely wiping out every single enemy on the cliff. Down below on the shore, the infantry find themselves facing a horrific corpse monster, unleashing endless rounds of ammunition into its body. Many soldiers are brutally bitten to death. Despite taking direct hits to the head and heart, the monster simply refuses to fall. One terrified soldier asks in a trembling voice, "Lieutenant, what on earth is this thing? Why is it so impossible to kill?" Shaking with fear, the lieutenant replies in panic, I do not know either." He stammers, completely powerless to explain the horror. "This is the first time I have faced such unbelievable casualty rates. By now, almost all the soldiers are dead, their bodies tragically scattered everywhere." A surviving soldier mutters in utter despair. "An entire company was practically wiped out, and we barely even managed to kill 10 enemies." The corpse monster slowly turns its gaze toward the captain, closing in. I am completely out of ammo." "Me too." Another soldier stammers, his voice dripping with pure panic. "We should fall back, Captain." But the leader flatly refuses. "Do not run. Did you forget how fast that thing was just a moment ago?" The captain draws his dagger, ready to go down fighting. His eyes burn with pure defiance. The zombie lunges forward, ready to tear him apart. But despite his brave words, the captain stands frozen in sheer terror. Right as those claws are about to crush the captain's skull, the monster suddenly explodes into pieces mid-air. The shocked captain gasps in disbelief. He turns his head, only to see the horrifying severed hand of the corpse monster. Glancing over, he sees Yan Zhen holding a specialized handgun, having unleashed an enhanced explosive shot, right where the monster just stood. Yan Zhen lowers his weapon and calmly walks over to the captain, speaking in a cool tone. "With these berserker zombies, you have to aim right for the nose to pierce the brain, or just smash their skulls entirely. The captain stares at the gun in Yan Zhen's hand, absolutely stunned. What kind of weapon is that? Its power dwarfs any small-caliber artillery. Beside him, the soldier sighs in relief, wiping away cold sweat. Safe at last. But suddenly, a shadow sweeps overhead as a massive zombie soldier brutally stomps the soldier into the dirt. The captain freezes, his face pale with horror at the gruesome sight. That monster was once an elite major of the Empire, now turned into a terrifying A-rank berserker. After butchering the private, it instantly lunges at the captain, reaching out with a massive hand. The monster prepares to crush his head. Even though the claw is inches from his face, the captain is still paralyzed, unable to shake off the horror of the sudden attack. He stands frozen, utterly helpless. But luckily, just as the beast is about to seize his head, the captain is pulled backward, narrowly escaping the fatal grip. Yan Zhen swiftly grabs the captain and flings him back, completely out of harm's way. Get as far away as you can. Yan Zhen barks, raising his weapon and unleashing a barrage of enhanced explosive shots directly at the beast. A relentless hail of bullets rains down upon the berserker, tearing through the air. Stone fragments and debris explode everywhere, echoing alongside the deafening gunfire. Ceasing fire, he peers through the rising smoke, highly alert to a massive crater carved out by his rapid-fire barrage. Yet, he senses something is off. Turns out, the clever berserker had yanked a massive boulder up to shield its chest. No wonder its body is completely unharmed, with only the giant boulder left riddled with holes. This particular beast is far smarter and more tactical than the others. Observing this, Yan Zhen is mildly surprised. Using necromancy to summon a wall and block my shots, huh? Before he even finishes speaking, the monster shatters the boulder, hurling lethal stone shards right at him. The shattered stone fragments streak through the air at bullet-like speeds. Yan Zhen remains unfazed, executing a series of agile leaps to dodge the incoming projectiles with absolute grace. His rapid, evasive maneuvers kick up a massive, blinding cloud of dust. Consecutive small explosions detonate across the field, sending a heavy wave of smoke sweeping toward the monster. Surrounded by the thick shroud of dust, the berserker suddenly whips its head around, sensing danger. Out of nowhere, a massive boulder comes flying through the fog, but the monster is quick, summoning another stone shield to block the impact. Unable to withstand the immense force, the rocks collide and shatter into tiny pieces. While the berserker is distracted by the debris, Yan Zhen suddenly leaps high into the air, appearing directly above the monster's head. Caught completely off guard, the berserker panics at his sudden arrival. He fires a barrage downward, his gun flashing violently in the dark. Desperate, the berserker summons a thick stone dome to shield itself from the onslaught. Every single one of his bullets is absorbed by the sturdy stone dome the monster created. Unbothered, Yan Zhen keeps firing relentlessly, blowing 4 massive holes right through the solid stone defense. He lands gracefully, keeping his distance. Without skipping a beat, he unleashes his enhanced penetrating shot, firing with absolute ferocity. The bullet is now the size of an artillery shell. It flies straight into the thick stone wall, carving out a massive hole and completely shattering the monster's defense. The bullet pierces clean through the berserker's torso, but incredibly, the beast refuses to go down. Not being able to use my scanning skill is a pain, Yan Zhen thinks with irritation. I guess I'll just shoot it a few more times. He readies his weapon, but before he can fire, the berserker's massive hand suddenly lunges at him from the side. Catching Yan Zhen completely off guard, the monster's colossal stone fist slams into him, smashing him into the adjacent wall and causing the entire structure to crumble. Lucky for him, Yan Zhen reacted just in time, using his gun barrel to block the monster's heavy punch and keeping his body completely safe. That massive shockwave was actually from his body slamming violently against the hard wall. Holding his gun, Yan Zhen smiles with absolute satisfaction. This corpse gear's durability is insane, unlike his old weapon, which would have instantly shattered. He actually praises the tyrant zombie's power and his own new rifle, while totally mocking his trashy old weapon. Turning around, he spots the tyrant zombie taking this perfect chance to heal its wounds. The beast uses this brief pause to heal, pressing its hand to the wound as a glowing green light envelops the injury. With its gashes sealing up fast, Yan Zhen decides to end this fight right now without wasting a single second. He delivers a heavy kick, shattering the monster's defensive stone arm and leaving it completely useless. Even while healing, the beast uses its free hand to cast corpse magic, suddenly summoning endless sharp stone pillars beneath Yan Zhen's feet, like growing bamboo shoots. Except these spikes are made of solid, deadly stone. The sharp pillars expand rapidly with deadly force, but Yan Zhen quickly leaps backward, dodging them with sheer agility. He fires his gun with dead-on accuracy. But the tyrant zombie acts fast, conjuring corpse magic to erect thousands of solid stone walls as an impenetrable fortress. But Zhen does not care at all, relentlessly firing piercing bullets straight through those massive barriers. Bullet after bullet shreds through the tyrant zombie's layered defenses, tearing the stone walls wide open. Zhen's heavy fire punctures clean through, exposing the monster hiding right behind that very last wall. The beast panics as the bullets breach its final defense, right before a massive barrage of heavy rounds rains down upon it with absolute fury. The defense completely shatters, and that final stone barrier is blown into tiny pieces. The monster leaps into the air to desperately avoid the incoming barrage. But the moment it jumps, Zhen suddenly appears right before its eyes, aiming his massive weapon directly at the beast. Shattered rocks and thick dust fly everywhere, heavily obscuring Zhen's vision in the chaos. He presses the gun barrel directly against the monster's head. Strangely, the beast doesn't even try to dodge. Instead, it grabs Zhen's arm to unleash a hidden trap, summoning a colossal stone hand that lifts them both high into the sky. Zhen tenses up, wondering if this monster is trying to drag them both to hell. Then, the colossal stone fist brutally crushes both of them inside its massive grip. But the moment the fist closes, countless rapid slashes shred the stone hand into pieces, shattering it completely just as the system's robotic voice rings out. The level 40A elite tyrant zombie of the Empire has been defeated. You have received 6 upgrade points. Zhen uses his blade to shred the summoner's stone hand into tiny, harmless fragments. Obtained Earth Corpse Core for upgrading and acquired the Earth Manipulation ability as the system continues to distribute rewards. From afar, Zhen is watched closely through a pair of binoculars. Blood drips down his face as his furious eyes show pure annoyance. A mysterious white-haired man, who watched the entire battle unfold through binoculars, smirks with extreme amusement. This man is actually Nan Feng, the older brother of Nan Yue, with an unknown level. He mutters to himself with great interest. He murmurs that it is interesting. Meanwhile, Zhen looks down at the Earth Corpse core in his hand, thinking deeply. The Great Necropolis only allows ranged enhancement skills, so this core is useless for now. Better store it in the inventory first. He carefully stores the glowing core away in his system inventory. With the loot saved, Zhen uses 7 upgrade points to level up, strategically keeping 2 points left over for emergencies. Having successfully reached level 42, a massive steel door suddenly opens, revealing the portal to the next stage of his dangerous trial. As Zhen approaches the entrance, the system announces that the first stage has officially concluded. Time to enter the next trial. The moment he steps through the doorway, a blinding light completely engulfs him. Moments later, Zhen opens his eyes to find a massive convoy of powerful Sherman tanks moving right past him. Totally unsure of his surroundings, Zhen hides behind a wall to observe, muttering that a single ambushing Tiger tank would absolutely shred these fragile Sherman hulls. A soldier driving past spots Zhen and urgently shouts at him to seek immediate cover. The soldier yells for him to get inside, because it is not safe out there, but his tank is suddenly blown to pieces. Zhen immediately ducks back behind his cover, thinking his dark premonition came true way too fast. The war machine that just fired that devastating shell was a massive Tiger tank. With its menacing camouflage paint and smoke still drifting from the gun barrel, the legendary Tiger tank looks absolutely terrifying on the battlefield. Panicked soldiers scream as the tank convoy quickly redirects into a residential neighborhood, with their field leader shouting out decisive orders. Those slow tanks are ruining their mobility advantage. They decide to ambush from the hillside while telling the others to head into the village. A convoy of Sherman tanks rushes into the village in a panic. But at a sudden turn, a menacing Tiger tank appears right in their path. The lead Sherman screeches to a halt as the terrified spotter screams in sheer panic. Another Tiger tank is lying in wait. Before they can react, it fires a devastating shell straight at the lead Sherman. The front tank takes a direct, catastrophic hit. Up on the hillside, the Sherman squad sees the massive explosions rocking the village below. They realize the mission has completely failed. With the village squad wiped out, only 2 of their teams are left to take down the Tigers. 2 aggressive Tiger tanks roll forward. As one opens fire, the Shermans try to formulate a quick counterattack. While one squad flanks them from behind, the lead Sherman immediately fires a counterattack shot. The opposing Tiger answers right back with rapid, relentless heavy fire, plunging both sides into a brutal, chaotic duel. Even though there are only 2 Tigers, they easily tear through the Sherman force with overwhelming firepower. The flanking Sherman squad quickly maneuvers to the side and lands a perfect, devastating shot right into the Tiger's hull. Eager for a decisive victory, the Sherman fires one more shot to finish off the enemy tank for good. But right after their attack, the remaining Tiger retaliates, blasting that same Sherman until it bursts into tragic flames. Still, the Sherman squad managed to take one down. Now, only one menacing Tiger remains on the battlefield. Looking through his binoculars, the Tiger commander spots a strange tank rolling in out of nowhere. He wonders if there are still survivors, unable to recognize this bizarre model. But it does not matter. No tank can ever defeat their mighty Tiger. He immediately orders his crew to fire. Following the loud command, the Tiger unleashes a massive, powerful shell that screams through the air straight toward the mysterious vehicle. But the moment the shell hits, it simply bounces off the heavy armor, completely deflected, leaving only a tiny scratch on the hull. The enemy crew gapes in utter panic, wondering how the hell their shot failed to penetrate. Inside the strange tank, Zhen confidently mutters that it is his turn. He fires a devastating retaliatory shell straight back at the Tiger. But it is not just one shot. 3 massive shells scream through the air, heading straight for the terrified enemy. The heavy shells slam into the Tiger, one after another, until the entire tank explodes into a massive fireball. With the threat cleared, Zhen quickly recalls his vehicle, causing it to vanish into thin air. Luckily, he had saved up some upgrade points beforehand for his war machine. This tank, originally obtained for free from the Fang family, is now fully upgraded for solo combat. Zhen looks toward the base with caution. Since these enemies are not the elite explosive corpses, he figures that Deadly Squad must still be hiding inside. Inside the enemy base, the commander fumes with rage, absolutely shocked that someone actually managed to destroy their ultimate Tiger tank. He vows to blow the intruder to absolute ashes the moment they enter his ambush. Meanwhile, Zhen is cautiously hiding inside a small building near the base. He then activates his penetrating enhanced shooting skill to suddenly summon that massive tank back into reality. The moment the massive tank materializes, it completely shatters and destroys the entire building around him. Nearby enemy vehicles spot Zhen's war machine and open fire, but they are quickly overwhelmed and completely destroyed instead. Inside the remaining Tiger, a terrified soldier screams in absolute panic. He frantically aims the cannon from inside, pointing the heavy gun straight at Zhen to unleash a barrage of fire. Elsewhere, another convoy of Tiger tanks is urgently deployed to reinforce their commanding colonel. They wonder why such an urgent mobilization was ordered, questioning what could have possibly happened in the village ahead, since the entire Tiger squad was completely wiped out. Even the legendary King Tiger tank has been sent as backup. Just as those words are spoken, a strange and menacing combat tank appears in the distance, belonging to none other than Zhen. Spotting it through binoculars, a soldier panics about an enemy tank 2 kilometers away, but his commander snaps that they are far out of range. Before the soldier can even finish, Zhen activates his penetrating enhanced shooting skill, unleashing a massive, powerful shell toward the convoy. Like a devastating beast, the shell tears through the air and pierces straight through 10 Tiger tanks in a single instant. The pierced Tiger tanks immediately detonate, exploding into massive fireballs. Zhen cautiously approaches to inspect the aftermath, finding that only the heavily armored King Tiger remains completely intact. Looking at the massive tank, Zhen marvels at its durability, noting that it is the only vehicle to survive his blast. Suddenly, grotesque tentacles shoot out from the King Tiger's barrel, quickly spreading to surround Zhen's vehicle from all sides. Caught completely off guard, Zhen frowns in deep concern. The bizarre tentacles rapidly reconstruct the King Tiger's damaged parts before slowly fading back into the shadows. That glass was actually the disguise of a terrifying level 50 tyrant. Once the transformation was complete, the vehicle morphed straight into a heavy tank. The zombie king copied Zhen's tank down to the very last detail. Zhen gasped in absolute shock. This monster literally copied his own weapon's design. The spider tank turned its massive cannon, aiming right at Zhen threateningly. He swiftly recalled his vehicle and launched into the air, dodging the spider tank's blast with incredible agility. Looking at its build, the blind spot had to be right on top of its head. Without hesitation, Zhen summoned his tank right back. His heavy tank materialized instantly, unleashing a direct, devastating shot down at the giant spider below. The massive shell hurtled at high speed directly toward the spider tank's frame, but the beast quickly dodged to the side, causing the artillery shell to blast into the ground, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. Suddenly, Zhen recoiled in shock. The moment the spider tank dodged, it lashed out with 4 massive, deadly tentacles aiming directly at him with savage intent. Unable to react in time, Yan Zhen was instantly ensnared by the tentacles and yanked violently to the side, putting him in grave danger. He panicked, realizing this thing wanted to crush him and his tank to pieces. He quickly recalled the tank, deactivating it in a flash. Yan Zhen then grabbed the tyrant's tentacles with both of his bare hands. Using all his might, he tore into the tip of the giant tentacle. He succeeded, leaving the shredded appendage completely useless as he landed firmly back on the ground. It turned out, he had secretly planted 2 bombs onto the spider tank's chassis. Seconds later, a massive explosion ripped through its entire body. Yan Zhen stood watching the smoke, muttering to himself with high alert. Since there is no kill notification from the system, this thing is definitely not dead yet. Just as he expected, more tentacles shot out from the thick smoke. They slid forward, wrapping around the remaining tiger tanks with deep, sinister intent. Knowing exactly what it was planning, Yan Zhen raised his hand, preparing to use necromancy to obliterate the spider beast. I am not waiting for you to transform. I will crush you right now. But before Yan Zhen could act, the tyrant finished its transformation. A terrifying silhouette slowly emerged from the billowing smoke. This time, the tyrant revealed its true, grotesque form, a human upper body fused with a heavy tank engine below. But the most shocking part was the zombie's human face. It looked exactly like Fen Mao's grandfather. Seeing this, Yan Zhen froze in absolute disbelief. Is that not actually Fen Mao's grandfather? His expression shifted into a complex mix of anger and deep worry. How could he have ended up as a tyrant here? What about Fen Mao and her villagers? Before he could even finish the thought, countless tentacles suddenly wrapped around Yan Zhen's legs. Armed with gun barrels, the tentacles aimed straight at him, unleashing a fierce barrage. A massive, terrifying explosion erupted. Fen Mao's grandfather slowly rolled over to inspect the blast site. Seeing no sign of Yan Zhen, a smug, self-satisfied grin spread across his face. As the smoke cleared, Yan Zhen's armored vehicle came into view. It was still standing with only a few minor scratches on its tough armor. The grandfather's expression quickly hardened, his smug smile fading into uneasy tension. Suddenly, a blurry silhouette burst out from the smoke at lightning speed. He cut right through the swarm of tentacles, charging straight at the tyrant. In less than a second, Yan Zhen stood right before the old man, radiating pure killing intent. Raising his hand to crush the old man's head, Yan Zhen hesitated, unable to bring himself to strike. Instead, he unleashed swift slashes all over the body, shattering the tyrant's frame into 100 pieces. Only the grandfather's head rolled to a stop, right at Yan Zhen's feet. Leaning down close, Yan Zhen saw the grandfather's humanity return. The old man offered a warm, gentle smile, just like when they first met. Are you Yan Zhen? Knowing Xiao Qi was in danger, Yan Zhen ignored the question and desperately pressed for answers. Grandpa, where is Xiao Qi? At the mention of her name, the old man's face twisted in sheer panic. That is right, Xiao Qi. You must save her. Before he could finish, a sudden, lethal shot ended him instantly. Yan Zhen stared blankly, horrified as the old man's blood splattered across his face. The tyrant was eliminated, earning him 9 upgrade points, leaving M available points. Furious, Yan Zhen whirled toward the direction of the shot, his eyes burning with rage. Who is there? Out stepped a cold-faced man named Nan Feng. He casually approached Yan Zhen with a smug, mocking tone. Hesitating against a tyrant? That is not like you at all, he noted calmly, introducing himself. We have not met. I am Nan Feng. Surely you know my sister, Nan Yue. Yan Zhen growled, his face dark with fury. Whether I strike or not is my choice. Why did you interfere? Nan Feng laughed softly, his presence completely overwhelming. I am not your enemy. We both protect the Fang family. Once you clear this level, find me at the Eagle's Nest. With that, Nan Feng summoned the next portal and vanished. I've been waiting for you, Yan Zhen mutters, highly suspicious and alert. He is level 50 with 10 upgrade points. Oh well, time to beat this stage first. Stepping forward, a blinding light swallows him. A second later, Yan Zhen is in the new stage, wearing a hood and goggles inside a modern fighter jet. Hundreds of warplanes swarm the sky around him. This stage is going to be an epic, high-stakes dogfight. Yan Zhen quickly calculates how many upgrade points this old plane needs for a 5th-gen upgrade. He has enough, so he triggers it instantly. The jet morphs, becoming longer, larger, and much sleeker. Spending 2 points to get an F-22 Raptor, he leaves the nearby soldier jaw-dropped in absolute disbelief. What on earth is that? Before he can even finish, His wingman gets blasted, spiraling down in ruins. The enemy squadron behind is responsible, spreading out as their leader locks onto Yan Zhen. Unknown craft. Prioritize destruction. Yan Zhen smirked, completely unfazed that they were coming right for him. You're gonna regret this. The enemy tries to lock him down, but Yan Zhen guns the throttle, skillfully rocket climbing straight into the clouds, out of the dogfight zone. The enemy panics. How did he vanish instantly? Trying to match that engine power is a losing battle. Suddenly, an adjacent jet blows up. Where did that come from? Did anyone see it? Before they can react, his own wingman explodes. How can these outdated relics dodge supersonic missiles from beyond visual range? Yan Zhen unleashes a barrage with pinpoint accuracy, vaporizing several jets and thinning their ranks. Damn it! 8 jets wiped out from beyond range. Suddenly, Yan Zhen stops firing. He's out of ammo. What a shame. Guess it's time for an old-school dogfight. He guns the engine, firing his cannons furiously. An enemy jet fails to dodge and gets swallowed by the sea as more hostiles swarm to surround him. Found you. Die. A dense wall of bullets threatens him. Yan Zhen deftly dodges, climbing high above them with ultimate confidence. The enemy pilot is utterly dumbfounded. Is that thing even human? Yan Zhen swoops down, blowing them to pieces. But with his ammo completely gone, he'll have to use raw fists if another wave arrives. Suddenly, a critical barrage shreds his fuselage. Just when he thought the sky was cleared, from afar, a terrifying level 65th generation boss jet emerges. Seriously? Sending a beast like this when he has no ammo left? Yan Zhen spends 1 upgrade point to fully restore his jet, repairing his hull while replenishing his ammo and fuel, leaving him with 4 points left. He accelerates, pulling away with a massive boost in engine power. The enemy stays hot on his tail, launching a heavy cannon blast. Warnings blare. He is locked on. In a risky split-second maneuver, Yan Zhen loops high and flips, steering the blast right back at his foe. Yan Zhen's fighter pulls off a spectacular reversal, instantly turning from the prey into the predator. Now it's his turn to shoot. A massive fireball roars toward the enemy. Just inches from its tail, the boss jet suddenly pulls up, dodging exactly the same way Yan Zhen did. The enemy jet loops around and gets right back on his tail. It steadily climbs, rising right above Yan Zhen's cockpit. Looking up through his glass canopy, he can't help but gasp at its terrifying engine power. The boss jet immediately unloads. Yan Zhen can't dodge in time, taking the full brunt of the barrage as his fighter violently explodes midair. Amidst the falling debris, something flashes in the distance, his teleportation bullet. As the bullet strikes the enemy jet, Yan Zhen instantly warps right onto its hull. Straining every muscle, he clings on tightly through the brutal wind resistance. Securing his grip, he pulls out a bomb, the free gift from the weapons shop owner, and swiftly plants it right onto the fuselage. Finished. Yan Zhen leaps backward through the air, planting dozens of massive explosives on his way down. The timers beep rapidly, ticking down to 0 in seconds. Then boom. A colossal explosion tears the boss jet apart. Luckily, he jumped in time, but the violent shockwave still hurls him back. Yan Zhen watches the smoke, feeling uneasy. No kill notification. Don't tell me. Sure enough, a second form of the beast slowly emerges from the thick black smoke, the level 60 zombie shadow dragon king. It looks like a terrifying, gargantuan dragon, flapping its massive wings as it charges right at him. Yan Zhen winces. A multi-phase boss. The beast opens its giant, fanged maw, ready to breathe a wave of pure destruction. He calmly pulls out a debuff gun. If he doesn't weaken this thing first, he is dead meat. Suddenly, the dragon unleashes its blast. Yan Zhen dives out of the way, watching the beam of energy shoot straight toward the ground. The resulting explosion is absolutely massive, forcing him to shield his eyes from the blinding flash as the shockwave expands. It consumes the earth, culminating in a blast that vaporizes the area. Yan Zhen is stunned. Okay, scratch that. Debuff or not, nobody's surviving a literal nuke. Suddenly, his instincts flare up. He turns around to see the dragon rushing him without a single pause. No second blast? Must be on cooldown. Yan Zhen draws his sniper rifle and unleashes a flash shot. But the beast ignores the pain and keeps charging. The bullet barely scratches its thick skin. In a split second, the monster opens its mouth to swallow him. Suddenly, Yan Zhen vanishes, teleporting right onto the beast's back. He spins his gun and unleashes a rapid-fire burst shot. The dragon's flesh bursts into flames. But as he looks closer, the shredded wounds instantly heal. Its thick hide reduces damage, regenerating way too fast. He can't kill it without destroying its heart, but it has too many. Zhen worries as the beast splits its heart into thousands of pieces, preventing a one-shot kill. High-level monsters have too many dirty tricks. In moments, the beast completely recovers. The monster spun with a deafening roar, throwing him off. Zhen held on tight, but was violently flung away. The violent corpse turned, preparing another strike. He was baffled. Why activate the skill before even hitting the target? Quickly, he used flash shot to teleport aside, dodging just in time. The moment he let his guard down, a massive gravitational pull dragged him back like a black hole. Zhen gasped. This gravity was on a whole new level. Quickly spinning around, he fired a flash shot directly into the swirling void. Mid-flight, the bullet suddenly reversed, heading straight back at him. Shocked, Zhen barely tilted his head to dodge, but the danger wasn't over. The monster charged, its jaws wide open to blast him. He panicked, realizing he was pinned by the gravity. Flash shot was useless here. A direct hit would vaporize him into dust. He had no choice but to gamble it all. Pulling out his small handgun, he dumped all his upgrade points into it. Instantly, the weapon began to glow with blinding light. The system notifications chimed over and over in his head. Weapon upgraded. Weapon upgraded. Weapon upgraded. Weapon upgraded. Weapon upgraded. Once finished, its appearance had completely transformed. Its sleek, pitch-black frame radiated a mysterious aura. He had unlocked the legendary Gambler pistol. This weapon fired shots with wild, unpredictable damage and effects, at minimum matching the power of the MCN 500. A gambler gun? Time to bet it all. Zhen pulled the trigger, right on cue. He unleashed Gambler Shot. A monstrous wave of energy erupted, swirling alongside several massive, glowing dice. The dice merged into the energy blast, flying straight at the fiend. Careless and fearless, the beast charged. On impact, a shockwave ripped through the air, blinding light flashing, before erupting into a catastrophic explosion. Meanwhile, inside the city headquarters, the defense officer was leisurely enjoying a hot cup of coffee when a violent tremor shook the entire building. Li Xiaozhang panicked, shouting, "Boss, it is an earthquake. Take cover." Looking at Xiaozhang cowering under the desk, he calmly said, "This is no earthquake. Get out." Xiaozhang trembled, "But I am sure it is." The officer sighed helplessly, his expression turning deadly serious. To feel a tremor from this far away, laced with such heavy undead energy, it was deeply concerning. Could an elite combatant be fighting in the outskirts? Back on the battlefield, though unhurt by the blast, the dazed violent corpse was left spinning aimlessly in midair. He seized the chance, rushing forward with a satisfied grin. Lucky for him, opening with his ultimate canceled the beast's attack and broke the gravity hold. Using the smoke as cover, he used flash shot repeatedly to teleport behind it. Zhen fired a quick shot, turning into a tiny die that bounced harmlessly off the monster like a pebble. He winced. Right behind him, the monster was already charging another blast, catching it off guard. He flanked the beast and fired 5 consecutive gambler shots, sending 5 giant dice, spinning around the target. Only one die landed on a 6, meaning his luck was still lacking. Suddenly, the beast lunged right in front of him, ready to strike. But the beast suddenly froze. Each of those gambler shots had actually carried a hidden rogue shot effect. Time to feel those bullets explode from the inside out. The beast's body began to glow brightly before detonating into a million pieces, leaving nothing but scattered ashes drifting in the wind. After a long, grueling struggle, the system's voice finally chimed, confirming the target was eliminated. His passive skill, Surpass, was triggered. This skill only activates when facing higher-level foes, granting points equal to the level difference +1. If his level was higher, the reward capped at 3, decreasing for every 5 levels above. He received 2 regular upgrade points. With the notification cleared, a tiny black orb materialized in Zhen's palm. Staring at the orb, he read the screen. He had obtained 1 Shadow Dragon King legendary upgrade point, capable of instantly upgrading any target to legendary quality, while unlocking a unique special skill, the legendary skill, Black Hole Dragon Flash. It consumes all energy points to unleash a devastating blast, causing a massive explosion that drags all nearby objects toward the center of impact. The higher his tier, the stronger the damage. Zhen smiled. His first legendary upgrade point was proving to be incredibly overpowered. However, restricted by this bizarre dungeon, he could only use enhanced shooting skills. It was best to save this trump card for later. Checking his stats, he saw Zhen, level 50, strength 50, speed 50, and stamina 100. His health sat at 100, physical resistance at 53, and others at 0. He had 2 regular upgrade points and 1 legendary point available. A system warning popped up. Starting from level 50, regular upgrade points could no longer be used on his own body. He would need epic, legendary, or god-defying points now. Just as he finished reading, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shattered. Yan Zhen whipped his head around as something massive burst from the earth, ducking low to avoid the flying stone debris. Within seconds, a colossal, gloomy castle materialized before him. This had to be where the final boss was waiting. He stepped forward, touching the massive stone doors. The heavy doors opened instantly. But the moment he stepped inside, they slammed shut behind him with a loud thud. As he walked deeper, exploring his dark surroundings, the place began to look like a secret laboratory. A moment later, Yan Zhen reaches the main chamber, cautiously hiding behind a heavy steel door. The room is packed with complex machinery, test tubes, and scientists intensely researching something. One of them calls out, telling the others to double-check the data, because the sovereign will soon collect it for a presentation. As they comply, Yan Zhen silently creeps along the upper catwalk, getting a clear view of the active vats filled with green fluid and countless submerged mutated zombies. Among them is a bizarre A-rank mutant decay queen. The horrifying sight triggers some dark suspicions in his mind. Are all the monsters roaming outside being mass-produced in this lab? But as he looks closer, his heart stops. Xiaoqi is suspended inside one of the tanks. It is too late, and Xiaoqi is no longer human. Yan Zhen stands there, completely paralyzed by shock. Refusing to hesitate, he leaps straight toward Xiaoqi's glass vat, drawing his gun to shatter the chamber and rescue her. Suddenly, a pair of massive scissors flies out of nowhere, aiming right for his hand. Yan Zhen drops his gun to dodge. As the blade reels back on a cable, the weapon retracts, revealing his attacker, a B+ rank scissor zombie. This armless, emaciated freak uses thick cables to wield 2 giant shears. Yan Zhen steps back to face the creature. If he uses his high-powered revolver, the collateral damage might harm Xiaoqi. It is better to stick to cold weapons. He unsheathes a razor-sharp dagger, ready to fight. Looks like he is getting a free haircut. The scientists panic immediately, shouting that there is an intruder and demanding someone sound the alarm. A researcher rushes to press the button, but a cold flash of light cuts through the air, dropping him instantly. Beside him, his colleague freezes in terror. Major Nanfeng, what are you doing? Nanfeng simply delivers a chilling command, forbidding anyone from touching that alarm. This is an order. The terrified scientist nods, assuming the major believes the guard zombie will easily deal with the intruder. Before he can finish, giant scissors slam into the wall, pinned right beside the zombie's severed head. Nanfeng smirks, glancing at Yan Zhen's work before checking his watch. 30 seconds. I do not know why, but compared to your fight at Aurora City, your skills have dulled a bit. Are you holding back on purpose? He asks Yan Zhen, who is already standing right behind the trembling researcher, having ended the guard so quickly. Yan Zhen stays silent, wondering if this guy has been spying on him. After a moment, he decides to be honest, offering to tell him the truth. The hero difficulty he chose came with some nasty debuffs that lowered his combat power, making this fight slightly more exhausting than usual. Nanfeng looks completely baffled for a second before flashing a friendly smile, telling him he does not have to make up such bizarre excuses. Yan Zhen knew this would happen. Everyone always asks, yet nobody believes him when he speaks the truth. As they casually chat, the captive researcher panics inside, realizing the major actually knows this intruder, meaning their superior is committing treason. Suddenly, Yan Zhen points straight at him. The scientist flinches, thinking he is caught, but Yan Zhen simply demands he release Xiaoqi immediately. The scientist shakes in terror, explaining that he genuinely cannot do it. He only records data and has absolutely no authority to open the chamber. Instantly, Yan Zhen presses a gun barrel against his forehead, demanding him to think very carefully before speaking again. Nanfeng steps in to defuse the situation, confirming the man is telling the truth. The access codes belong solely to the sovereign, who would never share control over such a vital strategic asset. Yan Zhen remains cold, declaring he will just smash the chamber open. The glass is heavily reinforced, immune to heavy gunfire, but he plans to use his charged shots instead. But before he can act, the tank suddenly moves. Yan Zhen watches in shock as the capsule descends into the floor. He spins around, realizing the researcher snuck over and pressed the emergency lowering switch. Furious, Yan Zhen storms over, shoving the gun under the scientist's chin and yelling to bring it back up. The pale man smiles defiantly, saying it is useless. The chamber is heading straight to the sovereign through the express chute. If he dares to go there, he will be torn to shreds. Before the man can finish, Yan Zhen fires, cursing under his breath in pure anger before turning to storm out. Where are you going? To the sovereign, to save Shaoqi. Crossing his arms, Nan Feng calmly warns him that his current power is only equivalent to an A- rank. Charging in to face the sovereign now is suicide, as the ruler is a genuine S-rank powerhouse. Hearing this, Yan Zhen clenches his fists so hard they tremble, absolute rage boiling in his chest. Damn it. If it were not for this ridiculous hero difficulty, he would easily stand a fighting chance against an S-rank. Just as despair sets in, Nan Feng pats his shoulder with a reassuring smile, promising to help him. Still, Yan Zhen remains deeply suspicious, asking why he would even help. Is he not the sovereign's loyal subordinate? And moreover, is he not an S-rank himself? If he watched innocent people get dragged in here for twisted human experiments, why did he never act before? His voice grows cold, cutting through the room like a blade. Nan Feng merely chuckles and pats his head, telling him not to sweat the details. He just needs to remember their ultimate goal is to eliminate Feng Ao. Having a common enemy is all that matters. A short while later, Nan Feng guides him to a different floor, where they quietly observe the area below through a glass window. Look down there. The sovereign is currently inspecting his troops. Amidst the biting freeze of the blizzard, the tyrant army's banner flutters defiantly. Below it, thousands of zombie soldiers stand frozen in perfect, eerie formation, awaiting their training. High up on the platform, a figure in a sharp, formal suit, looking completely human compared to the monstrous crowd, slowly steps forward. So that is the S-class tyrant zombie. The Overlord. Honestly, Yan Zhen hand on heart thought Overlord was just his actual first name. Every single monstrous zombie stalking this frozen graveyard was raised directly by his hands, born from his dark and twisted necromancy. With a sudden wave of the Overlord's hand, the frozen ground ruptures as something massive begins to claw its way to the surface. A containment pod rises from the rubble, its Aunt Shaoqi. Yan Zhen's eyes widen in absolute horror as he realizes the Overlord is about to unleash a terrifying new zombie threat. But as he opens his mouth, his voice completely shatters his dignified appearance. Black stitches bind his lips, twisting horribly with every word. He boasts that wiping humanity off the face of the earth is easily within his grasp. The Overlord bursts into a mad laugh, but before he can finish, a high-caliber sniper bullet tears through the air and shatters his skull. His body collapses. Up in the building, Yan Zhen has shattered the glass, rifle still smoking from the perfect shot. Wait, dead in one shot? Yan Zhen is skeptical. Is this really an S-rank? But Nan Feng points down at the horde, reminding him it's never that easy. Deep within the sea of monsters, in a quiet corner of the massive horde, the Overlord's face appears once again. Raising his hand, he commands his army, shouting that the time to lay down their lives for their leader has arrived. He orders them to eliminate the assassin. Instantly, the Overlord shoulders a massive cannon and fires directly at the building holding Yan Zhen. As the villain smugly celebrates his quick victory, another deadly bullet tears right through the thick, black smoke. It punctures his head once more. Leaping straight into the monster horde, Yan Zhen summons his halberd to plant a tiny bomb. Yan Zhen asks, "Is this like that other necromancer who constantly used clones to revive? Does he do the same thing?" Nan Feng replies, "Similar, but this is a substitute resurrection technique." Yan Zhen is confused by the body-swapping magic. Nan Feng explains that every single soldier he summons can act as a shield, dying in his place whenever he takes damage. So, if he can summon an infinite army, does that mean this guy is basically invincible? Not quite. He has a limited summon radius, meaning there are two ways to bring him down. Either they have to wipe out every single minion within his range, or they bait him far away from his army. Hearing that, Yan Zhen asks about his maximum summoning range, but Nan Feng admits he has no idea. Even after spying on the Overlord for so long, he never once revealed his true range to anyone. Since they need to find out the range, Yan Zhen charges out to fight, asking Nan Feng to guard the pink-haired girl. Nan Feng gives a thumbs up. With that, Yan Zhen dives back into the fray, slamming his hand down to activate the explosive he planted. The bomb hums to life, crackling with static energy. Spotting the threat, the enemy soldiers open fire without hesitation. Yan Zhen swiftly dodges the incoming crossfire, leaving the lone bomb sitting in the dirt. Suddenly, the device begins to vibrate, startling a nearby zombie. The bomb begins expanding rapidly, growing larger and larger by the second. Watching from the high platform while guarding in Shaoqi's pod, Nanfeng can only click his tongue. Nanfeng gasps at the immense blast size, wondering if the kid wants to level the entire square, before quickly casting his own defensive spell. The ground around the platform fractures, and a massive, solid wall rises to shield them. He activates a protective necromancy barrier, forming a thick dome around the platform to keep himself and Shaoqi safe. Seeing that the pink-haired girl's pod is completely secure, Yan Zhen pulls out the remote detonator and slams down on the trigger. The bomb detonates in a blinding flash, sending shattered zombie parts flying as a devastating shockwave tears through the plaza. The blast virtually flattens the surrounding area, kicking up a thick wall of dust that takes a full minute to clear. With the entire army blown to pieces, Yan Zhen smirks, wondering how the boss will swap places now. But then, he spots something. Below, a zombie looking exactly like the Overlord is pinned beneath a massive boulder. Yan Zhen immediately draws his sidearm and aims. Gotcha. But just as he is about to pull the trigger, a cold hand grips his ankle from below. Glancing down, he is horrified to see the zombie glowing with unstable energy, a deadly self-destruct spell ready to blow. Yan Zhen leaps back to dodge the blast, but two more giant zombies immediately ambush him from the shadows. Dozens of rotting hands claw out from beneath his feet. He had no idea so many minions were still hidden underground. He activates his teleportation skill just in time, escaping a massive chain of consecutive corpse explosions triggered by the Overlord's multi-detonation spell. Transforming into a spiritual bullet, Yan Zhen cleanly escapes the raging inferno. The bullet streaks forward before smashing into a strange green slime, forcing him back to human form. Up in his fortress, Nanfeng watches in deep thought. The Sovereign was definitely hiding his real strength. Having skulked here for so long, he had only shown his body doubles and corpse explosions. The Sovereign probably never expected this kid to detonate thousands of his body doubles across the plaza in an instant. The Sovereign unleashed his underground corpse, ghouls, and soldiers, but our boy seems able to teleport directly to his bullets. No matter how many corpse explosions occur, trying to escape using his bullet teleportation is totally useless. Bullets cannot travel far underwater, meaning this corpse spell is a hard counter to his teleportation bullets. Just as Nanfeng predicted, Yan Zhen is currently struggling hard inside the green fluid in bullet form, and on top of that, the green fluid from the fallen soldiers is slowly being siphoned. Standing inside the castle, Nanfeng is deep in thought as the slime is drawn from the scattered, exploded limbs. Trapped in the thick liquid, Yan Zhen repeatedly fires his gun to force his teleportation bullet forward, but he can barely move a few feet. Bullets underwater only travel a few meters, making it impossible to blink shoot his way out of this. Swim out first, then figure it out. With that, Yan Zhen turns to swim. But whichever way he swims, the fluid surges over to block him, trapping him completely. What on earth is this? Why can he not break free? He is running out of breath. After observing the situation, Nanfeng decides to step in and help. This sphere moves with the target, meaning swimming out is physically impossible. Nanfeng knows that if he does not act now, the kid is toast. Just as Nanfeng begins preparing his spell, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly glares from behind him, sending a chill down his spine. Spinning around, Nanfeng gasps at a bodiless exploding corpse. With only malformed limbs attached to a head, it looks horrifying. When on earth did this thing slip in? Instantly, Nanfeng thinks of Shaoqi back in the capsule, and panic sets in. This is bad. An exploding corpse here will definitely harm the pink-haired girl. Right on cue, the creature detonates, blowing the base apart. Through the thick smoke, Nanfeng shields Shaoqi, cursing himself for getting distracted by the fight. He then gently drapes his jacket over her to keep her safe. Meanwhile, Yan Zhen has lost his grip, and his gun drifts aimlessly inside the green goo. Starved of oxygen, Yan Zhen slips into unconsciousness, slowly sinking to the bottom. Meanwhile, a shadow emerges from the outside, slowly approaching the liquid sphere. It is the Sovereign himself. He presses his hand onto the green slime, feeling for Yan Zhen's fading heartbeat. Using his dark corpse magic, he reaches through the fluid to measure every single heartbeat. He smiles wickedly. Your heart is about to stop. Once you die, I will turn you into an elite exploding corpse, at least an A+ grade. But just as the Sovereign is celebrating his victory, a faint yellow light suddenly glows from the fluid. Startled, the Sovereign watches as the light within the liquid intensifies rapidly. Yan Zhen slowly opens his eyes as the system voice chimes. One standard upgrade point has been consumed, leaving 10 points remaining, and his health is fully restored. Seeing this, the Sovereign panics. How is he alive? He is clearly just a human, so bouncing back from the brink of death with a full health bar is completely impossible. Still, he sneers confidently. So what? Aren't you still trapped like a rat inside this water? Even if you revive 10,000 times, you will still die 10,000 times. He is right. As long as Zhen remains trapped, he can only revive 10 more times. Fortunately, he still has one last trump card up his sleeve. Zhen instantly pulls out 2 of his weapons, using a fusion skill to combine them. Fusion upgrade initiated. Karma Fire Core plus Great Necropolis Cleaver, consuming 1 upgrade point, leaving 9 remaining, to obtain the Karma Fire Blade. Once combined, the change is instant. The 2 small weapons transform into a razor-sharp greatsword, presenting the legendary grade weapon, the Karma Fire Blade, which slices through steel like butter. Its passive ability, Karma Fire, activates upon attacking, summoning flames that burn almost anything. The heavier the target's sins, the faster their soul will be incinerated. Then comes the passive infection, which spreads directly to their soul until they are completely incinerated. Its active ability, Forbidden State, disables all special passive effects of the Karma Fire or consumes massive stamina to multiply its power. Watching anxiously from below, the Sovereign has no idea what is happening, so he orders, "Soldiers, go in and blow him to pieces." Hearing this, the soldiers immediately dive into the liquid, swimming frantically toward him. To detonate at close range, they must rely on the water pressure to crush him. With a smirk, Zhen unleashes a flurry of powerful slashes at the incoming exploding corpses, creating a massive vortex inside the liquid, which violently bursts open from the intense water pressure. As green slime splashes everywhere, he finally leaps out to freedom. The Sovereign bellows in absolute rage at the sight, screaming, "This is impossible. I am the Sovereign. No one can stop my grand resurrection." As he shouts, he summons green liquid drops, only for a sudden bullet to pierce right through his position. Zhen lunges forward, slicing the bullet in half. A massive tornado erupts, instantly sweeping away all the exploding corpses. Standing back to observe, he realizes that the cowardly Sovereign has already escaped underground. Zhen's face turns serious as a mound of earth suddenly erupts right behind him. The Sovereign bursts out from the ground, laughing maniacally. "Haha, I am the Sovereign. I control tens of thousands of corpse puppets and have infinite revives. How could you ever hope to kill me?" He mocks Zhen while desperately trying to flee. "You can't even land another hit. Aren't you going to chase me? Realizing you can't kill me and giving up already? Huh, ha ha ha. Just wait until I develop a new corpse technique to destroy you." But in his moment of triumph, his breath suddenly turns into green fire. His entire body mutates before erupting into emerald flames. He vanishes using a corpse technique, leaving nothing behind but his empty boots. It turns out he escaped underground. Scurrying in the dirt like a rat, he has completely lost all of his initial arrogance and majesty. What's happening? He clearly activated his substitute corpse puppet. Why is he still burning? How is this even possible? Why? He watches in utter disbelief as his hands slowly turn to ash. Forced back to the surface, the emerald flames slowly consume the Sovereign's entire body. Why? Why is this happening? His torso is completely incinerated now, leaving only his head and limbs floating in the flames. He screams in pure agony, demanding answers as the green flames consume him. Finally, the once proud Sovereign is reduced to absolute nothingness. The moment the Sovereign is completely wiped out, the familiar system notification chimes in. The Sovereign has been slain. You have obtained 2 standard upgrade points. Total remaining points, 20. Legendary upgrade point acquired. You have received 1 legendary upgrade point. Additionally, you have unlocked 2 special skills. Substitute Death. The closest puppet soldier will take fatal damage in your place. Next, special skill unlocked. Sovereign Domain. Allows the user to convert zombies, tyrants, and corpse soldiers into loyal puppets to summon a massive army. You can also take control of external corpse puppets that are lower in level than you. The rewards do not stop there. Zhen also receives the Sovereign's brain tissue. But before he can store it, someone suddenly snatches it away. The thief is none other than Nanfeng. Looking at the small brain tissue in his hand, he grins. Finally, it is his. He waited so long just for this exact moment. Zhen glares at him, deeply annoyed. Swooping in to steal the loot after the fight, Nanfeng tucks the brain away and casually shoves his hands into his pockets, grinning. "I admit I used you, but in the end, everybody wins. You saved your friend, and I got my prize. Pretty fair, right?" Yan Zhen's blood boils with rage, but before Yan Zhen can strike, Nan Feng's expression suddenly turns cold as ice, his sharp gaze locking onto him. "If you want to fight me right now, are you sure you don't care about your friend anymore?" Startled, Yan Zhen immediately spins around to check on Xiaoqi. To his horror, a massive stone hand holding a giant blade is hovering directly over her, preparing to impale her. He sprints over instantly, clean-cutting right through the massive stone hand. He successfully pulls Xiaoqi out of harm's way just as a massive structure rumbles up from below. The tomb portal is closing. Bonus rewards will be processed once the tomb seals. The moment the system announcement fades, the sky above bleeds into a deep crimson. Fragments of the sky shatter, revealing a pitch-black void. Below them, the earth tears apart as the entire graveyard begins to collapse into ruins. Nan Feng speaks up. "We will meet again. Let's hope you don't stand in my way next time." Nan Feng smiles as he stands on a floating rock, turning away before fading completely into the infinite void. Outside the tomb, Feng Shuo is slouched against the gate, fast asleep on guard duty. Suddenly, a violent tremor from the portal behind him jolts him wide awake. Spinning around, Feng Shuo is completely freaked out by what he sees. The entire graveyard is collapsing into a massive pile of rubble. The tomb has completely caved in, but his master still hasn't made it out. Just then, a figure drops from the sky. It's Yan Zhen, safely holding Xiaoqi in his arms as they escape the collapsing ruins. Seeing them make it out alive, Feng Shuo is absolutely thrilled. "Master, you're safe. Thank goodness." But Yan Zhen shuts down his excitement with an icy glare. He coldly orders him, "Your job here is done. Go wherever you need to go." Feng Shuo shrugs and happily agrees. "Got it. Just make sure you never mention me or anything related to me when you get back. I'm useless in a fight, but I'm great at everything else." Yan Zhen then hands him a picture to look at. "Once you're in the city, find the items on this list for me." With Feng Shuo agreeing, Yan Zhen now needs a safe place for Xiaoqi. Her entire clan has turned into tyrant zombies, so her village is out. But bringing her into the city is also too risky. Given her unknown modifications, if her zombie powers go wild inside the city walls, the entire population will be wiped out. Later, standing on the edge of a massive volcano, Yan Zhen looks around. This crater is perfect. It offers a commanding view of the entire surrounding wasteland. The slopes are incredibly steep, making it impossible for ordinary undead and low-tier tyrants to climb. If he sets up defensive towers around the summit, they can easily repel most threats. The flat, spacious terrain is also perfect for building a private sanctuary for Xiaoqi, keeping far away from Dawn City. His tomb rewards finally arrive. He just secured 1 epic upgrade point and 1 legendary upgrade point. This leaves him with 20 normal upgrade points and only 1 epic upgrade point left in his inventory. Additionally, he has 3 epic upgrade points and 1 legendary upgrade point from the Dark Dragon King. Add to that 1 leader legendary upgrade point and 1 basic legendary point. Talk about an absolutely amazing haul of rewards. Right after collecting his rewards, Feng Shuo calls him up. "Hey boss, I have already gathered all the items you wanted." Feng Shuo drives the delivery truck to the designated cliffside, but cannot find his master anywhere. Yan Zhen simply tells him to leave the truck there and head back home. "Understood." Feng Shuo quickly walks away, scratching his head in pure confusion. The delivery list is honestly bizarre. Food and water make sense, but why does his master need seeds and random toy models? By afternoon, Yan Zhen finally shows up. You and I know that keeping his hideout a secret is key, even from his own loyal subordinates. Next, he easily lifts the entire massive delivery truck with one hand while casually holding his gun in the other. Without that graveyard debuff, his physical strength is on another level. He carries the truck all the way up to the volcanic crater. Usually, he only upgrades things based on the system's strict recommendations, but this time, he wants to try upgrading things his own way. With that, he reaches toward a tiny model house to create a massive building. A bright light flashes, and instantly, that tiny model transforms into a massive, spacious shelter, big enough for 100 people. Yan Zhen laughs, shouting that he finally has a real home, but while he celebrates, he has no idea that a mysterious dark shadow is watching him and Xiaoqi from the base of the volcano. The shadow glares up at their base, with eyes full of absolute murderous intent. Meanwhile, Yan Zhen continues building his base. Spending 1 normal upgrade point for the massive house leaves him with 19 normal upgrade points remaining. That very same night, Yan Zhen gets straight to work on farming. He preps the soil, scatters the seeds, and casts his magic. In mere seconds, a lush, vibrant garden appears, overflowing with fresh apples, ripe watermelons, and rows of green vegetables. The system alerts him that he has just spent 9 normal upgrade points. With 10 normal points left, he now owns fertile land packed with watermelon fields, vegetable gardens, apple trees, and peach trees. With everything finished, Zhen finally breathes a sigh of relief, looking at his beautiful creations with absolute satisfaction. Since resources are incredibly scarce in this harsh apocalypse, building a self-sustaining manor means he never has to worry about food or escape the greedy resource monopoly of Aurora City. However, his expression suddenly turns serious. Even with a manor, he still needs water, daily maintenance, and manual labor to keep it running. He cannot just waste his precious upgrade points on basic chores. So Zhen pulls up his system panel to find another way. The zombie laborer skill. Once a zombie's health drops below 25%, he can spend upgrade points to turn it into a servant. The downside is, it has a cooldown. Also, the target cannot be higher level than him. Scratching his head, he realizes he already slaughtered every zombie nearby for quick level ups. Turning around, he mumbles to himself that it is finally time to go hunt down some undead slave labor. Right as Zhen walks away, an apple on one of the branches shakes, ready to drop. A few seconds later, it falls. But strangely, the moment it hits the ground, a small, dark portal suddenly tears open. The portal swallows the apple whole and vanishes instantly. Sensing a sudden wave of danger, Zhen quickly looks back, feeling like something is lurking right behind him. To be safe, he activates his special insight skill to scan the area, but he still finds absolutely nothing. Nothing is there. He figures he is just being paranoid, and soon travels to Zombie Bull Swamp to find some test subjects. As he searches, he remembers running through this dangerous area during his previous escape. Spotting a massive silhouette lurking in the distance, he quickly pulls a grenade pin with his teeth and launches it far forward. Time to do some serious farming, guys. The grenade lands in the water and detonates with a massive blast, shaking the entire swamp. Suddenly, bubbles boil up to the surface as a colossal, terrifying figure slowly emerges from the murky depths. As the water clears, a massive, terrifying monster with a giant body and a fierce bull head is revealed. This beast is an A-rank savage bull zombie. Watching closely from a distance, Zhen waves his hand to provoke it, telling the beast to bring out its ultimate move. Enraged by the taunt, the savage bull slams its massive fists hard into the muddy ground, hurling a massive wave of rocks directly at him. But right before the debris can crush him, Zhen teleports away. Before the beast even realizes what happened, Zhen reappears and cleanly decapitates it with a single, powerful slash. The A-rank beast is successfully brought down to 15% health. With his new servant secured, Zhen makes his way back up to his secure volcanic base. But the moment he steps inside, Zhen completely freezes. Zhen's jaw completely drops in utter shock. Right in front of his eyes, the tree that was loaded with ripe fruit just this morning is now completely stripped, leaving only bare branches. Worse yet, a few half-eaten apples lie scattered under the tree. His vegetable garden is completely dug up, crops trampled into the dirt. A once beautiful, thriving orchard has been reduced to absolute ruins in seconds. Furious, Zhen's brow twitches as he roars, demanding to know who did this. Meanwhile, a sneaky dark shadow slowly creeps up along the ground right behind him. Once at a safe distance, the shadow darts away in a desperate attempt to escape. Turns out, it is the A-rank corpse soldier, Haishi. Clutching a bag of food freshly looted from Zhen, Haishi happily slips away. But after running a bit, the bag suddenly snags on something, refusing to budge. Turns out, Zhen has grabbed hold of it. Holding the bag tight, he glares down and growls, "Did you really think you could trash my farm and walk away with this?" Enraged, Haishi uses corpse magic to summon sharp, dark shadow spikes straight out of the ground. Zhen quickly leaps high, but the shadow spikes stretch even further to follow him. Haishi smirks, but before the laughter can start, a bullet grazes past its face. Suddenly, Zhen teleports right out of that bullet, delivering a brutal kick straight to the berserk zombie's face. The berserk zombie flies backward, crashing hard against the volcano wall. But when Zhen approaches, Haishi has already vanished. Where did she run off to? The moment he speaks, dark, poison-like veins suddenly bubble up across his neck. Those black veins crawl straight into his ears. Zhen freezes in shock as his entire body stiffens up, as if bound by thousands of invisible vines. The shadow does not just invade his body, it slowly spreads to engulf the entire volcanic crater. Within mere minutes, absolutely everything in the area is swallowed by pitch-black darkness. But something completely opposite happens to Yan Zhen's body. His colors vanish, turning everything from his pants to his hair stark white. Yan Zhen stares blankly down at his colorless pants. White? This bizarre corpse magic actually robs the target of all black pigment on their body. Suddenly, a chilling voice speaks from behind. You are only half right. I can also use that stolen black pigment to form this dark devouring barrier. Turning around, Yan Zhen meets a blood-red face grinning ear to ear. The freakish face sneers as it continues. Inside this dark boundary, every single color on your body will slowly turn black, until this barrier completely swallows you whole. As the monster finishes speaking, a flash of blue light shoots from Yan Zhen's right. Sensing danger, he quickly dodges away. Glancing at his shoulder, where the light grazed him, Yan Zhen is confused to see a blue stain slowly turning pitch black. After touching the blue light, even his orange clothes begin shifting to solid black, and then, his right shoulder suddenly turns completely white. His health bar starts draining fast, so the white areas drain his HP. After observing for a moment, he realizes what is happening. The barrier shines different lights to target different colors, forcing them to turn black before stealing them. Once his entire body is bleached white, he is a dead man. So, Yan Zhen decides to use his teleportation gun to blast his way out. Time to break out. He fires a shot, but the bullet only travels a short distance before the light hits it, dissolving it instantly. Yan Zhen is genuinely surprised. It can intercept any bullet? Well, how about this? He immediately starts pulling the trigger like crazy. Hundreds of bullets stream out, but they are all instantly neutralized by the barrier's light. The red face looms over him once again. It gloats smugly, declaring that no matter how many bullets he fires, there is no escape. The next light is coming. Get ready to welcome the final moments of your pathetic life. Yan Zhen silently draws his blade of karma fire. This A-corpse magic is surprisingly tricky. He did not expect to use this move today. As he prepares his attack, the crimson face mocks him with absolute disdain. What good is drawing a sword now? Just accept your death. But before the red face can finish, Yan Zhen strikes. He unleashes the maximum output of his karma fire, unleashing a raging vortex of brilliant blue flames. The light shines on the fire, expecting to suppress it, but the blue flames burn even hotter. The red face is in sheer disbelief. How? How can these flames cancel out my light? Despite his panicked screams of overload, the fire continues to rage, consuming the entire barrier. From the outside, the barrier looks ready to explode. Within seconds, the barrier completely shatters, and his blue flames cascade outward like a waterfall. Hit hard, the zombie reverts to its original form, burning in the fire as its health drops to 17%. Haishi writhes in the scorching flames, screaming in pure agony. But suddenly, Yan Zhen reaches into the blaze and sweeps the fire away from Haishi. Now, its monstrous body has transformed into a young girl. Haishi looks up with beautiful, tearful eyes, begging weakly, "Please don't kill me. I was just hungry." But Yan Zhen coldly demands, "How did you find this place?" Heifei trembled. I live near this extinct volcano," she stammered. "I saw you arrive. So when you left, I snuck in to steal food." Hearing this, Yan Zhen sighed, pulled out a set of clothes, and handed them to Heifei. Politely turning his face away, he told her to get dressed first before using his upgrade skill on her. Heifei successfully upgraded, costing 1 basic upgrade point and mysteriously consuming a bottle of hair dye. This left him with 9 basic upgrade points. Heifei was now his subordinate, an A- rank. Level 42 corpse soldier. Her skill, Black Hand, steals the target's black color while draining their health. Next up, Black Rain. This allows her to use the stolen color for various things, like crafting weapons or spawning dark clones. Finally, her Black Guard barrier creates a massive dark dome, mixing colors to turn anything non-black into black and completely seizing them. Yan Zhen watched this spectacular transformation, totally amazed. Wow, he thought to himself, thoroughly impressed. That random hair dye permanently changed her look. Seeing him stare, the newly upgraded Heifei got a bit vain. Staring at a beauty like a clueless kid. Once you fall for me, this entire manor will be mine. Before she could daydream further, Yan Zhen snapped, shouting at her to go restore the ruined orchard immediately. Terrified, Heifei quickly scrambled away. Once she was gone, Yan Zhen pulled out the explosive corpse head he had captured in the swamp to cast a dark spell on it. Moments later, The monster roared back to life, bound as his loyal slave. Meet the A-rank level 42 Muddy Land Bull. It can rapidly decompose organic matter and overturn the earth to crush enemies with flying debris. Zhen issued his first command. From now on, you and Haifei are in charge of this manor. The bull obediently complied and unleashed its powers. Meanwhile, Haifei was dejectedly picking up fallen apples under a tree when a sudden, massive shockwave swept past and sent her flying. Whoa! Turns out the bull was using its earth magic to plow the land for new fruit trees. Haifei stood there, completely baffled. Is everyone in this place seriously like this? Using magic just to do chores? Guess I should get serious too. With that, Haifei unleashed her Black Rain clone skill, summoning multiple shadow figures to speed up the work. Suddenly, dark shadows were working everywhere. Zhen watched the whole scene unfold from high above, with helpers, cleaning up as a breeze. Once he grabs more upgrade points, this manor will be fully self-sufficient. Suddenly, he felt a strange presence behind him. Spinning around, he heard muffled sounds coming from the distant mountains. A battle was raging. Activating his X-ray vision, he spotted a B-rank corpse soldier named Nan Yue, standing right in the middle of a zombie horde. All around her lay shattered ruins and gruesome bloodstains splattered across the dirt. Facing the undead, Nan Yue calmly demanded, "I asked you why this area's investigation team was completely wiped out." But before she could finish, a zombie charged forward like a madman. It was a self-detonation type. Nan Yue didn't even flinch. The moment the monster made contact, a massive, deafening explosion erupted. As the smoke cleared, her silhouette emerged, safely wrapped inside a glowing green barrier she had managed to cast just as the beast lunged at her. "Just a low-level suicide blast," she scoffed. "Nowhere near strong enough to break my shield." As more monsters lunged, Nan Yue leaped high into the air, instantly activating her powerful shield transfer spell. Below her, one of the charging monsters suddenly shrieked in absolute agony. Her green shield vanished, and that exact monster suddenly glowed with green energy before violently self-destructing, triggering an absolutely massive shockwave that shook the entire area. As she surveyed the wreckage, a familiar voice called out from behind. "Long time no see, my sweet little sister." Nan Yue froze instantly, whipping her head around. Nanfeng smiled gently and teased, "Little sister, you look like you got a bit darker." He expected a warm, loving hug, but instead got a devastating punch to the face. "Do not call me dark," she roared. The impact sent Nanfeng flying, crashing hard against a blood-stained boulder nearby. Nan Yue stared at her fist in utter shock. Since when was she this strong? Glancing behind her, she demanded, "All right, kid, what weird magic are you using now?" The monster, standing behind her, suddenly spoke up. "Long time no see. You literally start beating me up the moment we reunite." The monster then ripped its own head off, revealing Nanfeng inside. Tossing the mask aside, he dramatically whined, "You are seriously breaking your brother's heart here." Clenching her fists, Nan Yue trembled with rage. As tears finally spilled over, she burst out crying, "You were alive this whole time. Why did you never come find me?" Saying nothing, Nanfeng stepped forward and gently patted her head. "Aren't I right here now? Trust me, wherever zombies appear, I will always find you." Looking up with teary eyes, Nan Yue asked, "What kind of magic is this?" Skipping the long explanation, Nanfeng got straight to the point. "Leave Ziguang City and join me. I am about to level that entire place." Nanfeng's expression suddenly turns dead serious. Nan Yue, unable to believe her ears, demands, "What do you mean? You want to slaughter everyone in Ziguang City?" Nanfeng replies coldly, "So what?" Trembling with pure rage, Nan Yue can't believe her eyes as she bitterly lashes out at him. "The Fang family are the ones who pushed you to the brink. Why must the innocent citizens of Ziguang City die too?" Suddenly, Nanfeng roars, "What do you even know? 3 years ago, a terrifying berserk zombie flashed through the deep forest like a streak of blinding light. With a single swift strike, Nanfeng slashes the monster dead. Captain, don't rely too heavily on corpse chi during combat." Nanfeng glances back at the speaker, who continues with a warning, "Careful, or you might end up succumbing to deviation one day." That is Yuan Hong, vice captain of the 3rd Investigation Squad. Nanfeng approaches him. "You actually believe that nonsense? I fought with corpse chi for years. Why hasn't anything weird happened to me?" Yuan Hong shrugs. "I'd rather be safe and believe it than sorry." He throws an arm over Nanfeng's shoulder, joking, "Don't go turning into a monster. I'm planning to use you to get rich." Nanfeng scoffs. "Relax. That will never happen. But sometime later, he violently coughs up blood, staring at his trembling, blood-stained hands in absolute panic. How is this possible? Why must his body fail him at a crucial moment like this? Suddenly, footsteps echo. Nan Feng looks up to find himself surrounded by heavily armed soldiers. What are you doing? He screams in rage. I'm still human. But his words are cut short as they open fire. Shivering in a dark corner, he was so close to joining the elite guard. Why did you turn your guns on me? But the only reply is 2 grenades tossed into his corner. A massive blast rips through the room. One soldier peeks in, assuming he's dead, but a sudden flash of light cuts through the smoke. The panicked soldier pulls his trigger, firing wildly. Another soldier yells in confusion. What's the situation? Before anyone can answer, Nan Feng lunges forward, slicing him to ribbons and charging at the survivors. In seconds, the squad is completely annihilated. Nan Feng halts, his face twisted in manic frenzy. I'll slaughter every single human in this place. Back to the present, inside a luxury car outside Ziguang City. City Lord Feng Qi discusses business with his subordinate. City Lord, here is the list of recent applicants for the elite guard. Nan Feng's name is right there. Feng Qi studies it, asking, this guy sounds familiar. Isn't he from the outer patrol? I heard he applied for his guard certification several times, but was rejected every single time. His subordinate, an S-rank elite guard named Qi Feng, who is sitting right next to him, responds, yes, sir. That is because during those tests, his zombie mutation levels were exceptionally high. Feng Qi sneers. Huh? How could someone like that join us? He'd just mutate into a mindless zombie. Let him rot in the outer city forever. Suddenly, Qi Feng's expression hardens as a powerful berserk zombie approaches. Right on cue, a dark shadow bursts out from the tree line. The shadow slams onto the car's hood, shattering the windshield completely. Nan Feng's feral face and blood-red eyes glare down at them. Baring his fangs, he raises his blade, ready to hack straight through. While Feng Qi panics, Qi Feng calmly unleashes a powerful necromantic spell, blasting Nan Feng away. Qi Feng shoots out of the car like lightning, giving chase. Coughing up blood, Nan Feng realizes just how monstrously strong these elite guards are. Forcing his battered body up, he swings his blade at Qi Feng, but a glowing barrier of corpse energy blocks the strike effortlessly. Desperate, Nan Feng wonders what kind of spell this is. But before he can process it, Qi Feng blasts him with another strike. Blown back 100 meters, Nan Feng crashes hard. Suddenly, Qi Feng senses something. Whipping his head around, he spots a strange projectile flying at him, which explodes. Thanks to his barrier, Qi Feng escapes completely unharmed. Glancing down at the tracks leading away, he sneers. Trying to escape with your accomplice's help? You severely underestimate me. But before Qi Feng can pursue, Feng Qi calls out from the wrecked car. Forget him. Just get my car fixed first. With its front completely smashed, the vehicle speeds off. Feng Qi complains incessantly. It's impossible to build a car like this nowadays. Take me to the old mechanic. Qi Feng complies. Understood. Yet, Qi Feng hates letting Nan Feng slip away. If that berserk zombie runs amok, he might infect a massive portion of the city's population. Feng Qi casts a cold, indifferent glance. Who cares how many get infected? They're nothing but low-class trash. Leaning his head against the window, he adds, but if too many peasants die, there'll be no one left to do the dirty work. Let's just issue a citywide bounty. Anyone aiding him will be executed. Tell Ren Xin to join the hunt. That psychopath loves playing hide and seek. That freak lives for games like this. Meanwhile, a trail of fresh, bloody footprints stretches across the dirt, dragging his heavily wounded body. Nan Feng desperately searches for a safe place to hide. Gritting his teeth, he clutched his bleeding arm in rage. Damn it. Just a second ago, he was at the guard gates, and now this. Suddenly, an emergency broadcast flashed across the communication tower. Looking up, Nan Feng saw his own face displayed on the screen with a warning. Berserk Corpse Feng, extremely dangerous. Sightings unreported will result in execution. Seeing this warning, Nan Feng grew even more furious, clenching his trembling fists as he roared out, I am no berserk corpse. I am the patrol captain of Ziguang City. How could you treat me this way? Nan Feng's emotional outburst was so loud that it immediately drew the attention of everyone in the crowd. Someone recognized him as the berserk corpse and yelled to the crowd, Look, why is there a berserk corpse in the city center? Where are the guards? Kill him quickly. How utterly disgusting. How did a monster like that ever become a captain? Nan Feng stared at them in utter disbelief. Why are you all acting like this? I literally fought to the death out there for you. Suddenly, he felt a cold chill press against the back of his neck. A gun barrel was locked right there. Don't move. A crowd had surrounded him out of nowhere. Hands on your head. On your knees. Gritting his teeth, Nan Feng leaped into the air with all his might. But out of nowhere, a foot slammed directly into his face. The kick sent Nan Feng flying through multiple walls before he collapsed, completely exhausted, sliding down against the base of a tree. I really want to know how you retained your humanity after being fully zombified. The speaker was Ren Xin, a ruthless elite of the guard, and an A-plus rank corpse soldier. Nan Feng didn't answer. He just looked up and said, "You could have easily killed me earlier, but you held back just to ask this garbage question?" Ren Xin remained calm. It was true that Commander Feng Qi's orders were to show him absolutely no mercy, but your unique existence has opened up a brand new path for me to finally surpass my own limits. Nan Feng replied hoarsely, completely bored. Just kill me and get it over with. If I lose control again, I can't guarantee what will happen. Ren Xin lunged forward, squeezing his face tightly. You won't die that easily. Then, Ren Xin cast the corpse art. Night Shadow Forest. A dark whirlwind enveloped both of them, sweeping them away. Drifting in unconsciousness, he wondered, where am I? Am I dead? Suddenly, a sword pierced straight through his chest. Nan Feng gasped awake in agonizing pain, only to find both of his hands tightly bound. Now, let me conduct some thorough research on this body of yours. Without mercy, Ren Xin drove the blade into various parts of his body, one stab to the thigh, one to the wrist, and then another straight through his neck. Nan Feng was in too much agony to speak, yet Ren Xin calmly and meticulously took notes. Ah, so that's how it works. Whenever the body suffers a massive amount of trauma, zombie energy is released in extreme excess to accelerate the healing process. Once this zombie energy significantly exceeds the critical limit, full zombification is triggered, turning the host into a berserk corpse. The absolute key is temporarily suppressing the mental release during critical breakthrough moments. This method allows one to temporarily harness the immense combat power of a berserk corpse, without completely losing their own human sanity. Closing his notebook, Ren Xin said with a solemn expression, "Thank you so much for your cooperation over this past month. It has helped me find a way to break past my own limits." Hearing this, Nan Feng's rage boiled over as he lunged forward, wanting to strangle Ren Xin on the spot. "You bastard, I will kill you," Ren Xin calmly warned him. "You had better save your remaining strength. Throwing a tantrum will only hasten your end, but at least your head can still serve as a trophy." Walking up to Nan Feng, he raised his blade to decapitate him. "That is your final remaining value." But before the sword could strike, a massive explosion erupted, enveloping the entire area in thick smoke. As the smoke cleared, Nan Feng was nowhere to be seen. The chains had been cleanly severed, and a deep crack marked the wall. It seemed someone had rescued him from his doom. Ren Xin stared at the crack and muttered, "Incredibly fast. In just a blink of an eye, I can no longer sense his aura." Meanwhile, on a secluded path stained with fresh blood, two figures could be seen in the distance, supporting each other as they slowly limped away, leaving a long, crimson trail on the ground. It was actually Yuan Hong who rescued Nan Feng from the dungeon, supporting him as they fled. Nan Feng turned and asked softly, "I didn't expect that missile along the way to be yours. Why risk your life to save me? I am the public enemy of the entire city now." Yuan Hong smiled back. "Did you forget why I joined you in the first place? Could it be that you have fallen for me?" Hearing this, Yuan Hong snapped in annoyance, delivering a harsh slap right across his face. "It is so we can get promoted and make a load of stupid money." Nan Feng sighed. "We cannot rise through the ranks in Ziguang City anymore. Let us build a brand new stronghold of our own outside instead. And when that time comes, I will make you the chief, and I will be your deputy. Isn't that basically the same?" Just then, an overwhelming wave of zombie energy erupted, and a sword pierced right through Yuan Hong's chest. "Why are you panicking?" Nan Feng could only stare in shock from the side. Everything had unfolded in less than a second. Yuan Hong struggled to turn around, seeing Ren Xin standing behind her. "Do you really think you can escape my grasp just like that?" he sneers, his voice cold as ice. Nan Feng reacts quickly, throwing a massive punch, but Ren Xin counters with a brutal kick to his face, blasting him back. Seizing the moment of distraction, Yuan Hong grabs Ren Xin's blade, draws her massive dagger, and slashes directly at his chest. Yuan Hong takes a hit to the chest, while Ren Xin gets slashed across his waist, driving the villain into a blind rage. "You lunatic, you think you can beat me?" Ren Xin roars. But Yuan Hong calmly sneers. "What? Are you scared?" A brutal, high-speed sword fight erupts. the sound of clashing steel echoing through the woods as they match each other blow for blow. Watching from a distance, Nanfeng prepares to step up and help, but Yuan Hong notices and screams back at him. "Captain, run away!" Ren Xin exploits the opening, lunging forward. "Where are you looking?" he mocks, shattering her blade and slashing deep into her shoulder. "Did you seriously think a B-rank corp soldier like you could actually stop an A-rank like me?" Nanfeng screams in absolute panic. Chu Hong can only watch from afar as Yuan Hong collapses, and then Ren Xin lunges right in front of him, ready to kill. "You're next." Nanfeng's face turns pale, but suddenly, Ren Xin senses something is wrong as he is violently slammed onto the dirt, completely dazed. "What on earth is happening?" "My body. I can't move it anymore. On top of that, it feels like the blood inside me is boiling." A mysterious energy flow suddenly connects Yuan Hong and Ren Xin. It's her secret technique, the boiling blood corpse spell. Once her own blood mixes with her enemies, it triggers a reaction that causes the blood inside their body to boil and evaporate. "Don't look down on me. No wonder you had the guts to face me earlier. This was your plan all along. But if you think this is enough to kill me, you're incredibly naive." With a grunt, Ren Xin reaches out for his sword. Sensing the danger, Yuan Hong yells in panic, "Run, Captain! Get out of here! With your current strength, there's no way you can take him down. Don't let my sacrifice be in vain." Terrified and shaking, Nanfeng finally turns and runs for his life. Behind him, Ren Xin snarls, "Don't think you can escape. We are going down together." His blood boils violently, steam rising as he clutches his head in absolute agony. Finally, his entire body burns away, leaving behind nothing but a few charred bones. Not a single drop of blood remains. Believing Ren Xin is dead, Yuan Hong stands up, dusts herself off, and approaches the ashes, completely burned to ash. It seems luck was finally on my side today. But as she draws near, she sees only a block of wood. Horror strikes Yuan Hong as she realizes it was a decoy. It's a trap, but it's already too late. A blinding flash of steel rips through the air, and in an instant, Yuan Hong's severed head is clutched in Ren Xin's grasp. Blood pours out as he spits in frustration. Damn it, the captain still managed to escape. Then, Ren Xin flashes a sickening smile, staring down at Yuan Hong's severed head. "Since your captain got away, I guess I'll just have to vent my anger on you instead." A week later, a lone car is seen endlessly driving in circles around a barren wasteland. The driver turns to the back seat, asking, "Lord Ren Xin, we've been circling with that thing for a week. Should we keep going?" Resting his hand on the window, Ren Xin stares out, trying to see if this will finally lure the boy out. Mounted on the back of the vehicle is a tall pole, and hanging from it is Yuan Hong's severed head. Her pale face has turned green, her wide, unseeing eyes still open with lingering regret. To end a threat, you must pull it up by the roots. Hiding in the distant bushes, Nanfeng glares at the car, his fists trembling with a burning, vengeful rage. That monster dared to do that to Chu Hong, but since he is only B+ rank, attacking now would be suicide. Gritting his teeth, he whispers with pure hatred, "Ren Xin, just you wait. I will take your head and do the exact same to you." Back in the present, Nanfeng stands on the mountain peak, recounting the story to Nan Yue. He explains that this is what happened before she found his medallion. Standing beside him, Nan Yue finally understands her brother's pain. So that's what happened. Ren Xin deserves to die. Him, Fang Qi, and every single one of their corpse soldiers. Let me help you. Together, we will get our revenge on the Fang family. Nan Yue declares with determination, "But your grudge is with the Fangs, not the innocent citizens of the inner city. If you promise to spare them, I will fight alongside you." Nanfeng purses his lips, but eventually offers a warm smile. "All right, I promise you." As the two stay deep in conversation, they completely miss a nearby rock subtly shifting. It slowly rolls away, thinking this vital intel must be reported immediately to its master. Meanwhile, in a grand mansion built right on the volcanic crater, Yan Zhen listens closely. Sitting on the roof, he listens to the stone spy's report. "And that's how it happened," Yan Zhen murmurs, never expecting that Nan Yue would ultimately choose her brother's side over everything. Resting his chin, he sinks into deep thought. Blood truly is thicker than water. It made sense. At least Nanfeng and Yan Zhen shared a common enemy in the Fang family, so questioning his background could wait. If his power helps crush the Fang family, it plays right into Yan Zhen's hands. Suddenly, a figure lightly leaped onto the roof, and Shaoqi, the B-class corpse soldier, walked over to him, calling softly. Yan Zhen looked up, asking with genuine concern if she had successfully adapted to her new body so soon after waking. And Xiaoqi immediately showed him what she could do. With one kick, she shattered a pillar, sending the heavy debris flying straight toward a berserk zombie gardening below. Horrified by her own strength, Xiaoqi panicked and screamed, "Sorry, sorry, sorry." While the furious zombie roared below, Zhen strolled up behind her, clapping his hands in amusement and approval. He praised her skills, but declared that since she broke his roof, the upkeep of the entire house was now her absolute responsibility. Xiaoqi could only cry in frustration, silently complaining about him using this chance to totally exploit her. Suddenly, she froze. Staring at the horizon, she noticed the sunset carried an unsettling, deep blood-red glow today. Zhen followed her gaze, his voice turning cold as he realized the crimson sky meant war was coming to Dawnlight City. Elsewhere, a stray insect was suddenly snagged by a sticky spider web, slowly dying as it struggled. Down on the forest floor, a lone zombie emerged, acting as a chilling omen of the chaos soon to unfold. Turning its grotesque face, the creature gave a silent signal, prompting a massive horde of zombies to crawl out of the forest. The horde marched toward the city gates, leaving the wall guards in absolute shock at the massive influx of undead. What on earth was the outer patrol squad even doing? Before the panicked soldier could even process the horror, a hand firmly gripped his shoulder while a calm voice asked him why he was shaking, revealing Commander Wu Fen. Wu Fen calmly explained that the creatures below were just bottom-tier common zombies, posing absolutely no real threat to them. They could never breach the wall. But right then, a massive berserk zombie looked up and charged wildly toward the gate. The giant beast sprinted forward at an unbelievable speed. Wu Fenjan looked down with pure disdain, mocking their lack of brains. Below, the main gate was 50 centimeters of solid alloy. Attacking it was suicidal. But the guard beside him suddenly screamed that the monster was not aiming for the main gate. Yunjan remained unfazed, but the creature had already closed the distance, targeting the wall right next to the gates. The moment it impacted, a massive explosion erupted. Wu Fenjan peered over, shocked to see a giant crack in the wall. It was a kamikaze zombie, and worse, an entire wave of them was now sprinting right behind it. They were trying to blow a hole straight through. The terrified guard turned to his commander in panic. The concrete wall below was at least 2 meters thick. Surely it would hold them off, right? Wu Fen completely lost his cool as the numbers multiplied. Before he could react, the wave of suicide-bombing zombies launched a massive coordinated attack on the barrier. Blasts echoed continuously, shattering the structure. If this relentless bombardment kept up, the entire defense system would crumble. Wu Fenzan cursed under his breath. A few more of those explosions, and their defenses would be completely obliterated. He turned to his soldier, barking orders to notify the gunners inside to focus fire on the closest threats immediately. The soldier saluted, and Wu Fenjan leaped straight down into the chaos at the base of the wall. Mid-air, he spotted a target directly below and sliced it clean in half before even touching the ground. He cleared the area instantly, but a rogue zombie leaped from the shadows to ambush him, only to be instantly shredded by a hail of gunfire. Wu Fen looked back toward the gunshots. The wall garrison had finally received his orders and opened fire, unleashing a relentless, pouring rain of heavy bullets. Hidden inside the nearby thicket, Nan Feng stood alongside his summons, quietly observing the chaotic battle before commanding the Decay Fungus Queen to boost their strength. Obliging immediately, the massive beast activated its specialized Spore Scatter spell. Instantly, thousands of tiny glowing mushrooms erupted from its massive cap, filling the air as they multiplied rapidly. The soaring mushrooms shot up into the sky and instantly morphed into thousands of paper airplanes, racing forward like heat-seeking missiles toward the front lines. Wu Fenjan looked up, his face pale, as he watched the threatening swarm of paper planes shadow the sky. He realized with dread why the undead had previously targeted their heavy air defense systems. It was all to clear a path for this air raid. With the planes diving straight toward the desperate gunners on the wall, panic ensued as the projectiles hit. Massive explosions ripped through the defenses, triggering hundreds of devastating blasts. Bodies littered the ground as cracks tore through the rampart. Meanwhile, a distracted gunner remained focused on firing, completely unaware of the explosive spores sneaking up right behind him. A mushroom bomb zooms in, and by the time the soldier notices, it is already too late. Boom! An earth-shattering blast erupts, triggering hundreds of chain explosions behind it, leaving absolutely no soldier alive in its wake. Wu Yunjan looks back and mutters, saying that after just 2 waves of attacks, the city walls are completely breached. For someone to unleash such a savage necromancy art, they must have some seriously powerful corpse soldiers backing them up. Suddenly, a giant foot stomps down out of nowhere. It belongs to Daban, a B-rank riot corpse rushing right at him. Wu Yunzhan quickly locks his gaze onto its head, spotting what looks like a massive bomb. Frowning at the dangerous sight, he instantly grips his blade tight and leaps straight into the air. He jumps with all his might right in front of the riot corpse, ready to unleash his 5-part slash. But before his blade can swing, a paper airplane suddenly zips in, catching him completely off guard. The paper plane detonates instantly, engulfing him in fire and sending his charred body crashing down. Talk about a costly mistake. With no one left to stop it, Daban charges straight toward the wall. Just 1 meter away, the monster leaps headfirst into the barrier. Its massive body slams hard, shattering the blue barrier completely. Sinking into the debris, Daban suddenly pulls the pin, arming the bomb on its head. A nearby soldier panics in sheer terror, the blinding flash of the fuse reflecting off his pale face. A colossal explosion rips through the air, utterly demolishing the wall. Meanwhile, deep underground, Nan Yue feels the violent tremors while exploring the tunnels. She reports, saying her brother has made his move, and she must stay alert for any sudden raids down here. Nan Yue wonders if her brother's decision to send this riot corpse is actually safe. Standing right behind her is the Nanfang faction's towering, hulking behemoth. Its raw, muscular build, sharp protruding fangs, and bloodthirsty eyes say it all. The monster radiates overwhelming power. Back in Ziguang City, Feng Qi stands atop the high rise of the Feng estate, observing the unfolding chaos. As the distant sky bleeds red, his subordinate steps up and nervously calls out to the city lord. He suggests they head to the underground bunker, but Feng Qi calmly turns around, asking what there is to fear, when Qi Fang is right here. Across from them, the Fang family tower is wrapped in a glowing red shield, with Qi Fang standing proudly at its peak. She focuses deeply while chanting a spell, likely the source of the barrier itself. Suddenly, sensing something off, she opens her eyes, realizing a little pest is crawling nearby. Sure enough, right outside the tower, a sewer manhole cover slowly slides open. The ones handling this infiltration are Nan Yue and her assigned riot corpse. As they reach the tower entrance, she stops and turns to her monstrous partner. She explains that since the Fangshao Castle's tunnel system is isolated, this is as far as she can guide him. Now, his job is to smash the barrier. But before she can finish, a sudden flash of light cuts through the dark, followed by clashing blades. Before she can even process what is happening, she glances over and sees the riot corpse blocking an ambush sword with a single hand. It seems the defenders of Ziguang City caught onto them and sent forces to wipe them out. Reacting instantly, the zombie grabs the blade and slices the Ziguang City soldier clean in half with one brutal counter. The guard dies instantly, but more of them are closing in. Suddenly, the giant tenses up as if sensing a new threat. By the way, this powerhouse is actually the A-rank Deep Blue Beast Corpse. The Beast Corpse looks up, only to find the B-rank guard corpse he supposedly just killed standing perfectly fine on the tower roof. The guard corpse leaps down from above. Right before impact, its sword morphs into a giant, heavy hammer that slams down to crush the beast corpse. But the enemy is no longer small. The B-rank guard has transformed into a massive giant. Turns out, this is actually the A-rank bone-eating Ma Shi. Right at its feet, a stray civilian is trembling in sheer terror. With zero mercy, Ma Shi raises its massive hammer, ready to flatten the helpless target. Just as the hammer is about to strike, a massive, high-speed bullet shoots out of nowhere, smashing directly into Ma Shi's weapon. The devastating impact knocks the hammer clean out of its grip, sending it flying into the rubble. Furious, Ma Shi glares in the direction of the shot, only to spot a figure appearing in the distance, the A-rank corpse soldier, Wu Sen. Wu Sen coldly orders Ma Shi to back off. Seeing this powerful ally arrive, the stray civilian wastes no time and quickly runs away. Ma Shi immediately shifts its target to Wu Sen. Taking 2 quick steps back, it launches itself straight at her like a missile. The monster charges forward like a raging hurricane, but Wu Sen calmly prepares her evolved snipe corpse art. Another massive projectile fires off, followed by several more in rapid succession. But the moment they hit Ma Shi, they shatter like harmless pebbles, failing to deal any real damage. Wu Sen remains unbothered, noting that its skin is exceptionally tough. Unsheathing her battle axe from her back, she sprints forward, leaps high, and readies her corpse art to cut down the giant beast. In an instant, her axe expands massively, delivering a heavy downward slash. Once the smoke clears, Wu Sen stands on guard, making sure her target is down for good. But through the rising dust, Ma Shi remains completely unscathed. It stands tall right in front of Wu Sen, swinging a massive fist her way. The punch smashes into the ground, shattering the earth beneath. But thankfully, Wu Sen's lightning-fast reflexes save her. Wu Sen was completely baffled. She had clearly cut off its head. How was this monster still moving? While Wu Sen was distracted, a massive fist swung out from the dust. She quickly deployed a small shield, using her expansion magic to block the giant corpse's brutal punch, striking with absolute fury. The creature punched straight through her iron shield. The metal shattered, and the sheer force sent her shield flying hundreds of meters away. With a quick wave of its hand, the monster used its magic to pull its massive hammer from the ruins, sending it flying right back into its palm. Armed once again, the beast charged at Wu Sen in a blind rage. She quickly drew a small blade, casting her magic to grow it 1,000 times its size. The colossal blade sliced straight through the monster, splitting its massive body clean in half. Wu Sen walked over to the remains. Looking at the carnage, she quietly thought to herself, surely, that had to be the end of it. Her energy was running dangerously low, but before she could recover, the heap of flesh began to squirm, and the monster regenerated in an instant. To make things worse, the monster trapped Wu Sen directly inside its regenerating flesh. Panic set in. The beast's muscles were swelling rapidly as it regenerated, threatening to completely crush her to death in a matter of minutes. Just as all hope seemed lost, a blinding flash of light severed the beast's arm. It roared in fury, raising a foot to crush its attacker. But Zhen had already cast his spell. A brilliant blue flame erupted, quickly wrapping around the monster and burning its entire body to ashes. Finally, the beast was completely obliterated, granting a level-up point. Exhausted, Wu Sen collapsed onto the ground. Zhen spoke up first, warning her that since Nanfeng held the creature's core, it would keep regenerating unless its physical body was entirely destroyed. Wu Sen ignored his warning, completely stunned as she asked if he was the guy from the outskirts that day. But Zhen vanished without a word. Meanwhile, near the city walls, another beast stood over the defeated soldiers, staring up at the fortress. Qi Feng watched from the ramparts, remarking on how easily the monster had slaughtered her guards. But with this barrier active, how do you expect to break through? Below, the creature suddenly raised its heavy blade. She scoffed, asking how an A-grade beast could ever shatter an S-grade shield. But suddenly, a mysterious pair of hands appeared right behind the monster. Upon their touch, the beast began to glow. It was Nan Yue, who looked up with a smirk, mocking Qi Feng. As the glowing beast suddenly dissolved and vanished into thin air, Qi Feng gasped in utter disbelief. Before she could even react, the monster materialized right behind her, its massive arm already reaching out to strike. A massive shockwave rocked the top of the tower. Luckily, Qi Feng had managed to deploy a shield just in the nick of time. Unfazed, Qi Feng stared down the beast and unleashed a blast of magic that sent it flying back through the dust. Believing the fight was over, she turned to leave only for a massive foot to emerge from the smoke, slowly walking towards her. Regenerating with every step, the monster suddenly swung, its blade stopping right at the back of her neck.